Hi guys, Angelina is the first like. I got my Ziki down here. Do you see him? Wait, hold on, Ziki. He's sitting on the side, my little side chair. Come on, baby. Come on. Here, get up for a minute. Just show everybody you're cute. This is my baby. This is my love. This is my Zeekster, in case if anybody's new here. This is Zeekster. Close up look of him. Usually he's passed out over there in Zeke Cam. I'm not sure if when he stays beside me, you can't see him, but it's worth it. I get to cuddle with him. But he usually jumps down when I'm on a live. So hopefully he'll stay on his Z cam. Looks like he's smiling. He's smiling. Okay. Anyway, hello everybody. I am ready to continue the Discord stuff because I feel like going through it now after, having some details, um some facts, it kind of makes it, really interesting and kind of gives some things and new meanings and stuff. So I'm actually anxious to go through them again myself. Um, and as I was going through to see, like, okay, how many more do I have? What should I play? Dude, I did so many Discord pre records. That project took me forever, and I didn't realize how many videos I actually had. I have a lot. Um, Going through his Discord because there's so much in his Discord that I feel like is important. I mean, he was talking to Celeste in the Discord. We still haven't been through all of those. We started the first two that we went to with the Celeste ones. We started seeing, her talking to him a little bit. There's some things coming up where they I forget actually, but there's more talk about her, more talk, I think. I'm trying to think how late she talks to him in the Discord. But yeah. So yeah, I think instead of like trying to go through, any of the new updates, I'm just gonna get right into it because last time, the last two times I would go through all this stuff, new stuff, which there really isn't much new stuff. A lot of people are going back through the old stuff, I noticed. And I noticed there's a lot of new followers that are not aware of a lot of the details. Like I was watching that interview with SF Investigates did with that million, he has like million subscribers or whatever, and he didn't know any of this stuff. He's like, "Oh, what? I didn't see that. I didn't see that." He only knows like mainstream. He's like, I'm like, "Wow, you don't like," and that's fine. He just started covering it obviously, but he's like, "I never saw that. I can't see that. Oh, I wasn't aware of that." And it was like all the stuff that was the more common stuff. So I feel like that's gonna happen a lot of new creators. So I mean, let's show them what we got, guys. We went over so much stuff. And then new, I'm sure there's gonna be some new viewers. So I'm hoping there's gonna be some new viewers that haven't seen some of this stuff. And I noticed my Discord at first they were getting kind of not even a lot of views, but a little bit of views. And then like the last few, I didn't get that many views. So I mean, a lot of people haven't seen these, and I think it's important. Hey Adele, hey Hope, hey Just Rockins. I still have to continue the Wade kiosk. I did not forget about that. Any Wade viewers. I know I still have to finish reading the kiosk. And I have a hooker, Lynette and Brian Hooker. I have something that I want to go over with that. So it's just like, oh, I have so much now to do. And the reason I took the last 2 days off is I was putting together that freaking timeline that I just released. Help me share it, guys. It's on the pre-records. And since I haven't done pre-records in a while, the algorithm on that site, because it's like two different algorithms. There's the live stream one and the pre-records. Now my pre-record is so low, and I put tons of time into that. I think it's interesting. Like, I know I had done like a kind of rough draft of the timeline, but here it's more condensed and it's uh more accurate because I was figuring out things, and I was figuring out one of the things was a fan page and all this stuff I was figuring out as I was going through it. So if you can help me share that. Um oh, nice. Okay, so let's start. I'm gonna start with part 3. Hey, Mimi. Um, Adele, Hope. Okay, so part 3. So we got to now some of my discords, the only ones I label part 1, 2, and 3, 4, 5 was the ones that included Celeste. It was all like the ones that had either they were talking about Celeste or Celeste was in there. Um, so let's finish those. We only actually watched part two because we watched one before that that wasn't a Celeste one. Then we watched part two, part three. So we have, or part one, part two. So we have three more of those. So let's just, you guys want to get right into it? I mean, were you guys interested in that? Let me put on my headphones. Was that like, because I know some of you guys probably watched them when it came out, but like, there is going to be some new people that didn't watch them. Plus, I'm anxious to hear them now after knowing stuff. Oh, hey, Fire Rabbit. I'm glad you're here then. All right, let's start this. Okay. I was just gonna share them, like, hey, you guys could rewatch them. But every time I try to do that, it doesn't really take. And then, and I know that there's people that want to see this stuff, that need to see some of this stuff. Because the reason I know is because when I replay something like this, I've done it with other cases. Like people will be like, "Oh my God, this was so good," or whatever. And it's like, dang it, if I wouldn't have replayed that, it would have been stuck in my old videos, and they wouldn't have been uh sent them. They wouldn't have got to see them. So that's why I do think this stuff, I feel like it's worth to check it out. Okay. So we're going to be continuing though, Mimi. So the way I did Celeste timeline in Discord was I started with the last live I did the first two parts, like I said, um, where I started where she first came into Discord and all that stuff. So we're going to be in part three of that. Okay. So let me bring that up and I'm going to share my screen. And if Zeke jumps down, I'll share Zeke. I got Zeke camera already. I got my Grateful Dead shirt on. Can you see Zeke? I'm trying to like, no, he's, see a big, a big blob of black fur. um, okay, so let's do this. Entire. Oh wait, hold on. Let me make sure my iPods are connected before I do this, because then my audio won't share. I always forget. Oh, they are connected. Okay. That's why I can't get this ready ahead of time, because if I don't have my AirPods connected, which I don't like to have them right away, because I don't want to be screaming, even though I do have them in and I'm screaming. At least it feels like to me. Okay, here we go. We're going to start with part three. Here we go. And this is in David's Discord that he actually, if you guys haven't seen my last live, or actually the last two lives, he has been kicked out of there, or he's been suspended, or not suspended, yeah, suspended, expelled, or whatever. He's not coming back to Discord. That account is done. So even though it's his Discord, he's out. They got rid of him because a lot of platforms, when somebody's arrested for something like that, they'll they'll get rid of you. It's like you go against policy, like community guidelines or whatever. So murdering somebody and just having CP on your phone is considered, even though it's not on Discord. But I mean, he did do some stuff on Discord as we see. But anyway, so he's done. So we can't go back and see what he says. Thank God. I have so many screenshots that I took. I still have some that I didn't even make of it into a video. So I have those to go back on, because now if you go back, you could look through David's Discord, but you cannot see what he says. It just says been removed. Didn't you could see that he commented, but under where it says what he would have wrote, it says it's been removed. If you go, I'm talking about if you go right now. Now there is an archive you could go to, but it doesn't run smoothly. It clogs up your computer and it makes my computer shut down a lot. I can't have anything else pulled up when I do it, and it's not as smooth as being in the Discord. But I mean, worst comes to worst, I can go in there and get information if I needed to. But luckily I got these videos and we could watch that I did months ago. And let's watch. Okay. So, like I said, this is part three. And like I said, let me warn you, and if you hear me say something that's outdated in this, because this is going to be me talking 5 months ago. Remember this. Let me see when this video is done. This one was from January. So this is not quite 5 months ago. It's just a couple months ago. Some of them were 5 months ago. It depends. This is me talking a few months ago. Okay. So if you hear me saying things like, you're like, what is she talking about? He's been arrested. Or what is she talking about? That's not true. It's because it's as what we knew back then, it would have been true. Okay. Now the Discord messages, that's gonna be accurate. But I'm saying if I'm just giving my opinion about something and I say something like, oh my God, wonder when he did it or when he's been arrested or when's he gonna be arrested or something like that. It's like now we know that. Now, as far as the messages, these are all pulled from David's Discord. So this is legit stuff here. Okay, here we go. I love him. Okay, part 3 of the Celeste timeline. Okay, so now we're at the Fonda 3-night show in California, June 27th, 28th of 2024. Celeste was there all 3 nights. For sure 2 nights, but I'm pretty sure all 3 nights. You see this group picture of just real quick, I do sometimes add a little bit of stuff in there. So this isn't Discord, this is other stuff. Sometimes I'll add it in the timeline of Celeste, especially for the Celeste one, if you're wondering. So everybody, but Celeste isn't in it, but his whole family is there. His mom. Let me point out here, we got Rob, Caleb, David, Josh, one of his managers, his mom, Lane C. She's in that new timeline I did. She's at the mukbang. We think she's dating Rob, or she was dating Rob. She was always with Rob. She was in the old Doheny house with him when he did his like first live stream, or I guess it wouldn't be his first live stream, but he got his little sister right here. Okay. His brother, his sister, Asia, older Celeste, Neo, Josh. You're telling me that everybody was there. Celeste was sitting with his family the first night, but nobody knew about Celeste. Nobody knew her age. Nobody knew anything about her. This night right here, where she's wearing that dark hoodie, is June 27th, 2024. You can see her right there. Let me play this video. And it says, can anyone tell me if the girl in the pink pants is Celeste? Okay, let me play this. So Celeste walking in right there with David's brother. And then that right there is definitely Celeste. There's no freaking hiding that. And then we have Celeste up here. That's the same night. That was the same night at Fonda. It was a 3-night thing, and she was seen there all 3 nights. It looks like people could pick her out from like photos, but like that was the same night where we see her walking backstage with her brother, is this night right here. And it's the same night that David points out his family. And then he has his sister sing with him, and Celeste is backstage. So she's sitting with the mom. Josh is there. Rob is there. They all are there. This is after they got the email, right? This is after they got the email that Celeste was an underage missing person. She comes back. She's there. They're aware of her. They know who she is. Asia's there. Everybody's there. She's sitting beside his brother and his sister, and his mom's right here. Okay. And I'm pretty sure she walks the sister down to sing with David, and that's why we see her backstage then. And you see Rob not too far from her when she's backstage. Here sitting with David's family. There's Celeste. She has that dark hoodie on. That's what she was wearing that day. We see her in that one video walking backstage. So that's that day. You see the mom's right there. It looks like she has her phone up, taking a video or a photo. Then the sister's right beside the mom. Celeste right there with her hoodie up. And David's brother's right there. So she's freaking sitting with David's family. They knew. They knew something. And I want to show you why. Because I know in that picture we just looked at, it's hard to tell that that's his mom. This picture gives a better look at her because there's no flash. And you could see her dreads. She has a very, kind of unique look. You could tell because her dreadlocks and her hair and stuff. I used to have dreadlocks, so I'm not saying anything negative about it. I miss my dreadlocks. But anyway, so yeah, you could tell it's her in this picture. But that means they were all there and they all saw Celeste because Celeste was there for those 3 nights backstage, sitting by his mom and Josh. There's more pictures that came out that Josh was up there. Who'd David tell her that she was? Who did he say? And obviously, that's Josh, one of his managers. He has Rob, and then he has Josh. Josh is the manager that rented that mansion for him. It was under Josh's name. Rob is the manager that was more hands-on, it looked like, especially in the last year or 2, he was always there with David. Josh kind of faded away, it seems like, or maybe he just wasn't as hands-on or wasn't there as much. He was there, so I mean, we've seen him there, but it wasn't as close as Rob. I mean, there was rumors that Rob was living in the mansion with him. He was there in the background all the time. You see David, you see Rob there, and a lot of times you see Lane C there too, which, like I said, we think these two are dating, allegedly. That's what the rumor is. Maybe they still are. You got his mom, his dad. That's David's dad. That's David, Josh, Rob's brother. This is his brother. Rob, the manager's brother, is the guitarist for David. Um, okay. But this is 2024. This is the summer of 2024 in LA. And this is that 3-day show that Celeste was at. But of course they don't put her in any of these pictures. They make sure she's not in them. Don't you think the mom was like, "Hey, why isn't she?" Because I feel like there's a chance they knew. The management got that email, so they knew who she was. At least whoever got that email, that would be responsible for them to share it across management. And then that was back in February, but now she's back in June? Or like, do you think David just said, "Oh, yeah, she's just gonna come to these shows. Her mom said it was okay." I don't know. It's hard to believe that they didn't know that, that she was basically living, somewhere with him or his friends, or I don't know, somehow. We don't know yet if she was in just that Doheny house or was she in the mansion somewhere too? And did he tell them this Celeste was his girlfriend? All the Discord knows that that was his girlfriend. So I'm sure the management knew and his mom. Anyway, and then there's this picture backstage of the Fonda Theater. And then they show the picture of Celeste and David. I'm convinced that is Celeste because she was at that show. We've seen pictures to prove it, sitting with his family. So he's holding some girl's hand backstage. She's got gray sweatpants on. It's got to be her. I'd be surprised if it wasn't. But anyway, yeah, you see him sitting there, right there on the stairs, holding hands. Then look. And when I had replayed this before, Oh, okay. So remember, this is 3 nights. So the reason why she doesn't always have the same clothes on is because it's 3 different nights. So this is a different night right here than when she had the pink pants and the black hoodie. Now you could see that whoever this girl is here has gray sweatpants, gray hoodie, same hand that was holding his hand. Looks like the same night, which would have been the second night. They block out her face. She was wearing that gray hoodie, and then you see the person with the grayish hoodie has gray sweatpants on. We've seen that picture of her right here backstage with the gray hoodie. So it's her, if you ask me. So I think that's just confirmation that that is her. Okay, so back to this picture. So we see her arms around his. She's got a pink wristband on. This is backstage at the Fonda. There's pink. And let me point out, this was posted on Yay Woohoo's Heavens account, which we learned was Celeste's account. It was that Yahoo Woohoo 7 is the same account that shared the David tattoo finger with the ring on it. Now it just confirms an even more that Yay Woohoo was Celeste because the missing finger was the David tattoo. You know what I'm saying? That was just like incriminating that he took her finger because the David tattoo. Well, I guess if he didn't, we would see the David tattoo. So either way, so yes. And plus, because some people were trying to say, oh, that's a different Celeste, all the string, invisible string theory and all this stuff. It's like, no, Yay Woohoo is the one that posted the Celeste finger, the David finger, the posted this because it's Celeste. And also, we got that audio recording that I had done a video on. Maybe I'll bring it up, remind me in between some of these. I don't know if it's in one of the timelines. It might be actually, where somebody is talking to Yay Woohoo, filming the screen and records it, and you could hear Yay Woohoo's voice, which is clearly Celeste. It's clearly the same voice that's on the live stream, the same voice that's on the invisible string theory. To me at least, it sounds like the same voice, which is Celeste, which, like I said, I feel like from all the sleuthing and research, I feel like most of us has came to the conclusion Yay Woohoo is Celeste. Which then you go back and see all the posts that Yay Woohoo made, and they're Celeste, right? So this is Celeste has her arms around David. He's blocking out her head. Who does he always block the face with Celeste? Celeste pictures, sometimes you'll see her eyes or her face is like half blocked. You'll see one eye because they're always trying to hide her because she's a missing minor. Pictures, you could look at what it looks like back there, and that is the Fonda Theater. And then he's holding a Hello Kitty in the other picture, which I'm imagining she's probably the one taking that picture. Just my guess. I guess Celeste had posted it on her TikTok, the Yay Woohoo 7. She posted. I'm talking about this picture. If you're like, what are you talking about? That's his hand. I was talking about she's probably the one taking this picture over here. I guess Celeste had posted it on her TikTok, the Yay Woohoo 7. She posted these pictures here. Yeah, this is from day 2. There's another picture of David right there looking in the mirror. You could see, like I said, Celeste's gray hoodie and her gray sweatpants. You could see her pink wristband, and she's probably the one taking the picture. Now the person, this is all Reddit. Not taking credit for these screenshots right here. Not everything I'm doing in this video, but these particular screenshots here from the Fonda, that's from Reddit. So I'm not sure if that little blip you could say, oh, that's her gray sweatpants. I'm gonna have to disagree that you could tell. I'm guessing it probably is Celeste taking the picture, but there's like one little speck where it looks like it could be gray, but I think it's reaching to say that those were her sweatpants. It could be, but I mean, there's not enough you could see for that. So yeah, and then we have this where it looks like, look, he's wearing now her pink wristband that she has on in that picture. Now, it could just be, though, that they were given pink wristbands for the show or something. So that's what I think it is. So some of these ones that are labeled, these few pictures, not all the ones from Fonda, because I went and I ended up finding the video from the Fonda so that myself, but these ones that are like right here that say things like this gray sweatpants, that I got Reddit is the one that titled this, and Reddit's the one that titled this where it says David with Celeste pink wristband. And that's why I said, okay, it could be, but I think it's probably more likely that they all got pink wristbands maybe from being backstage or something. You know what I'm saying? That's my guess. But who knows? Maybe he took her wristband, but why? Or maybe she took his, but I don't know. If anything, it would make sense that she would have got his after the show, you would think. But I think it's just from the venue. Or they both might have them on. See, we can't see David's wrist right there in that picture because he has, his sleeve over it, the one that she has her arms around him. So they may have both have the pink wristbands on, to be honest. But here's another quick picture of, you could see Celeste backstage. You could see Rob. So yeah, they all knew she was there. And if Rob indeed is the one that got the email 4 months prior with the picture of Celeste and the email saying that Celeste was there, missing girl, a minor. So he's very aware who she is and that she's a minor, and he's standing right beside her. Here's that really good clear shot of Celeste. And there's no denying that this is Celeste. So look, you scroll over, look who else is backstage. Rob again. And that's lane C right there. What, probably like 5 or 6 feet away from her, if that. So it says, before joining David's Discord server in late June 2024, around his performance at the Fonda Theater, David started posting pictures and tagging Celeste using her old TikTok account. This led to speculation among people in the server about who she was and what her connection to David. Okay, so yeah, I think that's her right here. So like on the couch, it looks like. So you see her right here backstage. We already seen the other one where she was backstage on a different day because this is a 3-day show. So looks like she was probably there all the days. He's got the Hello Kitty phone. Here's some more pictures from day 2. So you could see her back here. It looks like she has her hair in a ponytail, and they're showing you like, look, there's a picture of her with her hair in a ponytail. Look how it looks. Yeah, I definitely think that's her. And they're showing a side view, which I don't even think you need to do that. So it does appear that they were at the mansion right here. It looks like there is somebody sitting there. You could kind of see maybe her shoulder or something, or back. I don't know. But it does look like she has that like the gray hoodie. Now, of course, it doesn't necessarily have to be Celeste. I mean, I'm sure other people have that color hoodie, but supposedly this was posted by Yay Woohoo, which I'm not sure how that came all about, that somebody found that, because I don't think that account is up anymore. I don't know when it got taken down, but I don't know. I guess I should try to look. I just thought that count was down, but this is from Reddit. So they said that she posted that. So if she posted that, then that is her. So it's not down, it's private. So I wonder if it was public and then her family made it private or something, or if maybe somebody in Reddit was friends with her, but the Yay Woohoo Instagram is private. Okay, so here is this picture here from July 4th, 2024. We have his TikTok, which, like I said, now it's not up anymore because he took a lot of stuff down. I don't think it's up anymore. I have to go check, but he's in a car. I think that is his Tesla. If that is Celeste, she has her hand on his chin. You can see the red hair. And then it says, I miss her, softest soft launch of all time. So he's probably on tour still, right? So when he came back for LA, he got to see her for those 3 days. And then I don't know where he went after that. I have to go check. But so he's probably away from her. So that's why he says, I miss her. And this was probably when he was home in LA that he spent some time with her in the car. And this is the picture. So that's probably why he says he misses her. And then he posts this the same day. It says, there goes my, that song, Baby. There goes my baby. So that's what he's insinuating or whatevating. Not insinuating, it's not the word, but that's what he's, trying to portray. And it's still the same post where it says, I miss her, softest soft launch of all time. So anyway, he's holding up a phone where it has the Hello Kitty case. Let's see. At first I thought that said Celeste on his phone, but no, I don't know. What the heck does that say? Looks like there's letters here and here. Okay, so July 7th, 2024 at 3:47 p.m. Deleted user says someone got. These are the Discord now. We're in David's Discord, just so you know. Can you guys see Discord okay? Is it like because when I was looking back through some of the other ones, I was kind of upset that I didn't make it bigger. Is it okay? Gotta check if David in the closet or nah. Like if he's gay. I'm sure that's what they meant. Anyway, Evan says, what he doing, bro? In response to David being in the closet, Strine said, he's asexual, isn't he? And Evan said, what was the ping I got? In response to he's asexual, isn't he? Deleted says, he in a love relationship, though, with a girl. He has a girlfriend. And Sir Macaque says, yeah, he is. In response to what he do, and Deleted says, he's just a little zesty. And in response to, yeah, he is in a relationship, Deleted said, for real? How you know? And Sir Mac says, his TikTok, his girl holding his face. It made me cry. That was supposed to be my bookie. And Deleted said, oh, wait, I thought you were saying that he was asexual. But yeah, you right. I saw the TikTok too. I found his girlfriend's TikTok. And Sophia says, for real? Question mark. What's her TikTok? And Evan said, it's Yay Woohoo 7. But delete this if it's not supposed to be public. He reposted her TikTok though, so it probably doesn't matter. And she says, oh. So we're at July 7th, 2024 at 11:27 a.m. Jazz said, how can David still be insecure after becoming famous? Like how? And Caesar says, y'all, who's David's girlfriend? I had a convo with her on TikTok. And Jazz says, you did? And Caesar says, yes, because David posted some. And someone said, who stole my man? And I said, I did. And his girlfriend replied, I know it's her. He follows her, reposts her stuff, likes her comments. And E says, anyone else think David low-key looked like Lil Nas X? Jazz says, does she have red hair? And Caesar says, I don't know. She doesn't put pics of her on TikTok. And Jazz says, I think I knew who you're talking about. She only has like 3 vids on her TikTok or something. And Yeo says, what did I walk into? And Caesar says, yeah, about her only having 3 videos. Now we're in July 7th, 2024. He says, bored and doobling, I miss my girlfriend. So he's real far away from her. July 8th, he posts this. It says, out July 12th. There goes my baby. So excited to finally share this with you. Post this. Okay. And then he posts this. Wait, that's the same. Yeah. Same day. It's the same post. See where it says, so excited to finally share this with you. So the rest of it's to share this with you guys. Because this one doesn't cut off with the cry face. And it says, there goes my baby with the big Hello Kitty. So this is a picture from the Fonda we just went over. Remember, Yay Woohoo shared that same picture. Now you will see on TikTok, Sophia, it'll come up where Sophia's like, oh, Yay Woohoo's different than the Celeste. Well, I don't know if she calls her Celeste, but she's describing Celeste as different than Yay Woohoo. But My opinion that she was wrong about that, and a lot of our opinions that's been looking into this came to the conclusion that no, it is the same person. But back then, she just thought Yay Woohoo was somebody different for some reason. Just the one person in Discord. So don't get confused when you see that coming up. We're at backstage is probably like their back dressing room or wherever where they hang out before the show. And then is this Celeste's purse right here? Is that purse that has the 2 keys that you could hook on or this? I don't. Wait. What? Please notice small Celeste is next to Lane in that one photo. She is clearly child-sized. Also compare poor Celeste ashen gray skin from being. I didn't notice that. What? Hold on a second. Let me see. I don't want to miss where we're at. So we're on 12/13. Hold on a second. How did I miss this for 7 months? Are you sure? So we're at 12/13. I'll go back and then we'll go right back, but I have to see if that's right because I never seen that. Oh, you're talking about backstage, right? I thought you were talking about in that big picture. You were talking about Pat backstage, right? You're not talking about in this picture. Let me find what I thought you were originally talking about. That's why I was like, there's no way. I thought you were referring to this picture. I was like, there's no way that's not her. But you were talking about backstage. Yeah, that's actually I think that's we used to think it was Lane C, but I think it's that other girl. They kind of look similar in that. I always forget her name, like Blair or shoot. I always forget her name, but it's not Lane C. Lane C is a little bit farther over, but she does look similar. We actually talked about that in a live and went over it and looked up the 2 people that the I forget what her name was, but we looked up her and Lane C, and then we looked up old pictures because we were confused because in that picture she looks similar, but it's not. But still, Lane C is a little bit, couple feet down, but the one right next to her, you're talking about in this picture, um, this one, that's not Lane C. Lane is right there. That's, like I said, I forget her name. It's not that important. I'll try to figure it out. Okay, so let me go back to where we were. Sorry, guys. I thought they meant something else, and I was like, wait, I gotta double check because if I was wrong, I mean, I'll admit I'm wrong. When I was talking about that she wasn't in that other picture, but she wasn't. Okay, so where do we pick up from? Right here? I said 12. All right, sorry, guys. That's purse right here? Is that purse that has the 2 keys that you could hook on or this? I don't know. Maybe not. It might be a book bag. I can't tell. But I do think that it could be her taking the picture. Trying to see if I see any like clues. Is that a bruise? Why does it look like a bruise right there? And then even a little right there. Does that look like a cut? I mean, that could just be sometimes I swear pictures, the quality, I'm not saying the quality is bad, but the pixels or whatever, sometimes it'll make it look like something different. Anyway, okay, so we're at July 9th, 2024 at 6:03 p.m. Sophia says this one is the unreleased version. It's a picture of David sitting on a stage singing, and it says turned out. So the song he's singing, some of the lyrics are, you didn't want to fall in love. I thought I had you figured out. And Sophia is kind of relating this to the breakup with Celeste. Now, I'm not sure why they think that they broke up because you'll see in a couple days here they're talking about having a kid on the way. So maybe that was just a rumor and there was no breakup at this point, which would be July of 2024. Or maybe they're kind of like on and off again where they would fight and break up and get back together. See, I would like to know how much they talked about when they on the 11th in a couple days. Did Celeste show her face? Does she pretend she's somebody else? I'm wondering if maybe she pretends to be someone else and she's missing, and you know what I'm saying? And that email that David's management got, maybe they have to keep it on the DL, you know, that he's still with her. So, because remember that live stream was January, the email was February. So maybe now she's pretending to be somebody else for his fans so they don't know who she is because she knows now people know and They're looking, so maybe that was the last time she actually showed her face. Okay, so... Well, wait, I'm mad that I didn't read those, that I just skimmed through. Hold on a second. So, I'm at 1408, right? Okay, so let me just read real quick where I was blabbing my mouth and I didn't even read these. I'm sorry, guys. That's me pre-recorded. So this says, when she sends you a paragraph of how much she loves you while you're sad at work. And then it says, this is January 2nd, 2024. So this doesn't really coincide in the timeline. I think I was just adding visuals because I was rambling on, but it's still important to read. It says, a song about getting your heart absolutely ripped out. So this is January 2nd, 2024. So let's put this into perspective. This is a month, a little over a month before Celeste officially runs away and they report her missing. Because remember, that's Valentine's Day. So in about a month and 10 days, or a month and 2 weeks, almost 12 days. But then it's also 9 days before they do that live stream together. Because January 11th is that live stream they do together where she says it's controversial that you are kids or whatever. And God, delete the video. That's January 11th, okay? So it's interesting that he posts this, a song about getting your heart absolutely ripped out. Huh, okay. And then this, he posts January 3rd. It says, this song is going to break me even more than it already has. And he posts these text messages, right? Could this be from him or from her? It says, I love you. 3 words I don't say anymore. Maybe because my heart is torn. Are these real messages, text messages, either from or to Celeste? Maybe. Maybe they have to... They're talking about this unreleased version that David did, I think, on Rehab, the song. And this Evan saying that he can't tell a difference. I'm not going to lie, apart from the background being clear, I don't hear much. Suffice said he only did a little bit change, just like Rehab. And I realized he got new girlfriend. And Evan said, question mark? We've known for weeks, bruh. And Deleted says, you know what she looked like? All I saw was she was white with red hair. And then in response to we've known for weeks, bro, Sophia says, no, I thought he was still dating his previous girlfriend. And in response to, do you know what she looks like? All I know is white girl with red hair. Sophia says, yup, red hair. And Deleted says, who was his previous? I'm so slow. And Sophia says, she was in his stream before. Deleted said, oh. And Sophia says, when he was making 2016 and leave her. And Deleted said, I'm going to search it up. And Deleted user asked, like Twitch, like the Twitch stream? And she says, yup. And Deleted said, okay, thank you. And Sophia says, he has that stream deleted, lol. Deleted said, see, this is why when I get a notification from anywhere, I click it first thing, bro. And Mirao says, I have her TikTok account. And Deleted said, what is it? And Sophia says, everyone found her TikTok. Lee says, did she fumble him? And Deleted said, what is it? And Miro gives the TikTok, and it's that yay woohoo 7. And Deleted said, I see it. Somebody else says, right? And Deleted said, we need Happy David more. David fallen off. And Deleted said, he's doing a song. You're right, Layla's. And I swear to God, hand to God, when I was looking at that picture that is labeled in the mansion, and that's why I was reading it, because Reddit had labeled the mansion. I know what picture you're talking about, but I was looking at it and I was like, wait a minute, that actually kind of looks like that could be a picture from the other house. I was going to go look at pictures and compare it if that's what you're talking about. I don't know. Because we don't know when. I'm trying to see if there was a date on when that was posted, just because it was with the group of messages from July 2024. I don't know if that means it was posted. Then I'll have to see, but I think it might have been. And you're right, it could have actually been the other house. And you're right, it was obtained February. That date that Celeste ran away was when they were moving in and getting that house, right? But Celeste was at the other house that he kept for a while. I don't know how long he kept it, but yeah. A month, so maybe he can make a comeback. Somebody says, yep, drop it in a week, I think. And Delita said the 12th. And someone says, I don't remember when he's dropping. Yeah, the 12th. There goes my baby. And Ella says, he's having a baby, question mark? And Deleted said, I heard it live while he was in Atlanta. Ella says, what? And Deleted posts a sticker, which is crazy because they were just talking about a song. It's not about a baby. It's about a girl. And Ella's like, he's having a baby, question mark? Because remember that talk about having a kid on the way, that hasn't happened yet. That's on 7-Eleven. That's in a couple of days. So that pregnant talk hasn't even happened yet. When they talk about it in Discord, where you remember Yay Woohoo says, oh, I have a kid on the way, and David agrees and all that stuff. Anyway, so Ella took that totally out of context. Oh, he's having a baby? And Deleted said, I heard it while he was in Atlanta, which I'm thinking he's talking about this person's talking about the song, and There Goes My Baby. Ella said, what? And then this little symbol says, no, it's about his girlfriend, I think. And Deleted said, no, LOL. Ella said, he's pregnant, question mark? And then she said, oh. And Lee says, help, what? And Ella says, oh, I didn't know he had one, about his girlfriend, about him having a girlfriend. And Deleted says, hi. And Lee says, hi. And in response to Ellison, I didn't know he had one. This symbol says, yeah, he's been had one. And Deleted said, she won't show her face, bruh. This person says, it's better if she didn't. David Writers will get pressed. And Lee says, right, some people will tear you apart if you're publicly with someone who's kind of big. And Ella said, I thought David fans were nice. They say, yeah, it can be mentally draining about people tearing people apart if you're publicly with someone. Ella says, like, and they say, better if they keep private. Lee says, exactly. Ella says, or maybe he's lying. And about David Writers will get pressed, Deleted said, you're right. And Deleted says, her account is so preppy. And this person says, she doesn't post on her account, though. And Deleted says, she made one like today or yesterday, I think. And Deleted said, you right. And this person says, yeah, even if David fans are nice, people are hella weird and will go an extra step to know about their life. And Deleted says, wild. And Ella said, they are a cult. And you can't tell me otherwise. July 11th, 2024. This is the Yay Woohoo's profile. It says member since July 11th, 2024. So interesting. So let's make this account. She makes this alt account, maybe. So now that people have met her, they'll think that his family and his friends and team or whatever. Then when they see this Yay Woohoo, they won't know it's Celeste in there. I don't know, because I don't know how they set it up. Did he lie and say this wasn't his girl? No. So then we got David, July 11th, 2024 at 10:20 p.m. He adds everyone and says, I have returned, and then shares this Bart Simpson screenshot. It's almost like this guy is like zoned out, like he's just I don't know what he's trying to portray here. Is like he's in a trance, or he's just zoned out, or just staring off into space, or he offers no context, just a picture of Bart. And then he says, must get 100,000 people in here before the album. And JFBVAK says, hello, King. Sophia says, bro's back. Mo K says, finally. Deleted said, I have to do my job now. Chiana says, oh my God, the chat is going off so fast. Help. Legit Marcus says, day. I missed June 27th through 29th. Shaluv says, all right, chill. Jolly says, my man. Sneo says, David, can we play Fortnite? Deleted said, what's happening? Help. Or I think it's more like, what's happening? Help. Then this deleted user here says, hi, guy. I'm David's girlfriend. And David says, hola. And this deleted user, which I don't know, like, is this deleted user the same as this one? Or why did you guys all have to delete your accounts? Anyway, so this deleted user says, I love you, David, bro. Sophia says, deleted user, yo, oh my God. And they say hi. And in response to David saying, everyone, I've returned, one of the deleted users says, leave again. And another one says, you leave us for mommy and come back. And then a deleted user goes, bah ha ha ha. And then one of them says, David, play Rec Room. And then another deleted user, I'm not sure which ones are the same, but it says slow-mo, don't do shit, bro. David said, song about to drop. And Billy says, oh my God, David, you little midget. And David says, we gonna be active, hashtag soon. And deleted said, all right, I leave. And Jack says, David, I want you. So I skipped some through because this one is, I'm trying to stay in the topic of it being about Celeste, where she's mentioned. So David says at 10:30, says, how long till the song? And Sophia says, David, are you happily married or single? And this R person says, he's my husband. And David said, me and deleted user got a kid on the way. And Z says, whoa. And Aishi says, congrats. Sophia says, actually? And the mods are recovering their ass, says, but not married? Brakeman says, I love worthless David. And in response to Sophia saying, actually, Ella says, yeah, David's pregnant. Deleted says, and that's allegedly Celeste, that's the one that he's saying that he's having a kid with. So that deleted says, just so you know, March next year, LMAO, talking about when she's due. Sophia says, I didn't know that, in reference to David's pregnant. Zur says, how many months? You notice how this person put, it looks like a baby Celeste right here. Huh. So how many months? Zur says, Ella says 6.5. So real quick, you guys, if you guys know how to turn off closed caption if they're on, right? Because I know some people like them, and some people, if they want to read this, it might get in the way. You guys know how to go into YouTube and turn them off, because I had to turn mine off on my phone because I want, sometimes you're trying to read it. Sometimes, people hard of hearing, it's great. But if you're just trying to read this and it pops up and it gets in your way, you know how to turn it off, right? It's really easy. If you need help, let me know. Or if you need help turning them on. So I don't know, is Ella like have some kind of knowledge? She's answering and knowing this stuff? Is she a mod or something at the time, or knows David? I don't know. Or maybe Celeste's friend. But the deleted user, aka allegedly Celeste, said due March. So she can't be 6.5 months pregnant if she's due March. So is Ella just making up stuff? I don't get why Ella said that. That doesn't match with the person that's supposedly pregnant saying she's due March. That would make her only like a month pregnant right now, right? Yeah, because March is 8 months away. 3 said, that's kind of crazy though. Due March, that would have been March 2025, because this is 2024. If she was due March, it would have been 2025. And she gets killed April, like the month after. Now we know she wasn't pregnant because they said, they would have said that if she was, right? So I don't know. That's what I want to know. Do you guys think, and you'll see they talk more about it. I think we have more to go. Sorry, I was looking at something else. I don't know how far we got into it. Where him and Celeste are both joking around. And shoot, I wish I would have pointed out, those of you that haven't are kind of new to this case. So a lot of the times when Celeste comes up on these, she's going to be a deleted user. Now, she's not every deleted user, because there's many deleted users in Discords that all are going to show up deleted user. So you got to use context clues to kind of figure out who the deleted users are. Now, going through all these Discord, I learned kind of little trick. Well, it's not a trick, but a lot of these people will screenshot in the moment they're having this conversation. So this would be before people deleted their accounts. They're having this conversation and somebody will screenshot it. If it's like good, or they want to use it to like hold it over their head, they'll screenshot it and post it. And then you'll be able to see the real name before they delete their account, and you'll be able to see who it is. And then you can match it to the other part. You know what I'm saying? You can match the screenshot to the deleted. It's hard to explain, but some people we could figure out for sure. But you have to use context clues. So basically, David and the deleted user Celeste, and they're joking around about having a baby. Now, do you think they're messing around and they are purposely just joking around? Or do you think that they think that they're having a baby and maybe something happens, or maybe Celeste was wrong, or maybe she has a miscarriage, or maybe she just thought so because she was late for her period and never went to the doctor and was like, oh my God, no, I'm not pregnant? Or do you think, I don't know, they could just be messing? Like, what do you guys think? Is what? And Ella said, you heard it here first. And then deleted user says, bye, LMAO. Or Sophia says, David has a kid. And deleted said, on the way, yeah. Ob says, what? Deleted says, haha. J Leaf says, always knew you would have made a great dad. Zur says, David, drop the single right now. Benji said, boy, do I have news for you. Z says, ping me when David joined VC. Ella says, he's pregnant with one. To 3 saying what? Michael said, David is not joining the VC. Another deleted said, why are you all saying he's pregnant? And Jay says, because he is. And David said, I'll join the group chat with wifey and give y'all story time. Jack says, David acted all mysterious and shit, like Hardy. Viper says to David joining the group chat, says, I thought what we had was special. Benji says, keep ignoring me. We gonna fight, bro. And Zerd says, question mark. Benji says, wait till you hear what drops in an hour. In response to David saying, I'll join the group chat with wifey and give you all story time, Sophia does that shocked face, I think is what, yeah, you described. But Cat's here. I got a counter for that. Now, I don't know because I don't know the details of how she was found, complete details, but from what we got on the medical examiner report, we see like her torso was completely intact and it was connected, half part up to her arms, depending. I mean, you saw we saw the diagram. So, was it cut like where her torso was cut off? Did they say that there was cut into where he could have removed the baby? Because if not, and everything's intact, they would be able to see a dead fetus. I mean, they'd be able to tell, unless if he removed it. Um, so like, and there's no, I mean, it sounds like to me that that's a whole, like it's a whole piece right there that it was, you know what I'm saying? I could be wrong, but it doesn't sound like that there was like a chunk taken out. I know this sounds bad. I don't know how to word it right, but I mean, I want to try to work this out because there was huge rumors, I think, because of the Discord messages that maybe she was, and there was also something on the death certificate. No, what was it? There was some other reason that it was like, why did they write it like that? I mean, they never said she was pregnant, but there's another thing I remember like thinking like that's odd. But I think if the torso was all intact, they'd be able to tell. Um So I don't know, but I guess I'll have to listen to some experts too. Describe that. And Neha says, sorry, what? David Fanboy says, oh my God, guys, David in VC, everyone join. And David said, I'm not in VC yet, you animals. And Maddie says, hurry up, gang. And David said, what should I name my kid, guys? And Sola says, yo, David, do I need to fight someone at Interscope? And deleted user post this picture of him and Celeste, him holding her hand at the fonda. And since we have those, like I said, that deleted user that's about talking about the kid, we think is Celeste because of context clues. Okay. So I think this one that posted this pictures of her at the fonda wearing that same thing. Oh, wow. Thank you. And then she's the one posting this here when they're talking about them having a kid on the way and him calling her wifey, which basically confirms that that person in this conversation is Celeste because she's the one that posted that picture of them. Okay. So then Sophia says, David, do y'all know the gender? And Robin said, wait, does he dead ass have a kid? I thought he was playing. And Michael says, he's playing. And David said, doing a David festival in Houston. That's the thing. I don't know if they're playing. I don't know. They could just be messing around. And it was a joke. And he thought like most people got it. They were just joking. And she never was pregnant. So I don't know. It's not really a topic you should joke about, but I don't think she was pregnant indeed. So maybe she thought she was pregnant. It was like one of those pregnancy scares, but she really wasn't. Or maybe she had an abortion. You never know. Or maybe they were joking. Or maybe, I mean, there could be all kinds of different possibilities. Maybe she had a miscarriage. Or like I said, maybe she thought she was pregnant, but turned out to be not pregnant. But I think in the end, I don't know. I guess she could have had an abortion, but I'm thinking maybe she just wasn't even pregnant. Okay, so David posts this picture of himself. And then we didn't know, post this picture of Rob. And then David posts this sticker of himself. Okay, so I have to point this out. So this Icy posts this picture of I use this actually for giveaways, the wheel of names, but he has kill everyone, question mark, yes or no, spin. And then you spin it and it'll say yes or no. What kind of freaking person posts that? Like what? That is disturbing. Deleted user says, should we join VC? Zerk says, yeah. So remember, deleted user right here is allegedly Celeste because they're talking about like her and David joining VC, and this is still that pregnant conversation. Zerk says, yeah. David said, I'm going to join VC in like 2 seconds. Zerk says, David, stage? Question mark, like what stage? And then Zerk says, tell him to join stage in VC. Sola says, you're tripping. Nico says, guys, is David actually talking in here? Zerk says, tell him to join stage in VC. And Absesna says, give me 1 minute to Sophia. And then Sophia says, bet. We didn't know, says Lod. I accidentally turned my camera on. About to KMS, which stands for basically self-delete. Zerk says, tell him to join stage in VC. I don't know how many times he's going to. So those of you that aren't familiar with some of the players here, KZWLA, this person right here, is Zerx. Zerxify was his name, and then he ended up changing it after all this happened. But this is Zerxify. He's like David's right-hand man for all this internet stuff. You'll hear him talk about him. Hey, tech Zerx, call Zerx. Hey, Zerx, help me out. And Zerx is the one which I'm trying to think if we'll get to that Discord coming up. He's the one that texted that it will be coming up in one of these videos, but he texted that one thing about don't. So he was texting with some mods and admins of the Discord, and he tells one of them to not talk about the tattoo on the victim, right? Before Celeste was identified. How would he know? And what tattoo was he talking about? At the time, we were like, okay, they said she's by that we know that she had the tattoo, and then we know she was posting pictures of the David tattoo, but we're like, was that a real tattoo? Because they never said anything about a David tattoo. So did she have, is that Celeste's finger for sure? Or was it just like a fake tattoo, or what's going on? Because they never mentioned the David tattoo. And then we were like, well, she's dismembered. So, I mean, there was a thought like maybe he like cut it off. I mean, that was something that we all were considering. Maybe dismemberment, maybe it wasn't all there and he got rid of that. Well, he did, and it was the exact finger that it would have been on. So that confirms that she did have that tattoo. It was that finger. And how that now that comment that Zerx made, because I wasn't sure. It's like, so we don't know for sure about that whole situation. We knew she had the tattoo, but like we're thinking she did really have the David tattoo, but now that we know, that had to be what he was talking about because he hid it. So that's even more incriminating now because back then it was like nobody knew it was Celeste yet. So nobody would have known that she had a David tattoo or anything. So he's telling somebody not to tell about the tattoo that she had before Celeste was identified. On the 13th, I think he did it. She wasn't identified. We saw from the reports, from the freaking medical reports, the document saying September 16th is when they identified her. You'll see coming up. So it's like, did he confide in him and tell him? And it's like, I got rid of her finger. Like, don't make sure somebody, doesn't tell about the I don't know. I mean, it's just weird that he said that before anybody even knew. Like, you would not know it was Celeste unless you knew what happened and you had inside information. So what tattoo was he talking about? I mean, and it was about this situation. You'll see it coming up. Gonna say that. Yasser says, David, goon party. Yeah, that's what it is. Sick. Diplo says, wait, so his girlfriend is his manager? Sophia says, no, he gave it, so she got perm to this server. So he must have gave her a role or something as a manager in the server, maybe? So she got perm to the server? Is that permanent? Anyway, Goober says, no, UTS this guy with a beard. I saw him in real life. AJSVO7 says, his girlfriend here, question mark? And Sophia says, it's deleted user. Talking about that's his girlfriend. And AJ says, I follow her on Instagram. Nice. And Robin says, I follow her on TikTok. And says Tickle Talk. And AJ says, nice. And Robin says, method, question mark? And Zur says, David, start rapping triple entendres with Kendrick. Speedy says, Makey, There Goes My Baby remix with Diddy. Sophia says, with Epstein too. And Speedy says, David and Epstein and Diddy and Meek Mill would go crazy. Sophia, and Evan says, Epstein don't make music, bro. And Zur says, song of the year. And then, July 11th, 2024 at 11:22 p.m., deleted user posts this of her hand with the David and the ring, which is the same picture that The Dean Blunt lover posted on her page, which we know that's Celeste. Plus, we know Celeste is in chat. Remember, they were just like talking about having a kid, and they're gonna get on VC, and he's gonna chat with his wifey, having the story time. Which I do believe that because there's some stuff coming up where the Discord chat talks about how Celeste and David have talked about how they've met. So I'm guessing that's probably what they're doing now. When they get on that VC or whatever, and they have story time. So this picture is his Facebook profile pic, the one where he's holding a ring. Just wanted to point this out because it looks like the same ring that Celeste is wearing, so I thought that was kind of interesting. Okay, Shinwa says, guys, it's the real D4VD. I'm delusional. Davey says, he want me, bro. Real, not clickbait. And then Davey posts a post that David responded to him where Davey says, I want you, and David said, I want you. Oh, so Shinwa posts a post, I'm guessing to show like, look, he's saying this stuff to everybody. Where Carp says, David, hey, and David says, oh, what a cute little creature. Yasser says, definitely matches the freak. Benji says, Mr. Burke is mine. Sophia says, wait, you're engaged? Responding to this right here. Oh, I'm sure this one, I think Benji's responded to this too, where it says, Mr. Burke's mine. Krim says, a wing. The A man says, whoa. Raze says, zam. They're all responding to this. Peep says, damn. Mix 000 says, who the F is David? And Sophia says, wait, you're engaged? And deleted user says, haha. The stone thrower says, aura. Viper says, this could be a David Dobrik. And Kamikot says, damn, y'all engaged? Shakuzi says, wild. Ray says, don't get hers tatted. Stone thrower says, yes, David, that would be aura. Deleted said, get her tatted. So I think this one is her saying that. Yeah, get her tatted. And when Raisin says, don't get her tatted because of the finger that looks like a tattoo on Celeste where it says David. Now, we don't know if it's fake or she just wrote it in and took that picture. We don't know because they haven't mentioned her having that tattoo, but that could be a reason why she was dismembered. At least one of the reasons. They could have just, cut it off. This is the perfect example. What I was talking about is if I say something outdated, remember it's not me talking now, right here. Now we know that he freaking got rid of that finger. But back a couple months ago, we didn't know. So hold on, let me see. What are you engaged? Hold on a second. I want to see something. Oh, it could be that picture. I want to see something real quick. Definitely matches the freak. Okay. Ray says, don't get hers tatted. Stone Thrower saying that. Yes, put it in and took that picture. We don't know because they haven't mentioned her having that tattoo, but that could be a reason why she was dismembered. At least one of the reasons. They could have just, cut it off. So there was no connection with her. Well, shouldn't say that. She's found in David's car, but as far as like her having his name tattooed, David might not want that to be known because then that would show, wait a minute, this is more than just like an associate or friend, So they might have cut the tattoo off the skin or dismembered, or maybe that finger's not there. We don't know yet. Or, well, I was right. There you go. This was a couple months ago, January. I was saying maybe they cut it off. And what do we know? Because I was just we were talking about like, why didn't they say anything about her David tattoo if this is hers? I said, well, maybe they cut her finger off, cut the skin off right there. Maybe they just cut her whole finger off. And what do you know? They did and kept it. Wow. I forgot that I said that in this one. I know we had discussed it, but on lives and stuff, but this is a pre-record. I forgot about that. I'm looking for it, Kalohi. I don't use Twitter that much, but I'm gonna pull up Twitter. I'm surprised Reddit don't have it. I'm surprised you didn't say it was from Reddit. I'm trying to minimize my Reddit on this case, but might not have been a real tattoo. Hopefully we'll find out these answers. Anyway, deleted user or Sophia in response to deleted saying haha to Sophia saying you're engaged, Sophia says, I'm happy for you, Pookie. So then, yeah, so this deleted user is Celeste, or is the person, whoever's with David saying they have a kid on the way, basically, and that they're engaged, which we think is Celeste. Sorry, I hope I'm not confusing you. Zerk says engaged, question mark. And then in response to Kami Cat saying yes, get her name tattooed, Sophia says he don't like to get a tattoo, but I'm sure he will for her. Shinwa says David is casted in the Hobbit for life. Jay says, is your girl taller than you? Zer says, David, wear platform shoes. Zer says, David, dry or lotion? Deleted user says, someone asked why David hasn't dropped unstable yet. And either the same deleted user or a different deleted user says, my sibling is trying to kill me. Light says, you good? And deleted said, no, I have a 5-year-old is killing me. And then the deleted says, I love David's girlfriend. And Zerk says, Kaden, BRYP, don't send this. Be right. What does it stand for right there? Like somebody posting, a bunch of people posting those messages that Celeste had with her friend about like having sex with it. And these new creators are like, oh my God, new messages going viral. These aren't new messages. These are out from the beginning, guys. It's kind of like, huh, dang it. Anyway, I mean, I don't see what you're talking about though. Horrifying leaked messages. Yeah, that's from like 8 months ago, buddy. All right. A lot of them is like, there's not a standard thing. It could be not you, Chloe. I'm looking for what you're talking about. I don't see them yet. This or not. People just make it up. I don't know. Don't send this. Brip, don't send this. I don't know. Okay. Deleted user says, me and David said good night, guys. Bye. With a heart, hand heart. Zane says, straight to my every David song playlist. Micah says, love you, baby, or Anne says, love you too. And then in response to deleted, which I think this deleted Celeste is a Celeste saying goodnight. Evan says, can he check DMs when he gets the chance? Talking about David. Zerk says, good night, yay, woohoo 7.
I personally
And then, so that was at 12:09, right? And then 12:17, which is 8 minutes later, she posts, David shadow banned me. And it's Yay Woohoo's, it looks like her TikTok account. She's saying he shadow banned me. So I don't know why he would have done that. I mean, maybe they got in a fight or something that night. He got mad at her. But isn't it like the platform shadow bans you? How does a person shadow ban you though? I know what shadow ban means, but I don't know what that means saying David shadow banned her. Would it be on purpose or something he did or something happened because of her posting him? I don't know, but if anybody knows, let me know. I do, like I said, I know what shadow ban means, but I can't understand what it means in the context of David doing it to her. Because I thought it was more like platforms do it to people. But did you guys check? Wait, did you notice this? Hold on a second. I don't know if anybody's ever seen this. I haven't until now, until this project. But look at this. So like this person is the one that took a screenshot, right? So she took a screenshot of her page, right? At that time. Now she's getting notifications. So my thing is if she's getting a notification, would this be her profile pic of getting a notification? Normally it'd be somebody else's, right? Like coming up and it's like, oh, notifications coming up, right? As you're screenshotting it. But does that not look like Celeste though? Dude, so look. Like, but what's up with her hair? It looks like it's in braids. What do you guys think? Because I know, I mean, we all think, yeah, she's Yewoohoo. But to have, like, for sure proof that that is, because it's all us just trying to research and figure things out. But that's huge. Because, I mean, is that not a picture of her? Or am I wrong? All right, let's continue. Let me know your thoughts there. Okay, so next we have deleted user in response to her saying David shadow banned me. Another deleted user says following you right now. I love you. So now this person's gonna follow her because now she posted her screenshot of her page so they could see who she was. Okay, so this is the end of part 3. Be on the lookout for part 4. Have a good one. Okay, sorry. Wow, it's crazy. All these people just coming into this case, like, all, where was everybody at this whole time? That's crazy that people like weren't aware of it back. I don't know, but I guess I come into cases late sometime too. I'm on Twitter here. I'm trying to find that, and I'm finding all these people posting all this stuff that we posted like 7 months ago, acting like it's like new stuff they found. But where is it, Chloe? This is driving me nuts, though. I never seen that. I heard you mention that the other day too. The other live you mentioned it. And wasn't sure what you were talking about, but okay. So let's play part 3. So that was part 3. Let's play part 4. Sorry. Now you guys, these are all on my playlist. This is where I'm grabbing them from. These are past videos I've done, and I have a playlist. Oh wait, hold on. Let me bring up my play. Oh yeah, it's right here. If you go to my playlist, this is what it's labeled. If you want to check them out. I know some of mine are pre-records. They're nice, like 30 minutes. Some are like 5-6 hour lives. But I tell you, those 5 or 6 hour lives, I mean, I go over so much stuff, like all the stuff that you'll be seeing, probably little bits and pieces here. You can just watch my videos and you'll see all this stuff that now they're posting now as new. But I mean, I know some of my lives are long, but I do go over a lot of information. I know I ramble too, but I still do cover a lot. Okay, so let's play part 4. So wait, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, part 4. Okay. I think it's a person right here with the picture of her. And okay, welcome back, guys. So we are on our part 4 of the Celeste timeline. So I'm just going to get right into it. We are going to start off on July 16th, 2024. David posts this to his TikTok and it says, "My girlfriend won't post me to this sound, so I'm doing it myself." And then it says, "She ain't texting me in 3 hours. I think she hates me. She's sleeping." And then on the same day, 7/6/24, this DLVD person posts this in Discord, which they got it from the Hello Kitty Lifeger account, which has this picture. So it's allegedly Celeste's account. I mean, it's definitely her picture. So she posts that, which looks like it's a picture of him and her, of course, without her face. Another sign that this probably is indeed Celeste. The fact that there you go. You're right. This was 2024. Now, this isn't the original person that posted it, but if it was posted July 16th, 2024, that means it at least it had to have happened before that or that day, right? He wasn't in the mansion yet. Oh wait, yeah, he was. No, no, no. Yeah, he was. He was in the mansion. Yeah, February. Never mind, he was. Oh my God, I'm second guessing myself over here. Yeah, he was. Never mind. Just ignore. Just erase that from your memory. I was responding. Somebody was asking me, I think, I don't know if this is what they're asking me about. I was trying to figure it out with them, but I was wrong. Yeah, this could. Now, I gotta go look at the other house. I'm pretty sure this is the mansion. It looks like it from the background. I'd have to compare. I do a house on the comparison, a video on the 2 house comparisons. Okay, let me see. Do a video search with as many descriptions and as. Okay, I'll ask them. ChatGPT is not. I feel like they're okay. They can help me out sometimes, but I'll ask them. But sometimes they're wrong, and you have to double check. And sometimes they're just. Sometimes it helps, and then sometimes it makes more work for me. But I'll ask, I'll see, because it does help sometimes, definitely. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not sure when she posts this on her account, because I mean it's private now, but she's posted sometime before 7/16/24 because this person posts this, takes a screenshot of it and posts it. So, which I think this is her and him on the couch, it looks like. Backs to him, and maybe they're kind of cuddling in a way, and she takes a picture of him. Okay, so this person, this D4VD is the one that sent this, right, in Discord. So this person replies to that's what this is. They're replying to that attachment and says, "Did he send you this?" 'Cause it's probably like, "Where did you get this picture? Did he send this to you?" And David said, "Nah," or another David, some other David person says, "Nah, that would have been hilarious though. It's on his girlfriend's story." And Michael says, "Imagine he streams and it's just on his wall." And this other David says, "Oh my God, yes." And then Leah says, "Does she give out her account?" That other David says, "What?" And Leah says, "Like, I didn't know she has an Insta account. And you crop the user, so." The other David, whoever this is, D4VD, says yes, because she's private and only has 48 followers. And Deleted says, "Do you know each other?" And he says, "No, I'm just smart, however. One called me chronically online. It was very easy to find her account since David is legit her PFP or profile picture." So she has David as her profile picture on her Instagram. Deleted said, "I found her account too, but how did you view her story if it's private?" And Michael said, "She got accepted probably because of the pink David flag." That D4VD says, "'Cause she accepted my follow request. Man, put two and two together." And TVVU says, "Berlin was gas, y'all. Am I right?" So we're at July 16th, 2024, 4:18 p.m. Miffy says, "Did I get accepted to an account I shouldn't have, LOL?" So that account they're talking about is Celeste's account. It says, "I say, oh baby." Yep. And it's a picture of David with a girl that we do think is Celeste. You see a little bit of red hair. It's at his mansion, though, you could tell from the background. And Ben says, "No need to block the name out." And Jazz says, "Exactly." Jazz says, "Does she post him a lot? Has she ever shown her face?" And Leah says, "There's no pics of her face on the account, only like two of David." And Jazz says, "They both said in the stage VC how they met is complicated, LOL." Ooh, I want to point that out. But thank you, A Tale of Two Bobs. Wow, thank you so much for that. Oh, that is so generous of you. You got little animals on your. Thank you. Oh, thank you, thank you. Um, so I still can't find it, Chloe. I tried ChatGPT and it's not finding anything. Okay, so do you see what they just said though? So they're talking about Celeste and Yay Woohoo and people trying to figure out like who's their girlfriend and and they were talking about in the past. I don't know if it was just right before this, but in the past messages where they're like she doesn't post her face. She's not that many posts. What does she look like? Blah, blah, blah. There's no pics of her face on the account, only like two of David. Has she ever shown her face? People are curious and trying to get like information, like, have you seen her or whatever? So they have done some live streams together. That one in particular we know of because we have a clip, but they've done more than one live stream together from like hearing, people talk about it in Discord. So they at least done a few live streams together, right? Um, so and it sounds like, that one she had the glasses and the hood and the glasses and put her hand over her face a lot and kind of you could barely see her. I mean, you could see it's her, but so I don't know if she always I'm sure like whatever. I don't think there's many. I think there's just a couple actually live streams. Um, so anyway, this person's saying they both said in the stage VC, which is a voice chat. So that's actually a wait. That's the voice chat, yes, because a VOD would be a video. So it's the voice chat where they could all go on and talk on the audio, and then sometimes they go up on screen and it's just like audio. Like they could show their face, but a lot of times they'll just have their thing where it's just audio. Like if I just did this right here. Wait, which one am I on? If I did this, and so they do that. So I'm sure that's what they were doing on the voice thing. So they were up on the stage in the voice chat, and they were talking about how they met, and they said it's complicated. I'd like to hear that. Gosh darn it! Do you think that investigate law enforcement was able to get them? Because I think those were deleted a long time ago. Some of them right after they happened, like that stream right after. And from what I've learned from Discord, um once stuff is deleted, it's really hard to get it back, and especially if that was deleted almost like, oh, yeah, about a year, at least those streams were like a year, almost about a year ago from when they found her. So it's like I think those are long gone. I pray that they're not, but I feel like that one was January 11th, 2024. It was right before. No, no, no. Yeah, 2024, because it was right before she ran away that time where they reported her. That one where she said "RN kids," the controversial thing. So that was January 11th, 2024, and they deleted that right away. So that's long gone. Um, And then I don't know when this, so this is posted July 17th, 2024, and they're just talking about a past voice chat thing on stage where they said it's complicated. Um, Now I think the one that stream I'm talking about was a Twitch stream. So and then it's somehow they use Discord too, or I think it was Twitch too. So Twitch, I don't know, maybe Twitch is different, but I have a feeling that's a hard one to get, especially if it's over a year old. So anyway, I'm just curious. I would love to try to find somebody that actually really remembers this. Like let's say it was in this chat, really remembers what they said exactly and could tell us. So they did do some kind of story time sometime in Discord video chat, and they explained how they met, and it's complicated, I guess. And July 17th, 2024 at 11:18 a.m., Jazz says same profile pic and shows this zoomed in, this right here, where it's Yay Woohoo 7. Now this picture looks like David, and then there's a hand, which I'm trying to match up the hand and the angle of the hand. It looks like her hand, right? But I'm trying to like picture where is she at if her hand, like what is she doing? Any ideas? It definitely looks like David sitting back in the seat. Who is the person in the other car? Such a weird picture. It's like a mixture of his and her hands. The one finger, it looks like his hand. Looks like she has that ring on, but it's just I can't figure out the angle that she's sitting that her hand would be like that. And I don't know. It's weird because the hands don't even I can't figure out how they're doing their hands. I mean, like I said, I know that's the one finger looks like his, and then you could see hers with the ring. Then where's her arm? Like what how is she sitting? And I don't know. It's a weird picture. And then with that person in the background, what the heck does it looks like the person has a mask on or something? Let me know your thoughts and ideas on this. And look, if you zoom into the one up here, it shows a little bit more. So now it looks like another hand is right there and she's holding something. You could see like David's other hand to the right because you could see more of him sitting down. I don't know, guys. Okay. So Miffy says, LMAO, I blurred it because they only have like 50 something followers. And Hot Girl says, hi, and puts a picture of David. And Ben says, 99% sure that's the one, LOL. And Liv says, it's the Hello Kitty girl. Okay, so in response to them talking about how they met in the stage VC and it was complicated. So remember, that's referring to David and Celeste. We're in a stage VC talking about how they met and it was complicated. I'd love to hear that. Anyway, so Leah says, in response to that, has two crying faces and says, I was just replying to your question, which I'm not sure why she's getting so defensive on that, but moving on. Jazz says, never mind, I found the account. And Leah says, okay. So now we're at July 22nd, 2024 at 6:05 p.m. Rodrigo says, yo, I'm following this account too, WTH. Does anybody know who it is? And deleted said, his girlfriend. And Rodrigo said, is that confirmed? What's her name though? And deleted user says, yes, and I don't know, LOL. And Jazz says, she followed me back. I asked, how are you? And she unfollowed me. And then the next one, nobody says anything for almost a month. Because look, this is July 22 and not till August 8th. Does anybody start talking again? And then on July 30th, 2024, there's that picture of him and Celeste at that party, that Maximilian Polo. He takes a bunch of photos of different parties that these internet celebrity type people go to and party. So Celeste went to one of them with him. I mean, maybe more than one, but I mean, we know this one because this picture Crazy. So yeah, interesting. She's at the party with him and they have the same bandana on. It's like she knows that he's taking a picture, so she kind of hides behind him and turns her face because she knows that she's not supposed to be on pictures or camera. Cover your face. That would suck. And the crazy thing is, he talks about in that one pre-record I put out, and we'll come to it if you guys watched it. He talks about if he had a girlfriend. This is when he didn't have a girlfriend, and if he had a girlfriend, why would you even keep it secret? Because somebody says something like, "Oh, you might have a secret one." Well, why would I would never keep it secret? My Instagram would be her Instagram. I'd be posting about her all the time. And now look, now he's got a girlfriend, and he's hiding her. Well, we know why, but I'm just saying it's just so crazy that he made a big deal about that. And now he's doing the exact thing that he was basically saying he would never do. Okay, so yeah, she's at a party with him. And then August 10th, 2024 at 3:39 p.m., somebody posts a picture of David with a bunch of girls behind him, and it says, "This is my pic with him in Paris." Now we have David, August 16th, 24 at 1:36 a.m. David said, "Billy not gonna get on no David song." And deleted said, "Drop the one with the missing girl, Celeste Rivas Hernandez." Whoa. Look, he just commented a minute, that same minute he had just commented, "Billy not gonna get on no David song." So he saw that message about drop the one with the missing girl. Just So this is an important part, guys, right here. Like I said, this is before the murder, August 16th, 2024, where David was in chat and he says, "Billy not gonna get on no David song, cry face, whatever." And then this person, this deleted user says, "Drop the one with the missing girl, Celeste Rivas Hernandez." All the way back August 16th, 2024. This was, look, he posted at 1:36 a.m. right after this person posted, like probably at the same time, bam. So there's no way that he didn't see that. He saw that. David saw that. Thank you, Kalohi. Thank you for all your hard work to get justice for Celeste and your library of videos you compiled, document these discords. Oh, thanks, Chloe. That's so sweet. That's so sweet. Thank you. Wait, what is your in the little circle? What does it say? It's too small. I can't see. The mountains though. David song. So he saw that message. Oh, you'll be entered. Cool, you'll be entered. I don't know if you guys have been here like last year I was doing these. These goals could be fun where it's like it's like an incentive where the giveaway, I always like to do them for a giveaway, even though you don't have to. It could just be a Q&A or it could be something else, but I like to give back. So like, I like to always make the giveaway more than what you would give if to enter. So you know what I'm saying? So it's like buying a lottery ticket. So if you win, you're up, you know? So yeah. When, but it, excuse me, when we make the goal, then I do the giveaway. And I am going to do a $50 Amazon. So you'll be entered, Chloe. And then once we make the 10 super chats of 10 or over, then I'll do the wheel of names or whatever. There's a bunch of random pickers. And then I'll pull a winner and you get whoever wins get a $50 Amazon card. Okay. I'll drop the one with the missing girl. Just totally ignores that message, okay?
Delana,
Acts like it doesn't even exist. And then a deleted said, "Oh man," and Zerk says, "Especially you, Kylie." So they're having a conversation about, I don't know what they're talking about here. Can't remember. But let's jump down to where it says, we're in response to Billy saying, "Billy not gonna get on no David song." A deleted user says, "I'm snitching," which I'm not sure what that's in reference to. It's got to be in reference to the person that said, "Hey, drop the one with the missing girl," because that was the message David had wrote that same minute, 1:36, the same time. So he's in the server. So I think they just grabbed that message because they were trying to tell David, like, "Hey, David, I'm snitching." And it's probably the same person that did put the drop the one with the missing girl because it's both a deleted user. So I think they put that out there. "Hey, drop the one with the missing girl." David doesn't respond, and then they tag David in that chat talking about doing a song with Billy, and then they say, I'm snitching. Trying to get a reaction out of him, but they don't. David just ignores. Okay, so then we have this, which I cannot find this in the Discord. Now, this is a screenshot that's been passed around, but when I go in there now, I cannot find it. So I don't know if it's somehow they deleted it where there's no record of it, which watching that music clip that I was sent in a live stream about Discord, it said like, once you delete it, there is no record of it. Remember they said that's like one of the sites that you could delete it and it's gone forever, which makes me wonder why these people that are deleting some of these accounts and some of this stuff, it's still up there. Why didn't they delete it? If they're trying, you know what I'm saying? If they're trying to hide some things, it's saying deleted user, but the stuff is still there. So you would think they would have deleted stuff. Does that make sense? And the mods would have. But I'm wondering if the actual person has to do it and the mods can't, maybe the mods can't delete stuff and maybe the people didn't know how to delete it. I don't know. I can't find this, but it's important because look what it says. Ellie, and it's from August 16th, 2024. It's saying 22:53, which would be 10:53. So Ellie says, you aren't given any proof. So that's all I'm going to think. In which I wish I could find this conversation because I think what's going on is Ponzalo is talking about, you know, Celeste, this missing girl, and David possibly having her. And Ellie's like, hey, show us some proof. And then Ponzalo sends this missing poster person right here with the picture of her. And it says, last seen in Los Angeles, Hollywood Hills area. She's 13 years old. DM me if you have any info. And it says she came back home in March, then went missing again in like April. Okay, so I'm going to play. Hold on 1 second. I want to see something. I just missed. Oh, 8/16. Okay. Just wanted to see what that date was. That was still. Okay. Thank you so much. Roof Rat 631. I will enter you in too. Thank you. In A Tale of Two Bobs, I'm gonna enter you in too. Even though I started the goal after yours, but it's only fair. Okay, so I'm about to play the neighbor or the argument that Celeste had with a neighbor, if you guys haven't seen that. Now, I've heard a lot of people quoting like, oh, that voice doesn't sound like the same that's on Invisible String Theory or this or that. Now, you guys realize that it's hard to tell. And dude, it made me mad because I couldn't get it exactly. I couldn't figure it out. But she, in the argument with the neighbors, maybe somebody could help me out with this. Well, let me fast forward it to one. She came back home in March, then went missing again in like April. Okay. So she's arguing with another girl's yelling back. And I always had trouble figuring out like which, like, they almost sound pretty similar, but there's two people arguing, right? Because the girlfriend, isn't the neighbor the guy's girlfriend or whatever is arguing too? So I feel like that's not all Celeste is arguing. Am I wrong here? I know, like, when everybody first started playing it, like, it was just, I feel like it assumed, like, oh, that was just Celeste yelling the whole time. But if you really pay attention and you understand, like, okay, what was happening about the, um, wasn't the music loud? Now it's been a while since I've seen it. And then he's like something, oh, tell your girl to blah, blah, blah. And the girl yells. So then it has to be two girls. There has to be another girl that's yelling too. So this isn't all Celeste. But anyway, what was I gonna say? Somebody else I feel like I had to answer. Where is it? Oh, wait. Roof, thank you so much. Oh, you're talking about the super chat. Yes, I thanked Roof Rat. I thanked her. Thank you. Okay, here we go. Let me make sure. Oh, I'm behind. Hold on. Am I missing another one? Let me make sure here. No, we got two. Okay. Well, three. And then Steph did the memberships. All right, here we go. Okay, so I'm going to play this. This is from September 8th, 2024. It's the fight that she has with her neighbors back at home.
All the way up to the end?
Right there. I'll tell you where that. See that door right there? Number 2, not down there. Number 2 right there.
Let me talk real quick, okay? You gonna let me talk?
ain't gonna let you talk.
No, you ain't gonna let me talk. Why you not gonna let me talk? You tripping.
I ain't tripping.
Nah, you tripping. How about you ain't tripping? You gonna let a woman talk? Alright, I'm not gonna let your woman talk.
I see Omi here. Again.
Little house, you don't even got a house.
Hey, bro.
You talking?
Yeah, ain't nobody black right here, homie. We're Southsiders right here, homie. We're Southsiders here. Get it right, homegirl. Shut up with your black talking. Shut up. You talking like you black, girl, with your black talking.
No!
Yeah.
No!
Yeah. Ain't nobody black right here. What are you talking about? I said we're not black over here. Why you keep calling us? You keep saying we're not black. Let it go. Go back to your house.
Go back to your house.
Go back to your house. You ain't gonna do nothing, bro. What you gonna do? You ain't no gangster. You ain't nothing, you know what I mean? What you are but a little girl. What you but a little girl. What you gonna do? What you gonna do? What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? I don't go home.
You need to go home. Seriously.
I'm not Mexican. Salvador, you just tripping.
Oh my God.
Not because you tripping. Move the out of here.
You ain't gonna do shit. You ain't gonna do shit. You better get over there. Get your over there, little girl.
I'm over here, stupid.
Go there, little girl. You ain't gonna do shit. Go. Go. What are you gonna do, bro?
Go call her dad, babe.
What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do, little girl?
So then we get this person that knew Celeste and was friends with. Okay, now I listened to it after the fact. Now I could tell which one's which. Okay, I was confused at first, but now I don't know why it just clicked. Okay, there's just a few. Most of it is her, right, and then that couple parts of the other girl. But I was always confused where she kept saying like, you're gonna let your girlfriend talk or whatever, and then you don't hear the girl. So I was like, is she yelling back and they sound the same? But I think what it is TMZ is the one that got this. I think TMZ just cut out some of the parts where we were only hearing her like when she was yelling most of the time, right? Anyway, I don't know. It's hard to like what was it even about? I feel like I missed it. I was trying to hear the voices so much, and I've heard this multiple times, I know. But now I was thinking it was about the music, and I know listening to him back when it came out, I was still kind of a little bit confused on like what the issue was. Um, but remember, don't forget about the date on that. Hold on, let me rewind it for a minute. 9/8. So this is from September 8th, 2024. Now, if you guys heard, SF Investigates or whatever, did that interview on that one guy's channel, and he kept saying, like, how she would come back home, so she really wasn't missing. That's kind of true to a degree. Like, we hear that, she's goes to her Esmeralda's, her cousin's graduation in the middle of where she's supposed to be missing. She's back home now, September 8th, 2024. This would be 2 months after we seen her at the Fonda with David's family. She's over here back home. So I do think that he probably is right in the fact that she wasn't really missing. Yeah, she ran away. She probably had a history of running away, and I think the family just kind of gave up and just was like, hey, we can't control her in a way. And then I do think it has something to do with the reason they reported it and then didn't report. Maybe the reason they really reported it to begin with because they were worried, but then when they found out where she was or whatever, and they couldn't get her to stay home. This is just one of my opinions too. They couldn't get her to stay home. They figured they would get in trouble with her not going to school, so they just kind of just didn't report that she's home. But she really wasn't home. I mean, she'd come home, but then she'd go. But my point is, I do think they were aware of where she was. I mean, they didn't deny that they knew she was seeing some guy named David, and they were aware, he was probably staying with her because remember the one time she went to a movie with David, her boyfriend, and then didn't come back home after that at one of the times she ran away. So I do think they were aware of where she was, and she did come home here and there, and they just never said she was found, officially, because they probably don't want to get in trouble because I mean they couldn't they probably couldn't keep her home. So, you know what I'm saying? So it'd probably be hard to just keep reporting her missing and then she runs away. I don't know the whole story. I don't want to judge or anything. Some, benefit of the doubt is maybe they just couldn't keep her home, so they didn't want to keep reporting her missing. But I guess maybe those details will come out as the case comes out with, as the trial happens and stuff. Maybe we'll find some stuff out. Um, but yeah, so this date is important. She's back home on basically the day after her birthday. So she probably went home for her birthday, I'm guessing.
What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do, little girl?
So then we get this person that knew Celeste and was friends with Celeste, okay? So they post this. They go by Exile's Funeral. It says, was getting too many messages, hate being in this type of stuff. But the body that was found in David's car was ID'd as my friend and a friend of my old friend group. It was known that she was dating David, to me at least. Screenshots I'm showing is first me explaining my story with everything and her a bit and showing proof that it's the same girl by name and face from she sent me back then. It's hard to prove some of the screenshots because Instagram deleted her messages when she deleted her new account. But I have old screenshots from her older account that shows her messages. But to add more proof that I knew her, I added a screenshot at the end of us being in the same group chats, matching same name and profile pic as the screenshots of her in the David server. And then another screenshot of a picture of them together and got posted online. David also used to have pictures with her on his post, but later took them off when they broke up from what I could depict. The last time me and Celeste spoke, I believe was definitely December around 2024. She drunkenly called me after asking to call, as you can see in one of the screenshots where I'm telling her I can call in a minute, and she was crying, throwing up, and sharing her screen, showing me that she was spam calling David and spam texting him to pick back up the phone and how she misses him. I probably have screenshots of his phone number somewhere, but I couldn't find it. I'll look again when I can. Then a few days after that call me and her had, she deleted her account again and went ghost off everything. And I no longer had contact with her, which I didn't see as anything wrong because it wouldn't be the first time she went off the internet. Had no idea she went missing. To people saying that I'm lying about all of this, I genuinely don't understand how I benefit. If anything, I'm cutting certain connections off from myself by speaking out on this because I'm also a music artist. I was this girl's friend. We were decently close enough for her to talk to me about her relationship shit. And I am not using her name for some F shit. I was genuinely distraught when I connected everything together, especially when the last time we heard from her was our call. So I'm not sure if this is the friend that the exile's funeral or whatever, if this is the conversation this person had with Celeste, or is this a different friend? I don't know. I swear I did see another conversation with Celeste that maybe was this exile's funeral, but I haven't been able to find it. So maybe it's this conversation, but they had a conversation with Celeste and they posted screenshots. It may be this. Either way, if I find it, I'll add them in there. If not, no big deal. I'm going to read this. This is a real conversation with Celeste, with somebody, one of her friends. It could be this exile's funeral or maybe another one, but her brother actually ends up confirming some of this stuff. So it is a legit conversation with Celeste. So let me read it. But something says, I made it, cry, cry, cry. So that's her friend saying that. Celeste is in the white. Says, it can bleed and not bleed during sex because you probably did it when you were younger. And in response to her friend saying, you don't have to bleed the first time, she said, I didn't because I wasn't horny. And this friend says, you said you bled? What? And Celeste says, I thought I did, but I just got my period. I only bled with David. And this person said, And Celeste says, with Gus, I was just drunk and did it because he got mad at me the first time for not having sex with him. And then the friend says, I'm just checking up on you. And Celeste says, I don't want to talk to anyone. Her friend said, that's it. She says, okay, yes, of course. And her friend says, but you have to swear you're going to stay safe. Are you still going to talk to David or go back with him? Because I don't want you to get into any more trouble with him. And Celeste says, I'm safe. No, I'm not. And the friend says, okay, I love you. I'll text you in about a week. Don't delete Insta. Celeste says, love you too. I won't. So I'm not sure if that's the friend's conversation that I just read, but let's go back now to the timeline. Okay, so here's that picture of David meeting with Celeste's friends. It shows them getting out of the car, and this is dated December 14th, 2024. Somebody posted this picture at that time. This has been before Celeste was found and stuff, but it says it has that date, and then it looks like they reposted it. So if that's true and that's when this happened, it's very interesting because a lot of people think the murder happened January 25. And we just got done seeing that Exile's Funeral said that they had. I said, remember, this is old video. Now we know it didn't happen in January, but people did think that. A lot of people thought that for a while, you know. So, but now we know. Gotten in a big fight or whatever, that they were broke up in December, and she promises she won't go back with him. So that's that text conversation that I'm not sure if that is Exile's Funeral talking with Celeste or if it's somebody else talking with Celeste. Either or, even if that's another friend, it just confirms December 2024 they broke up. And then Exile's Funeral does say in his post December 2024 is when he talked to her. And Celeste and David have some kind of either breakup or fight or something where she is complaining to her friend, basically, okay, I'm not going to talk to him anymore. And she's crying. So that is where we're at in the timeline, December 2024. Now, obviously, they're back together or at least hanging out again at the end of December 2024 because we see the pictures that the SF posted of them. But something must have happened, some kind of big argument or something broke, you know, they broke up or whatever. Something happened December 2024. And I just think that's interesting is that's when he goes and meets her friends to do whatever he's doing, paying them off or whatever ends up happening then. Okay, so let me clear that up. I guess I'm not sure if that's when his friends met them. That's just the date that this was posted where they're showing him meeting her friends. So I guess they could have posted it after the fact. It might not even have happened in December. So I should just put a disclaimer. I don't know when it was that he met their friends, okay? But anyway, so this post says, popular artist David giving kids over $1,000 to keep a secret and it involves a minor. And there's a picture of them right there. Looks like he's has something in his hand. I don't know. He's getting money out, his wallet out, not sure. Getting out of his
And then this says, we
examine this photo, which shows David interacting with another man who was holding a bag. Based on Google Maps, David was in Lake Elsinore, California, which is in Riverside County, 70 miles from downtown Los Angeles. According to Google Maps, David was standing 0.3 miles from the home where Celeste was living with her family before she disappeared back in April. This place David was standing is a 6-minute walk to Celeste's family home. Okay, so now we got December 16th, 2024 at 2:18 p.m. Oofy says, I heard someone say the album is dropping in March. Sophia says, bro says March, but it would never happen. And Goober says, he dropped There Goes My Baby and gave up on that. And Sophia says, he broke up with her, that he wrote that new song. So I think she's saying that he wrote that new song about it, or the song that he wrote about her, he broke up with that girl. Girl Chip says, David broke up with his girlfriend? Goober says, what? They broke up? Oofy says, actually? Question mark. And Sophia says, yeah. Oofy says, already? Sophia says, she left from server. And Goober says, I remember when he first dropped There Goes My Baby. He went on the server. Sophia says, like, try pinging Yay Woohoo. Goober says, with her? Oh, Goober's finishing this thought, like, he went on the server with her. Landon says, relationships are not worth it. And Tomo says, new David song. And Sophia says, yes. And Sophia says, where'd it go wrong? So Sophia's telling the name of it. The new David song is Where'd It Go Wrong? And Tomo says, I can tell it'll slap by the name. And Sophia says, he's heartbroken. He's going to get good songs. And Philo says, not going to lie. Blue by Young Kai sounds inspired by Here With Me. Not going to lie. David, your special part kind of hit me hard because I know by how David's songs go, it's about a girl that he probably broke up with. So hearing that probably the girl in every song's voice is just built different. So I'm not sure what song, because I went and listened to this song. It's not in this song. So I guess I'm not sure what song this is in that they're talking about, where I guess she says, David, you're special. Kat says, yo. Abby says, bro got piercings and changed. Sophia says, he was probably talking about his ex-girlfriend. Real quick, now we know. Is the invisible string here? Well, I don't know. Hold on. It was on that unedited conversation that I did a short on, and that I actually played it on a couple of previous lives. those conversations that then he edited it into Invisible String Theory, and then there's other stuff too. But that's one, it's in there, You're Special. So I'm trying to think, is that the one? I'm scared to play the invisible. Well, no, I guess I could just play the Invisible String Theory and take out the music. But I'm scared because is that going to be copyright? I think I've played it before. Anyway, okay, I'll shut up. I'm done rambling. Okay. So, yeah. Wait, what did it say though about just broke You're Special? Let me remind myself what I was going to say because I forget. Not gonna lie, Your Special part kind of hit me hard because I know how David's song goes. It's about a girl that he probably broke up with here. Okay, so this is from 2012, 21, 24. So yes, it had to be not Visible String Theory. So that was taken. So that was another recording, either conversation or voicemail, that was put on in another song. I have to find in my files because I had talked about it, the other videos that it sounds like it's Celeste's voice. That's like voicemails or him talking, whatever. The string Invisible String Theories, the whole thing is just the conversation. But there's other songs that he has her voice in. And obviously this is from 2021, 24. So the part You're Special isn't from Invisible String Theory. It was from something else. Or he put it on something else. And also remember July 11th, 2024, on that stream, we hear her start to say, yes, and I was on a song with David. So, you know, she admits she was, which is the talking parts from what the internet is all found. So I gotta find those files because there's a few songs I could pull them out. We could listen to them if you guys haven't heard them yet. David, You're Special. Kat says, yo. Abby says, bro got piercings and changed. Sophia says, he was probably talking about his ex-girlfriend who just broke up with him. Ella says, wait, like Yay Woohoo 7 or a different girl? Sophia says, Yay Woohoo 7. She's not here and he no longer posts about her. So I'm probably guessing they broke up. Ella says, she's still here. Sophia says, nope, she already left. And Ella says, at Celeste, is that not her? Sophia says, that's his ex before Yay. That's his ex. Ella says, what? Am I slow? And I don't understand because like everybody's thinking that, yeah, Yay Woohoo is Celeste. But why didn't anybody else realize that? Were they trying to like, is that when they were trying to hide her because it was maybe getting too? So I think Sophia is either wrong or purposely saying that wrong because I do think Celeste is Yay Woohoo 7. Too much where things were getting out that he was with, you know, the Celeste and it was getting known. So they created a whole new profile and acted like it was a different girl, is what I'm guessing. Anyway, Sophia says Celeste is the girl he's showing his stream. Yay Woohoo is the girl who spoiled him. So I assume My House Is Not a Home is probably about Celeste. Ella, look. And shows Yay Woohoo. And it shows that, well, I don't know what she says, members. Oh, it shows that she's not a member of the server anymore. Okay, now we're at the toy drive, December 22nd, 2024. I think this is kind of interesting because supposedly they had broke up. I mean, not only messages between her and her friend, how they were fighting and Celeste was, remember, like calling him and crying and he wasn't answering. But we know they must get back together because they see each other, at least. We know they see each other from the pictures at the end of December. That famous picture of Celeste with the mirror image and then David with a knife. And then we have the newest picture from January, what was it, the 2nd that came out? So something happened in December. I think they got in a big fight and then maybe tried to work it out. And this toy drive is also the one where that Celeste kind of look-alike person comes for the meet and greet. That's the person right here. That's the meet and greet that everybody's like, oh my God, she looks just like Celeste. Does Celeste look like? People actually think, which I'm not sure if, I do think she looks like him, but people actually think that his reaction that he actually thinks it's Celeste for a minute, which maybe, I don't know. I wish we had audio so we could see what he was saying. But this is who the real girl is. She does though. I mean, she resembles her, you know. Let me rewind it to when he first turns and he sees her, because a lot of people are like, "Oh my god, he freaks out because he thinks it's her at first." But I don't know. Let me show you and see what you guys think. Big fight, and then maybe tried to work it out. And this toy drive is also the one where that Celeste kind of look-alike person comes for the meet and greet. Cause how he goes. But what I think he's doing is reading her shirt. I think he's looking at her shirt because maybe she has a Tor David shirt. But some people are thinking that he's like, is that Celeste? And he's confused because he thinks it's Celeste. Like I said, I wish we could hear because I think he's reading her shirt and then he points and he says something to Rob because that would be very telling. Because if he says something like, "Hey, look," says something about the shirt, but it could be a little bit of both. I don't know, but to me, it's like he's reading her shirt. Like, what did I say? What do you guys think though? I'll rewind it one more time. Tried to work it out. And this toy drive is also the one where that Celeste kind of look-alike person comes for the meet and greet. I mean, I guess I could see that too. I guess it's a little bit of both. Celeste kind of look-alike person comes for the. I mean, maybe I could see it. I could see it. I mean, I see where you guys are coming from. The meet and greet. Okay, so now 12:30:24 is when this picture was from of Celeste when they were downtown, and then 12:31 at 12:01 a.m. So that's basically the same night. He takes that picture of the knife, so we know he's with Celeste. And then January 2nd, 2025, she's wearing that hoodie that has those holes in it. I think it's that gray one. I think it just looks like a different color. Is it? Do you think? Well, I don't know. Maybe it's not. But anyway, so it looks like early morning to me, or dawn. It could either be early morning or about to get dark. But why does that color remind me of early morning? But anyway, this is from January 2nd, 2025, the last known picture of Celeste. Okay, so now we're on January 20th, 2025 at 6:55 p.m. Indecision says, David always comes out of the closet. Kat says, wait, let me show you something. And they go and find that post where David says, I'm asexual. And the cat puts a period. And Indecision said, and this means he gets no bitches. And Deleted User says, he makes songs about them. And the cat says, all about heartbreaks. And Indecision said, yeah, because they broke up with him. He has no bitches. And the cat says, he doesn't even want them. Deleted says, oh, wow. Goober says, for the longest time, I thought he was dating that one girl from the Here With Me and Sleep Well music video. Just want to point out that is actually Asia in the Sleep Well music video. So it's Asia in the Sleep Well, but the Here With Me is that person that came out and said, remember I played it in the last live where she wanted to come out and say, hey, I didn't even really know him. I was older. He was the minor when we made that video. And then she's like basically saying she's going to unfollow him and stuff. But this one right here is Asia. Oh, with David. In response to Kat saying all about heartbreaks, Deleted says best type of songs. Oh, sorry, I was muted. Look, guys, I want to show you something. Zeke's in there. You can't even tell. It looks like the bottom because you know how the bottom's like black and he just curled up. He just curled up. How cute. Hold on, hold on. Is he not so cute? I love him. He was over on the rug and then he comes over on there. I wish he didn't like that rug because I don't want it there. But he loves it so much. It was just a random thing. He fell in love with it. The bed was the new thing that I got him. But oh, he's so cute. Okay, sorry. I love him so much. All right. Kat says about thinking he was dating the girl from the music video says, oh, same, not gonna lie. Later, I found out that is not it. That is not. The cat saying he doesn't even want them. Indecision says he wants men. And deleted user says, also, I swear I saw David posted some on IG in a car with that looked like a girl's hand holding his face. And Lenny says he has a girlfriend. And deleted says, like last year. And the cat says, had. And there's that picture, which people believe that it's Celeste. Because, I mean, it would be around the time that he was with her, July 4th, 2024. Because remember, I think it was July 11th that they were talking about having a kid and with wifey. And then in this post, like I said, is from July 4th. They just reposted to show this, where it says, I miss her, softest soft lunch of all time. The Lenny saying how, like, how did they break up or whatever. Said he said it on a stream. Real quick, like I said before, I think this is from that weekend, that 3-night weekend where she was at the Fonda, and they probably spent that whole weekend together because it was in the middle of his tour. Like I gotta look at his schedule, but I'm pretty sure shortly after that he went to somewhere else for his shows, right? And she didn't go out of state with him to the shows, at least not that we're aware of, because she's a minor. It was probably harder to do that. But so my point is, he posted this July 4th, but he posted it with I miss her, which I think, like I said, it's a picture from, I think, the very end of July, or the very end of June, the last weekend in June when he hung out with her. And then he's reposting it because he's away and he's missing her, and he reposted it saying I miss her. Oh, thank you, Buckeye Brad. Wow, thank you. You're the best. Wow. Yes, like Wade did with the tattoos, having all the girls get tattoos. The Lenny saying how, like, how did they break up or whatever. Said he said it on a stream, I think. And then this contact list from his Telegram got leaked, and it shows April 17th, 2025, last seen future wifey. So that's showing if Celeste is even future wifey, the last time it was seen on Telegram was April 17th. So if that is Celeste, then that means that she didn't die in January, because she was last seen
now we know.
April on that, basically on the site, on the.
Wow, see? Some of this stuff gets a whole new meaning now, what we know. So at this time when I was doing this video, we didn't know when she died. But now, dude, future wife who we thought was probably Celeste, right? And this is Telegram. So obviously that's not the only way they're communicating. But on Telegram, it says the last time they were seen, or that future wifey, which we think is Celeste, the last time she was seen was April 17th, 2025, as far as on Telegram. That's crazy. That makes sense. I mean, because she died April 23rd. So 6 days, but that's probably because they didn't use Telegram every day necessarily, That's crazy though. Let's see. The last time Kay was seen, the 28th, Kevon, May 5th, the day she was dismembered. Asia, April 13th. That's interesting. But remember, whenever this was leaked, it won't go past that date. You know what I'm saying? So, but I think it was leaked, still was leaked sometime after they found her. So sometime after September. So okay. Sorry. I just wanted to point that out.
Platform. Now we're going to jump forward to May 9th, 2025. Taylor says, when I say he made the best Alfredo Parmesan I've ever had. And Reason said, David made that once on stream with his girlfriend. Levin said, I feel vibrato in my singing. Is this a step? And then Taylor says, I remember that, yes, about him making that on stream with his girlfriend, which I'd love to see that. Okay, so, and Deleted said, so are you like David's girlfriend? And that's to David Amy. It says, she's a minor. Oh, dang, maybe. I don't know. Man, it was the name. But this server seems chill. Deleted says, but this server seems chill. And another Deleted response, it is when Tism Man is here. So is David in the server? And Mr. Umbrella says yes. Deleted user says nice. Tism Man seems goated to me. So somebody adds David. And then in response to asking David Amy if she's his girlfriend, she responds, whoa, buddy. Deleted says, sorry, I wasn't aware. Maddie says, hi, chat. In response to, are you David's girlfriend? Deleted, asked somebody else. Maddie says, I'm crying. What? I guess to the thought that maybe he has a girlfriend, someone else. Amy says, I have 18 rule for a reason. This is that video, May 14th, 2025. Somebody spotted David's Tesla parked. It's almost in the exact same spot as where it was towed from, but it's a little moved up. So somebody had spotted another YouTube video of film in the street and saw David's video, which is crazy. But if I'm remembering right, I'd have to go back and get the screenshot of where his car was when it was towed. But I remember going through it on a live stream. So if you remember, there was that picture of where David's car was when it was towed. This is the same road. I lined it all up in a live once. His car, when it got found and it was towed, it was like right here, like basically where this white truck is. It was moved back a little bit, but in the same exact spot, but moved back. It was behind this little hole. So it was right here. So I thought that was interesting. Okay, so May 14th, so that same day that his car is spotted right there, he's at this party. He's holding a little kitty doll. And then June 2nd, he gets photoed at this party with Neo and Asia. Actually, I think, see, with these party pictures, some of them are posted after. I think this is actually the same party because he's dressed the same. That's how I was kind of trying to figure out, you know, dates. But at least if this was the same party, then it was at least happening before May 14th, 2025. I'm guessing it was around May 14th, this party, and then these were posted a little bit after. Now, if you see, he's actually dressed a little bit different in here. It's similar, but it's a little bit different.
But nope, now that I'm more aware of his schedule, because I did that whole timeline. If you guys haven't seen it, it's a pre-record I just did today. So check it out under my pre-records. But now I'm aware. So because it's tricky, because this Maximilian, at first, when I first started looking into this case, I just didn't think, and I was putting timelines together as like the day it was posted, that was the day of the party. And then I realized, wait a minute, no, that they have to have time to post it. And then I looked into this Maximilian and the way he does things. It could be a party from like a weekend before, 2 weekends before. It could sometimes be like the day before. I mean, but most likely there's no really, you kind of have to match up what they're wearing and stuff. But now that I know this timeline, let me go back here just real quick. We know that it can't be from May 14th because he is in Asia. I think, wait, hold on. He was in Malaysia the 16th, the 13th, and then he goes to, then he's in Malaysia a couple of days. And then I think the 16th, he goes to Philippines, Bangkok. I don't know. He's in Malaysia. And then Philippine, or wait, Malaysia is Philippines. Uh, I don't know. He's out of the country, Bangkok, Thailand, and then he goes to South Korea, and then he goes to Tokyo. So yes, he is out of town there. So it's definitely not May 14th, but so sometime before May 14th. So yeah, that's interesting though. Now we know when his car is parked here, he is all the way in Asia, all the way across the world. And Celeste, and this would have been May 14th, would have been 9 days after the dismemberment, right? So I bet you she is sitting in there, dismembered, in the trunk of his car, or whatever. Is that what they call it? What do they call it again? Anyway, and basically, yeah, he's over there living it up, partying it up, shows, traveling the world, and she, oh, it makes me sick. It makes me sick. Anyway, it was interesting.
Okay, so May 14th, so that same day that his car is spotted right there, he's at this party. He's holding a little kitty
Disregard
doll.
that.
And then June 2nd, he gets photoed at this party with Neo and Asia. Actually, I think, see, with these party pictures, some of them are posted after. I think this is actually the same party because he's dressed the same. That's how I was kind of trying to figure out, dates. But at least if this was the same party, then it was at least happening before May 14th, 2025. I'm guessing it was around May 14th, this party, and then these were posted a little bit after. Now, if you see, he's actually dressed a little bit different in here. It's similar, but it's a little bit different. It's not the same outfit. His shirt's different. Now, I'm referring to the 6'2" compared to 6'7". Now, the 6'2" compared to the 5'14" ones, I think that is taken from the same party because everything matches. Unless if he wore the exact same stuff, but he does have 2 extra bracelets on the one on the left where he's with Neo and Asia. Is that one that Hello Kitty bracelet or something? I don't know. He has 2 extra things on his wrists. So maybe it is a different party. Or maybe he took off 2 or gave away a couple, let somebody else wear them. You never know. So this possibly could have been a different. Let me take that back because sometimes, hold on. That sometimes those could be like bunched up and they all could be there, to be honest. I feel like chances are this is probably the same day. It's probably just these are probably like bunched up right here. And it's probably all there. Anyway, but there was something else. I stopped this because I wanted to say something else, and I think I forgot. If I remember, I'll stop it again. Weigh a couple, let somebody else wear them. You never know. So this possibly could have been a different party. He just wore another black shirt. The pictures posted June 2nd compared to June 7th. Those are actually different. He's dressed similar, but not exactly the same. And this is June 20th. So he likes to wear this hat. But here's June 7th. Here's June 20th. So he's partying it up. He's a partier. He's got a beer Modella in his hand right here. He's got a Stella in his hand right there, and a Modella right there. And I think he's definitely, or I shouldn't say definitely, I think he partied with drugs too, which, like I said, I'm not judging. I'm just making a point or making a statement. And then we have June 21st. He's with this girl, which he's pictured with this girl quite a few times. I forget her name. We found her. I can't think off the top of my head what her name is, but yeah, so she's pictured with him. And then June 24th. And these are all usually from parties. This Maximilian will take pictures from different parties. So he's partying a lot in June. In July, too. July 3rd. He looks pretty wasted. And there's that girl. Same girl. Okay, so that was July 3rd, 2025. And here is July 10th, 2025. So you can see the summer of 2025, he did a lot of partying, it seems like. Here she is again, right here. And she has this shirt on, which David is seen wearing at one point. So I don't know if they just have the same shirt or she's wearing his shirt. But this is July 10th. Looks like he's.
Now remember, when I'm saying these dates, it's just when it was posted. So don't like come back and like that can't be that date because he was here. That can be. These are just I'm just telling you the date that Maximilian posted these pictures. Chances are it's not the same day of wherever whenever the pictures were taken.
Partying it up.
But I bet you it's all after the murder.
Okay, so yeah, July 10th, 2025, they're partying. So you see Robert, David's manager, good old Rob, joins Discord June 11th, 2025. Now we're at July 16th, 2025. Skylar says Celeste is Team David too. And Delita said, I think Celeste was one of his girlfriends. Skylar says, we should probably double check that if she has Team David, or probably if she is Team David. And in response to, I think Celeste was one of his girlfriends, Viper says, one of? And deleted user in response of Skylar saying we should check to see if she is Team David. Delita said, I think she was the one he did that one cooking stream with. And Viper, in response to Viper saying one of, deleted said an X. And Viper said, Bailey says, what do I got to do to get VIP? In response to deleted saying I think she's the one that he did this cooking stream with. Will says, good to know if they dated that they are on good terms. Okay. And deleted said, or he forgot. And Bailey said, F Saskia or something. I don't know if it's a typo. Will says, how did he forget someone he dated? Deleted said, no, the role. And Will says, oh. And then in response to deleted saying, I think she's the one that did the cooking stream with him, Skylar says, I just asked Zerks. I'm sure he knows. Will says, never was really in any relationship. Skylar said, that's not really that crazy. And Will says, low-key, good on him. So Will says, I think it's crazy. David, like, supposedly never was really in any relationship. Skylar said, that's not really that crazy. Will says, low-key, good on him. I mean, I know because he was homeschooled. It makes sense. Skylar says, I've never been in a relationship. Deleted said, I've never been in a relationship. And Will says, y'all are perfect for each other. Skylar says, many talking stages, but never past.
I'll put us back up in a minute. I just want these to be full screen because since it's harder to read, so you guys can read it.
Past that. Deleted said no. And I'm going to end part 4 on September 5th, 2025. David posts this on his Instagram and it says, I start media training tomorrow, guys. Wish me luck. Which I find that's kind of interesting because that whole live stream he did with Celeste where he's like, I media trained you. It's just interesting that 3 days after this post, they find Celeste in his car. 3 days after, he says, I'm going to start media training tomorrow, which would be September 6th. And then September 8th, they find Celeste remains in his freaking car. Okay. Part 5 coming, guys.
Okay. Man, this makes me mad. It makes me mad. This one is this case, I mean all the cases do. When there's a murder, it's just why does this happen? But this one really gets to me. This one is one of those ones that just it makes me clench my fist and just like grip my teeth and just like oh. Anyway. All right, so let's do part 5. Oh, I know I shouldn't get all worked up, but dang it, this is crazy.
If you say okay. So, part 5 of the Celeste timeline. We're going to start with
like I said, if you're just coming in, these are all on my playlist. If you check it out on my channel, just go to my playlist and it's the playlist is called David/Celeste Rivas Hernandez case. I didn't party in school either. I had too much going on. Marching band, cheer, and volleyball. Hey, Latchkey Kid. Ambrico. Is that when he started staying there? Where was he hiding out before that? What are you referring to? Is that where he started staying where? And then Fire Rabbit, hello, my friend. You say, I don't see why he was worried about Celeste outing him for being a minor. He wasn't subtle about it at all. He was flaunting it, and everyone already knew. Yeah, but legally, there wasn't anything going on. You know what I'm saying? So, how he's going to start something he's claimed to teach. All right, here we go. Part 5 of this.
with the day that they found Celeste remains in David's Tesla.
Wait, let me rewind it. Okay, here we go. Wait, why is... Oh, that's the volume. I keep hitting up instead of over to skip forward or back.
So, part 5 of the Celeste timeline. We're going to start with the day that they found Celeste remains in David's Tesla, September 8th, 2025. We'll just read this quick little part of this article. It says, Celeste Rivas's disappearance timeline. Celeste Rivas, a 15-year-old teen from Lake Elsinore, was reported missing on April 5th, 2024.
On September 8th, 2025, her remains were discovered in a Tesla, once registered under singer David's name. The vehicle had been discarded. Now remember, this is just when the remains were found. They didn't actually identify her until the 16th, so it took a little over a week for them to identify her because she was in such bad shape. So this is how they described the situation, because nobody knew who she was at first. They said the girl was described as having wavy black hair, 5 feet 2 inches tall, and weighing 71 pounds. She was found wearing a tube top, black leggings, a yellow metal bracelet, and metal stud earrings. She also had a tattoo on her right index finger that said, "Shh." Sources told ABC News she appeared to have been dead for some time. So right now we're in the timeline where they find remains in David's car, okay? So that's where we're at on September 8th. Okay, so this is some of the chat and Discord right after the finding out what happened about them finding remains in David's car. So we're on September 9th, 2025 at 1:20 a.m. So remember, the news came out September 8th. So basically that night, that day, because this is at 1:20 a.m. So it's basically still the day of September 8th. Benji says, "Bro, I'm crying. I seen this." Ghosty says, "In an hour, twin." Jen says, "Okay, I will stay up for David." Axe says, "Pulling it up, I guess." Ben says, "Oh my God, comments are turned off on his page." 1:21 a.m. and on September 9th, Ben says, "David is online." Benji says, "You can't comment on David's posts anymore." Benji said, "David, tell me this ain't true." So Viper says, "David's about to address the allegations." So remember, Viper is a mod, I'm pretty sure. So he's telling the chat, "Hey, David's about to address the allegations." Fix says, "There's no way." Oh shit. Will says, "This is surely just a promo for Romantic Homicide 2-year anniversary, right?" Fix says, "David, please tell us." In response to that being a promo for Romantic Homicide 2, Jen says, "Help." Ben says, "Dog, there's no way." Viper says, "First body of his career." Ben says, "I'm not going to bed until I get an update for this." Will says, the one and only GOAT." Ben tags Rob, David's manager, and says, "Tell me it's not true." Ghosty said, "Rob is the last person who'd respond." Viper said, "Bro wasn't lying." He's in reference to Zerks saying yesterday, the day before, saying, "I'm going to say this again. This month is a big one." That's kind of interesting. He says that, and then the next day, there's a body found in David's car. Fix says, "Bro, David is a gooner and digs in his butt for a living. How could he do this?" Benji says, "TikTok comments limited too." Ben says, "It's going down. Aight, guys. VC." Will says, "Bro, he can't just fly away." And Yayo says, "Or he can become a ghost." Viper says, "You could say that he made that individual bleed out." And then in response to that, Fix says, "He's now withering." And Viper said, "You could say the body was withering." It's sick. His mom's making jokes about it, about murder. Will says, Will post something, it says VC1, I guess it says, "David caught a body before Deluxe drops." So I don't know if he's reposting something in VC or something. I don't know. Ben reposts this post by OC What saying, "Okay, either this is true, manifest, or great marketing for this guy, David. He has a song called Romantic Homicide. I heard the song and downloaded the lyrics. Creepy stuff." And Will says, "David's Insta is on lockdown right now." Now remember, David's still on tour and he still tours like another week or so. But anyway, Jen posts this post from David's Insta. It's somebody DMing him where it's him on tour. Somebody taking a video or picture of him on tour and sending it to David and then asking him, "David, bro, did you commit a romantic homicide?" And then he hearted it. What? I never seen this one before. So he hearted that when this guy asked him if he committed a romantic homicide, and it's right after they found a freaking body in his car, and he's very well aware of that. You could tell because a lot of these people are from different time zones, so it looks like he DM'd him like 3 minutes before he posted this on Discord because it's an hour off, but a lot of people were on different time zones. So like for my time, it was he posted at 1:28, but for him, it was probably 12:28, and you could see his time where he DM'd him was 12:25. So my point is, this is after they found a body in David's car. He hearts that comment. That's sick. He knew perfectly well what they were referring to. You have to be an idiot not to. That's crazy. Then Viper says, David, address the allegations. Are we assuming the worst? And Will says, go buy David Crocs right now. And then Maddie's like, hello. Duck says, what you up to? Nathan says, wait, does this mean that we aren't getting the deluxe anymore? And Fur Pig says, LMAO. Are you serious? That's where your mind goes? That's all you care about? Somebody is dead and all you're caring about is a stupid album? Anyway, Yeo says, why are we tweaking? It must be for promo or some. Will says, deluxe canceled. Ori says, what the F is going on? And Nathan said, David killed someone. And Jan says, I see that they found a dead body in Bro's car. And Sophia says, someone used his car to plant a dead body. And Jan says, I hope that's the case, bro, cause what the F? And Jan says, bro, I'm worried for him. I texted his Instagram. And Sophia says, I'm trying to text him on Instagram too. And Ghosty says, what if Rob did it? And Deleted User says, no, leave Rob out of this. Rob is innocent. And Zane says, we just gonna blame his whole team? And D1 says, no, leave Ben out of this. Ben is innocent. I don't know who Ben is. Oh, Ben's probably the Deleted User. Yeah. Because remember, I think Ben is that person that was those letters like IG, a bunch of random letters, and then he changed it to Ben. And then after this all happened, it's Deleted User now. So that's why he's saying leave Ben out of this, because Zane is kind of coming at Deleted User, aka Ben, saying we just gonna blame his whole team. So D1's kind of sticking up for Deleted User, which is Ben. That's what I'm thinking is going on. And this other Ben says it was Ben. And Jay says we need to kill Ben. Okay, so September 9th, 2025, so a day after it was announced that there was remains inside David's car, at 2:19, Sophia, one of David's mods or admins in his Discord, says, whoever accused my dog David convicted homicide, I'm coming at you. And then at 2:36, that same day, September 9th, Sophia says, time to start a GoFundMe to bail him out. And then we got Zerks, another one of David. Real quick, you guys realize this is from after. So now we're just this video is starting, well, September 11th. So we found September 8th is when they announced they found remains in David's car. So this video's kind of about like everybody's reaction in Discord when they found out. And then shortly after that, it just stopped the posts and stuff. So it's like nobody could post after that, but you could still go back and look through at all the messages and stuff. But up to a certain point, there's no more. So that's what they're talking about here. So now we got Zerks. I'm about to read Zerks post on September 11th at 1:10. David's mods that actually had done a song with David. If you guys remember, one of the most recent ones that got leaked on was it BandLab or whatever, it was is called Rush, and you can see right here it says producers David and Zerks. It is up on YouTube, and on YouTube it just says featuring Zerks, but you could go listen to the song. It's up there if you want to hear it, but I'm surely not recommending it. I'm just letting you know, just for information. But anyway, if you guys remember the little video with Benny Blanco and David, they were doing this live stream, and he's like, oh yeah, just tell Zerks to do it, he'll do it.
Yo, Zerks, make sure that just click on BandLab so they can still see it. Yeah.
Who's Zerks?
My mom. See, he's the one that's moving the screen right now without me touching it.
Hey, Zerks, make David a little bit taller so he looks better in the screen.
There's a picture of Zerks and David. So that everybody for months was saying on Reddit and everything was thinking this was Zerks because Zerks posted this saying, gotta pick with David, right? Well, when I was going through all the Discord, I had seen somebody else post a picture of this same picture like a month prior, and it wasn't Zerks. I'm like, I'm so confused. I had asked somebody that I knew from Reddit, and they're like, no. I'm like, are you sure this Zerks? Yeah, I'm sure. Okay. And there's a big thing with that where I figured out who this guy was, and I was right and who it was, but like I said, I can't be sure that this person's Zerks, but he's pretending to be him by posting this, but I can't tell you who that is. So it comes out that this wasn't Zerk, so he was just messing around. So but for months everybody was posting to Reddit saying it was Zerks, blah blah blah. So I'm gonna skip past this. We don't know what Zerks looks like. We don't even know his name because this isn't him. Okay, but I want to play. I'll let you read. I'll let myself read you this, and then I want to play another clip that's in my timeline I just uploaded today. But I'm just going to play this little clip. We saw the one with Benny where he's like, oh, Zerks will do it. He's moving the screen. And I want to show you another time on May 9th, 4 days after he Celeste was dismembered. He is talking to Rob and he says, like, oh, text Zerks. Anyway. Post this on September 11th, 2025 at 1:10 p.m. It says, after further discussion, we have decided to lock down this channel again. Thank you for understanding. As for people asking about the situation, a spokesperson for David has confirmed that David is aware of the situation, and even though he is still on tour, he's cooperating with authorities. So remember, David's spokesperson came out and was talking about, oh, how David's cooperating. But that, I guess, wasn't even true, even to begin with. That was just what they were saying to make him look better. But authorities, from what I understand, they never confirmed that he was ever cooperating. That was kind of like his people trying to get ahead of it, for the public. Okay, so here's a chat, the leaked chat in the Discord server with like the mods and I'm gonna wait to play that little clip because I want to show you this to show you what Zerk says. So if you guys are kind of new to this or you're not familiar with who Zerk says, you kind of see, what he's saying in this chat. And then about the tattoo comment, I want to wait till that plays, till we get to that point. But anyway, so this is some leaked message leaked group chat from like the people in David's Discord, a lot of like the admins or mods or whatever of David's Discord. Okay, so they're talking. This is September 13th. So this would be, let's see, it was the 8th that it got announced. So this would be like 5 days after they announced that they found Celeste. Or no, not found Celeste, that they found remains in David's car. They don't say that it was Celeste or identify it with Celeste till the 16th, I think. Yeah, 15th or 16th. I'm trying to think what that document said. I think it said the 16th though. If you AI it, it'll tell you the 16th. And I think as far as like finding anything online, it says this, or you can't find anything till they didn't go public with it till the 16th. But I'm trying to think if the document, if they were aware like a day before on the 15th, like, the medical examiner, but I think it said the 16th. People, somebody leaked it. So this is September 13th. So this has been a few days after the remains were found. And I think, if I'm remembering right, she was identified on the 16th, right? Because remember, it took him some days to identify her. Let's see. Yeah, September 16th is when they identified her. So this would have been before they identified her like publicly. So anybody that knew it was Celeste would had to have known for reasons that would be very incriminating, because how the heck else would they have known who it was if they didn't know what happened? So Horizontal says, you are not in any trouble, but David is. Sophia says, oh, I see, but I don't know that girl, bro. Horizontal says, her username is in the chat group. Sophia says, I don't know what group chat. I have no clue. Which is crazy that they know who it is. So that means they knew.
they know something inside. How do they even know that the body is gonna be Celeste? Unless if they knew. It's crazy.
I mean, you see that, but you'll see what Zerk says too. How do they know? Like, they just know some girl on the 13th, all they were aware of is some remains were found in David's car.
Horizontal says, informing David about this will get you in trouble. Who is user at Celeste 1294? Sophia says, I don't even have his number. And she says, I have no clue, which we know is a lie because she does know who Celeste is. Horizontal says, how long have you been a moderator in this channel? Sophia says, I'm crying and laughing because I have no clue who Celeste, the username, and what Celeste looked like. And as I'm going through the timeline, it does appear that she does know who Celeste is. So here's another leaked chat from the group, the mods talking. Zerk says, us having all these socials are doing terrible on our mental state. And Ryan says, so what you're doing here is putting the blame on us for having social media in the first place. And Ghosty says, and possibly kill her. Random Valorant says, they said that to you to cover their ass and pretend they care about us. Zerk says, nah, Rob does care. About me, at least. You starting to be like Twitter Asian. Jump into conclusions. So I wonder if they're talking about Neo, unless if he's a random Valorant. No, I mean, we don't know who the heck that is. In response to Ghosty saying possibly kill her, Sophia says, and blame us for not knowing her identity. In response to Zerk saying that Rob does care about at least about me, M says, okay, this might be incorrect, twin. Sophia says, I know that she's dead, but this is getting serious. M says, he's keeping you in his good graces to save face. I'm not gonna lie. And M, which is Moji, you see, saying, so the M is Moji. So he must have changed his name sometime in between this conversation and when they screenshot it, or they must just know he's Moji, I guess. But he did change his name at one point because he was Moji. Anyway, this Moji says, okay, this might be incorrect, twin. So in response to that, Random Valorant says, thank you, Moji. Oh, in response to Zerk saying about Rob caring, at least about him, Ryan says, about you? You are one person. You don't speak for all of us. About you, well, he repeats it. And Sophia says, what about us? Ghosty says, twin, he has to look like he cares. If he blocks you randomly or ignores you, that's going to look bad on him. And in response to Ryan saying, so what you're doing here is putting the blame on us for having social media in the first place. Zerk says, when and why would I put the blame on us? All I said is that us having these socials. Replying. Sophia says, this is why I shouldn't work for artists. And Zerk says, look at you, Kylie. And M and Zerks are typing. Okay. And then, I don't know when this is dated. I mean, it doesn't have a date. Sophia says, Zerks is the one who wants us to be quiet. Derek19 says, I mean, yeah, but I'm just saying, like, no one that people claiming or assuming they got paid did get paid. Like, it's just people making more theories and stuff. Maymina says, no, Sophia. I mean, how do you know Zerks wants you guys to stay quiet? Sophia says, oh, because he said it to us on staff chat that we have to be offline, log out from social media, and enjoy outside. And then Sophia tags Tay and says, Tay also seen it because I screen share the chat in general chat. And Tay says, I saw the message. He said that shit for word. Zerks 913 writes this to somebody. So it'd be before she was identified and says, I won't. Don't say anything about the tattoo or anything. Act clueless. So is he in the know that they got rid of the David tattoo? Like, did Celeste have the David tattoo on her finger and maybe David cut it off or whatever and Zerks knows that? So it's like, don't say anything. So
remember, like I said, this was recorded a couple months ago before we knew officially that he did keep two fingers, one of them being the one that the David tattoo was on. But anyway, okay. So they don't identify her for 3 more days. What's he talking about? I won't. He's right into the group chat of these admins and the people that kind of run David's Discord. He says, I won't. Don't say anything about the tattoo or anything. Act clueless. How do they even know who the remains are? And if David's claiming, oh, he was framed, if that's what he's going to go by, he would have had no idea that there was remains in his car. Like, how did, well, I guess on the 13th, they would know they found it, but he would have no idea who it is my point, if he was framed. He would have had no idea who it was, okay? I mean, how do they even know it's Celeste? Nobody knew at that time. And they wouldn't have, like, he has to be talking about the David tattoo. Because, I mean, it's like almost like he's aware that they're not going to find the tattoo. So is he aware that David got rid of the finger with the tattoo? Because he's like, don't say anything about the tattoo or anything, act clueless. Well, how would he know that? First of all, how would he know who that is? That she would have a tattoo that would be like something that could get him in trouble, right? So how would he even know that? Because she hasn't been identified. Second of all, let's say they just assumed, oh, it's probably Celeste, his girlfriend, and and thinking, oh yeah, she had that David tattoo. Well, then how would he know that whoever did this got rid of the finger with a tattoo? Because if not, then why they would know that she had what tattoo she had because they found her. You know what I'm saying? It's like geez, like even before all the facts came out and they arrested him and the finger information and stuff, even before that, this was suspicious. But I mean, I understood it had to do with probably the David tattoo, but not being able to 100% confirm like that he did get rid of it, that her that finger was gone because they never said anything about that. You know, it's just like, okay, what? I mean, was it, or did she even have that tattoo? Was that really her finger? What? Or was he talking about the tattoo? But then that doesn't make sense because you know, all these questions, and now we know, and this is just makes more perfect sense. Like he has to be talking about that and the David tattoo. I need some answers. I mean, wonder if cops have talked to him because maybe there's an explanation for this, but what the heck? And you could see, like in the chat, they're talking about the incident. So what is going on? How the heck did he know about that tattoo? And that doesn't it not sound like he knows that David got rid of the finger and just don't tell anybody about it? And him whoever he's talking to telling these people, it's almost like he's assuming that they all know or that he knows they all know too. And then how did they even know it was Celeste in that group chat where they're like, oh, who is, you know, talking about Celeste? How do they even know that the remains were Celeste? I mean, somebody explain this. They need to explain this because that looks very incriminating. Now, I'm not saying maybe they'll have an explanation, and maybe they already explained it to cops, but I don't know. This is all we have, and it just looks very suspicious. Like they know, but maybe I'm wrong. Like I said, maybe there'll be an explanation. Well, I guess we'll see. But no, I get that, Amber. But my point is this is before she was identified. So how would he know that Celeste is the victim unless if he knew some inside information, which means he knew what happened. But you know, because how would he know that that was Celeste in the car that they found? They didn't say that at the time. They didn't know about that on the 13th. And then if he did know, let's say okay, then he did know that it was her somehow. Then how would he know that David got rid of the finger with the tattoo? So don't tell, for him to say like, don't tell anybody about that. Then it's just weird. I mean, I guess, but so you don't think badass? You don't think the picture with the David tattoo that she posted? You don't think the David tattoo's real then? Because all I'm saying is, if the David tattoo is real that she posted, it would be the finger that he took off. Couldn't it be both? Couldn't it be the anime plus? I know I saw that theory, but couldn't it be the anime plus the David tattoo? Or do you think that was a fake David tattoo then? I don't know. I think I guess we'll find out. But I mean, what's he talking about tattoo? You know what I'm saying? That would make more sense too. It could be a both, you know? All right, I'll shut up.
Cops don't know about her David tattoo. And then possibly they never even know that she had a David tattoo. Or maybe don't say that she had that tattoo so they won't be able to identify her. So like if the cops did.
So here I'm trying to figure it out because I don't know for sure if it's real, the tattoo, because they never said her fingers were missing yet back then when I did this video. So I'm trying to figure it out. Like, oh, was her fingers there? And they never said a David tattoo. So did she have it? Blah, blah, blah. So I'm going to skip this because we got our answers as far as the fingers were gone. So I think she did have it. And that was one of the reasons at least. So, because I'm trying to figure out what this means. But now I don't have to go so many different angles with it. It makes more sense.
See the David.
All right, let me skip through this. Whoa, okay, so here.
But it's obviously he knows who it is already. Okay, so this is hard to read because it was taken from a conversation. I had to blow it up. And I don't know the date of it, but it's a private mod chat. And it's after Celeste was found. So it's like a private chat. So let me read it. Suffices.
Yeah,
I can't delete socials.
I saw the video. I know what you guys are talking about. So yeah, but I still think it could be both. I still think that she probably had that tattoo, so it could be a mix. So these people, so the ones that are talking about the anime, that whole finger thing, do you think it's a real tattoo too?
Says because effing Insta wants me to wait 7 days. Zerk says log out and delete the app. Trust, it'll be so peaceful. I wish I could. Suffice says, nah, I'll deactivate. Random says, why are you still listening to those people? Their only priority is David, not us. And Suffice says, for real. And Ryan says, in response to Zerk saying, trust, it'll be so peaceful. Ryan says, okay, and how about when people continue to dox us? And Zerk says, literally what Rob said to do to me. And Ghosty says, Rob's not helping nobody, twin. And Random Valorant says, they said that to you to cover their ass and pretend that they care about us. And Ghosty says, he doesn't understand how bad they have it. And Zerk said, he said this, something, I don't know. Suffice said, they better get something. And that's all I could see on that. Okay. Let me read what Neo posted on October 7th, 2025. He says, under the account Neo the Asian, I mean ya, eventually I'm gonna say something, but I kind of hate forcing myself into solitude because people on the internet assume the worst in people and will make up legit anything out of nothing. So eventually I'll say some when I'm ready to. Love all the real people that have been kind to me and don't make false assumptions. With a lot of spelling errors. I don't know if it's a purposeful or legit, like you really did misspell the stuff or he did it purposely for some reason. But as you could see, assumptions is wrong, solitude is wrong, and just the grammar and stuff. So could just be like a joke, could be his personality, I don't know. And this is another chat message. I don't know who it's between, but it's actually November 24th, 2025. So a couple months after Celeste was found. Somebody says, but it's very possible he's extremely secretive and his manager lived with him. And somebody says, yes, they are. In his house down the hall, which that's what we've been hearing. That Rob actually lived with David. We want justice for you and every potential victim. Somebody says, Rob? And they say, which manager? The white one? So then we have Celeste's brother, okay? If you guys remember when this all came out, somebody's talking to Celeste's brother, and then they posted this. So somebody asked Celeste's brother, dude, why does David follow you? All respect to your sister, and I hate how shitty people are being. Was it really him? Jesus, all love, man. Matthew says, yes, it was him, because he found my account out of nowhere and followed me. And this person says, F, well, he has it coming. That's wild. Just randomly? Did you even ever talk to him? And Celeste's brother says, I met him once in person. And this cuts off a little bit. And this person saying something like, being with him, like she was living with him. All of this shit is so confusing and disgusting. And her brother says, I knew and went to the police about it, but lack of evidence, so it was waved off. And this person says, bullshit. Now that there's 1,000 people backing you up, that won't happen again. But if they had listened, and The brother says, even then, they don't do anything. They haven't even done anything towards him. And this person said, that's how it is with celebrities. Just look at effing Diddy. They don't do shit. And the brother says, I know, it's effing sucks. And this person says, effing crazy people suffer for it. How long has she been gone? And the brother says, dead, question mark, 2 weeks. And which I don't know how he would know that unless if he talked to her. So I don't know if that's accurate. But this person said, damn, that soon? People have been saying like a month. The dude's a weirdo. His songs all have weird messages and imagery. What do you think happened? Like he just didn't want her to expose him being with her? And the brother says, I don't know. And this person said, damn, was your sister like in love with him and choosing to stay? I'm guessing it was all him just manipulating her. And the brother says, yeah, she was always saying that he was waiting until she was 18 to get married and stuff like that. And this person said, effing sick. What's crazy is all those people in his circle who knew and didn't say shit. I saw one guy got sued by, gets cut off. And then Matthew, the brother says, dog, what? I never knew that. My sister wouldn't say anything ever. So I don't know what he's responding to. Is it this or it looks like this cutting off? I wish they would post all of the whole freaking conversation if they're going to post it. Anyway, the person said, dude, there's so much shit in that Discord he has. And the brother says, WTF, there's a Discord? And the person said, yeah, it was just his fan Discord and stuff. I wasn't in it, obviously, but from what I know, he was decently active in it. And some screenshots and screen recordings we're posting today and yesterday after the news showed one guy saying this. And it says, post the one with the missing girl, Celeste Rivas, which was from August 24th, which we went over that earlier. And this cuts off and it says something about the server before it was locked screen, recorded them looking up this message and it wasn't edited or anything. And the brother says, WTF, no effing way, dude. Please send me more if you know, dude. And the person said, I got you, bro. Let me find everything that's been posted for you. That's why I said so many people were after David now after this. They have found so much evidence to back this shit up. And the brother says, dude, I never knew this shit. And the person said, only a small number of people were aware until today. And the brother says, I wish I would have known. I could have used this. And the person says, you didn't have your sister added on Discord, right? He says, I don't even have Discord. And that person said, yeah, I was just seeing because something a SS of her account, supposedly. Probably just says, yeah, I was just seeing because someone took.
Dude, I meant to play that little clip of Zerks when we were going over the Zerks stuff. Gosh darn it.
Hold on. A screenshot of her account, supposedly. And then this person's like, this is what I got. And sending some of the stuff that we already went over where Celeste said, where he says, it's Celeste in here. And she says, hi, David Bark and all that stuff in the song. And okay. This says, are those photos her? And that song was unreleased. So they post these photos that were posted in Discord. So this person talking to Celeste's brother is like, hey, is this your sister? Making sure got the right person here since it was very secretive relationship. There wasn't a ton of proof or pictures, you know. He says, here's the video just proving those messages are real and stuff. Are those photos of her? He says, yes. So he's just checking, is this really your sister? Yes. To make sure it's the right person. And it says, do you know any of your sister's Instagram accounts? There were some messages people said were her messaging friends, but not really confirmed. And post those one messages that I read. The brother sends this guy some pictures of her. And he says, that's my sister, dog. It says, F it is. You think this is real? And these are those ones that talk about Gus and stuff. And the brother says, yes, I do. I know who Gus is. He's dead. And they say, what happened? He got shot up dead. And they said, do you think David or just some other shit? And he says, other stuff. And then the guy says, thank you so much. I'm so sorry. He sends more photos of him and her. Says, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. F David. And I hope he dies real effing slow. And their brother said, he's going to get caught in jail with a minor. Trust me. He's going to get it. Here is the obituary of that Gus, which he was basically an adult predator with Celeste too. He was older than David and with Celeste when she was younger. So that's freaking messed up. When he died, he was, 21? Which that means he would have had to have been with her before he died. So she was at the oldest. Hold on, I have her birthday somewhere. Okay. She was born 2010. So she was born in 2010. So the oldest she could have been is 10 before he died. And I'm sure he was dating her a little bit before he died. So she was probably 8 or 9? And she had sex with him. So she was 8 or 9 and he would have been 21 or 20. That's sick. Nobody's talking about that. But I mean, he's dead, so can't arrest him for it. Okay, so I don't know if this is legit. Now, I don't know if that's the right Gus. That was the one that Reddit came up with, and it was going all around, and it kind of matches like when he died, and he got shot, and it kind of matches the story, so I'm guessing it, but I can't say with 100% confirmation that that is the right Gus. It is the one that everybody is saying is him, and like I said, that it does match. So I'm guessing, and maybe I'd say 95% sure it's the right one. The only reason I'm down a little bit is because how much older. So that means she was that much younger when he. But I guess, yeah, 8 years old. Her family let her do that. But I guess it makes sense because, not make sense, but I mean, look what happened. I mean, like I said, they were aware she was dating this David guy, and I don't know. So yeah, I do think it's the right one, but I can't say like, oh, 100% that is. But everything does add up that it probably is. Okay, so I had played this clip on my last live, but I'm gonna let it play because it's part of this timeline. And it's part of like let me see. I'll play the Zerks clip here. Let me play that Zerks clip real quick now because I've been meaning to play it. It's just really quick. It's this right here where he's at that mukbang 4 days after the dismemberment. Okay. I think this is the one part. Yeah. So you can't see who he's talking to, but I'm guessing it's Robin Lane. All right, here we go.
What's on what side? Like,
Oh yes, I don't know how to sit us all, to be honest.
Maybe we can like stand.
I'm good to sit on the floor.
No.
Wait, someone can sit here.
That is the wrong part. Hold on, let me turn this up all the way. I didn't realize I had mine all the way down. Okay.
She has foo-foo. I want to try it! Yeah! Oh my god! Oh my god, so do
I don't know why you're being shy. Dig in.
Okay.
Oh, that's so you see Rob come up.
Also, you guys can dive in however you want.
I'm gonna dive in.
Yes.
Oh, I'm diving in.
There's
You have foo-foo. Stop it.
Yes.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
oh wait, I got
No
clothes.
way.
Oh shit.
Oh my god, guys.
Are you guys still? Why'd it go black? Okay, you're still seeing it. All right, here we go. So you see Rob coming up.
She has foo-foo. I want to try it! Yeah! Oh my god! Oh my god, so do
There's Lane, which I think is her.
I don't know why you're
We're dating. Maybe they still are. Allegedly that's what the rumor has it. Okay.
being shy. Dig in.
Okay.
So I think now they're talking to him.
There's everything. Please.
You got samosas?
Yes.
Oh my god! Oh.
I love samosas too.
Okay.
Wait.
Okay. I need a.
As you guys get into it, I have a little surprise for everyone.
Oh my god.
This is not
This
the
is
surprise.
not a surprise.
Because you have to accept me again.
Oh my god.
I think you need to be on your PC.
Oh really? Yeah, it worked a second, but I closed the app.
Can I move in?
Whoa.
Oh
my god. You want?
That looks so good.
Yeah, can you text Zerk?
I haven't had.
Can you text Zerks? He says. So I just thought, 4 days after Celeste was dismembered. Just once again, he's talking about Zerks. Hey, tech Zerks. So my point is like he depended on him for a lot. I mean, they were in pretty close contact, and Zerks was also in close contact with Rob. So I mean, I don't know what to make out of that, and then we seen Zerks talking about the tattoo and don't say anything, and telling the chat just to not say anything in chat about anything too. Let me just replay that part real quick again.
Looks so good.
Can you take
Yo. I haven't had this in so long.
So you know, hold on, let me see what he says before that.
Whoa.
Oh my god.
That looks so good.
Can you take
Yo.
Okay. So if you want to watch the rest of this, I have it on my pre-record. Now I do, since that was since the mukbang is like really long, I kind of cut it down to like maybe 15 minutes on my timeline on pre-record. It's just kind of more interesting parts where David and is talking to him and stuff. But okay, so let me play this part here. If this guy's legit, it's his TikTok where supposedly he got put in touch with somebody that was talking to this kid in the picture with David. It's supposedly blackmailing David. This guy got in touch with somebody that was talking to him, texting him about what happened. So I'll play it for you. I'll let you guys make your own opinion about it. Where this guy supposedly got in touch with one of the friends that supposedly David paid off. And you could see the messages. So let me play this. You can see the messages between them.
Oh, what's good, everyone? I know y'all want some more information with this picture. Like I said, man, my homie sent me this like 6 months ago, something like that. I didn't even think about it at the time, bro. Fast forward to now, bro. It's crazy, bro. It's crazy to say something, bro. When the news came out about the girl, I put 2 and 2 together, and now we got this pic, bro. Here we are with this pic, bro. I got in contact with the homie who showed me this picture in the first place, and he messaged this kid. And I'm about to show you those messages right now. Basically, it starts off with him. If you really try to ruin your life, I will help you, bud. He says, dude, please. Actually, Ethan, you don't know how bad this is, bro. Says, explain how bad it is then. So he says, oh, this was a secret. This wasn't supposed to get out. David didn't know how old the girl was. She was lying and saying she was 19 when he was 20, and the second he found out, he took her home. And since we were dumbass kids, we tried to blackmail him, and we really messed up. And if you keep that video up, you could ruin his life for doing nothing wrong over a girl lying, and then you could ruin my life because he would know I leaked it, and I could go to jail for like slandering him. Bro's tweaking. Basically, after that, he says, what's done in the dark always comes to light. He says, dude, you're weird. Why would you do that? He says, why would you blackmail? Then he starts asking him if that was her. And, bro, guess what happens next, bro? Dude just blocked him on everything, bro. And then he sent me his Instagram, too. And I can't find his Instagram, but he sent me that he blocked him on Instagram, too. This is the screenshot he sent me. But, yeah, bro. So, yeah, he blocked him on Instagram and TikTok right after.
I mean, I'm not sure if this is Celeste. It's supposed to be a picture of Celeste. It looks like Celeste. I don't know where it came from. And then I ran into this TikTok. This is kind of wild. Check this out. I'll just let it speak for itself.
Free my man David, he ain't do shit. Free David till it's backwards like a hat, yo. Free David.
Now I'm a little bit scared to play. Normally it'd just be like, oh, claim, and I'll edit it out, but now I'm a little scared. So shoot, let me skip. So he starts playing that song, okay? He's got this speaker.
We're doing legendary. Wait, well, real quick though, free David. No. Free David. No. I have no David is in the list. No free David? Alright, we'll see you on TikTok, bro. Okay. I think here, not those guys, but you know what is free David? Oh. He didn't die.
And her brother said he told who? No lie, Gemini. Let me see what else I have on here. Oh, here's a few posts I forgot to put in the timeline that I feel is relevant to David and Celeste's relationship. I went through his channel because this popped up under my recommended. So I was like, what the heck? So then I went through. Oh, I'm still talking about that video. Channel to see who the heck is this guy. It seems like he just does things to like cause. Oh, so let me read this. It says, when I end up tripping over nothing again, but it's only because I never liked nobody like this before. The voices in my head be telling me stuff. This is posted November 23rd, 2023. Like a reaction. Now we know that's not him. He reposts that basically. You know what the heck? And then this is him. This is posted from the Hello Kitty Life Girl, which we know, at least we think, is also Celeste's account. And you know, she loved Hello Kitty. You could kind of see that David tattoo. She's got that ring on, that same ring. Yeah, and they're at some restaurant. Anyway, that is the end of this. Says somebody posted this. I have this screenshot from her IG stories, Instagram. You can definitely see that David tattoo, and then he reposts this on shoot, I don't see a date. Hold on. But it might be more just specific to him and Kira. I might still label it as part 6. Hold on. He reposts this. It says, me watching her scream after I poured boiling water on her after she told a boy happy birthday. Because why? Because why you happy he made it another year? He reposts that. That's sick. He reposts that January 24th, 2024. Wow. So this is, he reposts this 3 weeks before she goes and basically runs away and moves in with him or whatever. Well, at least that date we are aware of. Now we know, I mean, we see from past that she probably runs away a few times, other days, nights, and stays there. But she's reported missing that February 2024. So that's the first record where we see like they report her. Weird thing to repost, if you ask me. And then when she accuses you of cheating like you ain't changed your whole life. Oh, wait, hold on. When she accuses you of cheating like you ain't changed your whole lifestyle, invest money and time, cut off friends and family to keep her happy for the past 3 years. Which the 3 years probably doesn't match because this is, well, that would be, well, he does make a remark about the Hello Kitty 2021. So maybe he was aware of her and talked to her at least message wise in 2021. I don't know. But just because it says 3 years doesn't mean it's for sure 3 years. He just reposts this. But, and then it says, you think I built this brick by brick just to tear it down like that? Heck. And it cuts off. But who knows? Maybe that one he just reposted. I don't know. And then he reposts this one. This is creepy. June 25th, 2024. It says, me after hearing about her past with other boys. I'm jealous and utterly disgusted by her actions. And look, he's got, oh my God, like a gun, some kind of, like a nail gun or something. Or what kind of gun into her head? Oh, I can't. What is that? I don't even know what. Is it a nail gun? Oh. And then this is, that was February 20 or June 25th. This is June 26th, 2024. All these around like that time period, 2024. It says, me if I see her talk with other dudes. And he's chopping up chicken. Dude. And then August 16th, 2024. POV, that drive home after straight up killing someone. He reposts that. Which is crazy because that's August 6 months before he actually killed, or you know what I'm saying, 6 months before he allegedly kills Celeste, because I know he hasn't been convicted yet, but and then this with the fake blood, but who knows, on his face. Me smiling through the pain when TikTok gets deleted. That's on his TikTok, right? And then my new alter ego, Beep Bop. Okay. Now, what was I gonna? Oh, do you guys want to hear the audio from? I gotta find that video. What else did I need to find? Well, until I find it, I'll look for it. But until then, let me play. Let me find another one here to play. I'm gonna play. Hold on. Put this back and then. Oh, you know what I want to do? Hold on. I had read this in another video, but I think now, after the fact, I want to read it again because I think it's interesting what he says. Mario, hold on one second. Okay, what is this? Hold on, give me 1 minute. Manage videos. Hold on, give me 1 second. 1 second. I just gotta look up something. Is that a live? Yeah, live. Come on. Well, I'm trying to filter. All right. Associates. Hello Kitty. I just want to see something. I want to make sure something really quick before I play this. Okay, that's fine. All right, so I want to read a part of this article and then I want to play a clip of the interview. I can only find a clip because it's not on the page anymore, but I just think this is kind of interesting and worth reading. Like I said, I have read it in another live, but I think it's interesting because I think he's talking about Celeste. Okay, so now remember, this article would have been, I think it's, September 29th. Okay, at least when this article was posted. Now I'm not sure if it's for sure sometime, I feel like at the earliest August because of his hair. But so it's definitely after the murder, after the dismemberment. The only thing I'm not sure of is, well, maybe when I'm reading it, it'll ring a bell if it's after they announced that they found remains in her in his car. I know the date right here, but sometimes these dates are wrong. Number one, number two, sometimes what am I saying? They're wrong, and sometimes it's posted after, So I'm not sure if it is after it's announced that they found remains. I'm pretty sure it's earlier, it's before this because he cancels his tour, I think. Doesn't he cancel it? I have to go back. Now I forget the last day he does the tour before he cancels it. I think it'd be before that. But anyway, regardless, it's after the murder, after the dismemberment. Let's read this article because I think it's interesting. I think he's talking about Celeste. Okay, it's titled David describes his romantic relationship in new video. We're participating in this ceremonious matrimony. Okay. Actually, let me make this a little bit big so you guys can read with me. Okay, that's nice and big. But then that's the only issue with it. I need to get a pop-up blocker. I got one time, but then it stopped me from getting stuff I wanted, and then I would turn it off or say I accept like certain pages so I could get it, and it wouldn't let me. So I need somebody to help me on that. Anyway, alt pop singer David's real name, David Burke, 20, sat down with YouTuber Preston Rakowski for an interview about love and relationships in late August after Celeste Rivas Hernandez was already dead. Oh, it says that. Oh, yeah, no. It does say August. I'm sorry. I forgot it said the date. But I was right. I said at the least it's August in the latest because of his hair. So, okay. So it's before they found her remains, but after, it's when he was already on tour, and well, you get it. It's August. Okay. Late August. So, dude, very close to when they're about to find her. Because late August, they find her September 8th. Okay, so this says in the 11-minute interview, the homeschooled singer discussed writing heartbreak songs before his first relationship. I kind of spoke the heartbreak into existence, he said. Love shouldn't be transactional. It's about both people falling into it, not forcing or planning. Overthinking ruins it. True love means staying when flaws show, not chasing an idealized version of someone. Okay? So he's saying true love means staying when the flaws show, not chasing an idolized version of someone. And then they post these pictures as him and Celeste. And then it says, fans believe David is referring to his alleged 3-year relationship with Celeste that allegedly started on Roblox when the minor was only 11 years old. David, who was 17, used Hello Kitty avatars to allegedly lure minors on Roblox, Fortnite, and Instagram. The way I like, so now this is back to him, what he said, quoting David. The way I like to view love is that we're participating in this ceremonious matrimony together, and we should kind of approach it with the journey aspect to it and be in it for the long run. He continued, the planned never goes as planned. It's like you expect, and then the over expectation kind of ruins your perception of what reality is sometimes. So he's talking about his relationship, right? At one point during the interview, David described his girlfriend's personality changing and speaking her mind a lot more, which he considered crazy. Over the span of months and years, so this is back to him quoting. So David says, over the span of months and years, you kind of start to speak your mind a lot more. And by being around someone, sorry, something on my lip. And by being around someone a lot, wait, hold on. Let me start over on that paragraph, because if I make a short, I can't cut things out if I take it from the video, and I like sometimes just doing it that way. So I'm going to just start right here. So this is him. David says, over the span of months and years, you kind of start to speak your mind a lot more. And by being around someone a lot more, they start to speak their mind, and you know when things don't add up right. And you know when things don't add up right now to what they said months and months ago. If the communication is consistent through the course of a relationship, then you're kind of locked in. But when opinions start to change and their entire personality kind of just starts to shift in front of you, it's kind of crazy. So I think he's talking about Celeste, and he's calling her kind of crazy, basically saying, that when opinions start to change, their entire personality kind of just starts to shift right in front of you. Like she's saying her entire personality starts to we're shifting, maybe. Says, he added, I was homeschooled for the majority of when love mattered. No, what? So we got Celeste, David. Says, fans note David wore Celeste's pink bracelet on his right wrist during the interview. There are photos online of Celeste wearing that same bracelet. So basically, hold on. They start to see, he's saying, this part right here is the important part. He says, so over the span of the months and years, you kind of start to speak your mind a lot more. And being around someone a lot more, they start to speak their mind. And you know when things don't add up right now to what they said months and months ago. So was he saying that about her, that she's starting to speak her mind more and they don't add up? So their interview is no longer on that channel, so I'm not sure if he took it down, the channel that they're quoting, the 11-minute channel. But I found a clip months ago when I put it in my video that I'm about to play. I found a little clip of it, so we'll watch it. It's from where they're quoting this from. So the interview is this one right here. So here, it's what's Preston Rakowski. All right, here. So this is an old live I did, and it's about right here. It should be.
I was like writing all these heartbreaking breakup songs before I even entered my first relationship. And then once it actually happened, I was like, oh my gosh, I kind of spoke the heartbreak into existence, kind of, you know? We're participating in this ceremonious matrimony together, and we should kind of approach it with the journey aspect to it and be in it for like the long run and not keep expecting and expecting and expecting from someone. If you truly love them, there's no expectation. It's just, that's your person, you know?
How did you realize that?
Just years and years of reading and experiencing it, like both sides of the spectrum, having the rushed part and then the planned out part. And the plan never goes as planned. It's like, you know, you expect, and then the over expectations kind of ruins your perception of what reality is sometimes. And it's like, oh, this didn't go according to plan. I guess it's all ruined now, which isn't the case. And you kind of self-sabotage in ways that you don't even think is your fault, but it low-key is. So it's just complicated.
What do you mean by that?
I guess like you have this view of this person in your head, and then every flaw is not a flaw. But then once that kind of facade wears off, you spend like months and months or even like years with this person. It's kind of like, oh, you start to get comfortable. They start to get comfortable, and those flaws start to show a little bit more. And it's like, if it was true love, you would stick there and kind of figure it out together. But then some people, they see those flaws, and it's like the imaginary person goes away. You're left with the reality of that person. And then you kind of just like are mentally checked out for the rest of it. And that's not how it's supposed to work. So
is there a story behind this for you?
I mean, through experience over the past couple of years of really being in relationships and kind of experimenting with, you know, how love is viewed through my eyes, because I was homeschooled, you know, and then I wasn't doing relationships in school, got into the real world. First girlfriend I actually met in New York, which is actually crazy that we're here. But you know, that and reading a lot and a lot of poetry as well. There's a lot of symbolism and things you can be taught through the expression of words. And my love language is words of affirmation and spending time together.
So his love. I think that's interesting. He's talking about the flaws, and I swear that they took some of that off the art. I swear it was in the article. The stuff that he was saying, like when I was reading this article, I'm like, wait, I'm remembering some other stuff he was said. But maybe it was just that. Maybe because I was just remembering the video, but I swear it was written in the article too, though. Huh, maybe not. Let me see if I missed some of it. Oh. Huh. So yeah. So he said he met his first love in New York? Is he talking about before he moved to Texas? But then he told Zach that he never had a girlfriend yet at that time. So maybe not. I mean, I don't know. Now that we find out that he had, you know, multiple girls when he was dating with Celeste, he probably was with a bunch of other girls, or I don't know, a bunch, but at least another girl. Who knows? Okay, so I wanted to play that, and then I'm gonna start another video while I try to find that audio of Zerks, because somebody was asking how do we know it's a girl or a guy. The audio, I mean, at least the person that's whoever's writing from that account, or at least using it, at least at that time when they were making audio, sounds like a guy to me. Now maybe there's a girl using it too, I don't know. But at least we know one person that's writing from Zergs is a guy, which I think it is just one person that is behind the account, but he sounds like a guy. And I will show you in a minute when I find it. But until I find it, let's play another Discord video. Are you guys still up for another one? Hold on, let me get one. I had one that I was going to play. Yes, we're gonna do this one. All right, here we go. Hey guys, have some more Discord that I want to read. So first I want to start out with stuff about Celeste. Pretty sure they're talking about her. The timeline fits, and they're talking about David's girlfriend and a live stream that they just watched with David and his new girlfriend. So the one they'll be talking about here is going to be from December 11th, because on one of the messages the person will say, oh, it's from a Twitch live stream they did yesterday. Okay, last night. Okay, So there's not much chat about it, but I just still found it really interesting, and then I'll go over some other stuff. Okay, so let's start. Okay, so we're December 12th, 2023 at 3:42 p.m. Zerk says, DM, David has a girlfriend. Deleted user says, yeah. Zerk says W, which I don't know what that means. And then deleted user does a W back. And Zerk says, I know. I wish I knew who deleted user was because of their obsession with Celeste. You'll see. Zerk says, I'm watching it now. And deleted says, with David, I'm stealing his girl. And Zerk says, he still has his emo repost, though, with the frown face. Deleted says, L with the N word. In response to deleted say, I'm stealing his girl. Zerk says, you mean him? So I'm wondering if it's because deleted is a girl. And maybe it confused Zerks. And that's why Zerks is like, wait, you mean him? Like thinking it was a typo? I don't know. That's why I wish I knew who that deleted was. Or it could just be as simple as somebody using like their sister's account, their mom's account, their girlfriend's account, or whatever. And it could be a guy behind that using a girl's account. It could be somebody pretending to be a girl with like a girl, seemingly a girl's account with a girl picture or a girl name, and it might be a guy. Or it could just be a girl that has a crush on Celeste. Let me know what you guys think.
Oh, no, I find out going through this. This is another one I use the context clues, and it's I think it's Kylie. I think it was her name. I think is the one that's talking about having once Celeste and has a crush on Celeste. And you'll see because the screenshots that people do. Hopefully it'll make sense to you when you see them coming up. All right, I'm gonna find, like I said, I'm gonna find that audio of Zerks here.
And deleted answers that and says, no, I don't him. I want her. And Zerks does a hat, which I'm not sure what that's supposed to be in reference to, but it posts a blue hat. And then deleted says, wait, did he say that's his cousin? Huh? And then somebody says LMFAO. And then deleted says, oh, he was lying. Phew. And deleted says, no, I don't want him. I want her. And Zerk says, she's in the server. And deleted says, really? Who is she? I want her. And Zerk says, I don't know what her ad is. That should be your job, though, Kylie. Find her. So I wonder if that's Kylie is the deleted user. But if it is Kylie, then I don't know. I mean, Kylie could just be in chat and he's just telling Kylie to go find her. But it does almost kind of sound like that is Kylie. Because the way I don't know, it kind of sounds like it was like, Kylie, that's your job. That it could be her that is deleted user. What do you guys think? Yeah, it's got to be. Because the way he's saying, that should be your job, though, Kylie, find her. And he's responding right to the deleted user. So I think if he was just talking to some random person in chat, he would at that person. But since he's responding to the person, he doesn't need to add her. He's saying, that should be your job, though, Kylie, because he's talking to Kylie. So I think Kylie is that deleted user that is acting like they're obsessed with Celeste. And they want to marry her. You'll see. She asked her to marry her like twice. Okay, so deleted says, And Viper says, actually, I'm David's girlfriend. And then Viper says, found her. And then deleted says, no, you're not. And then she @s David's girl. It says, @David's girl, marry me, please. What the heck? So is that Kylie? Because Kylie's a deleted user now, too. So we see her in some of the other chats I read. Okay, so Nat says, oh my God, what? David has a girlfriend? And Nat says, oh my God, what'd she look like? And deleted says, watch the VOD on Twitch from yesterday. And Nat says, okay, her voice is so... They don't finish, I don't know. And then deleted says, real. Then she @s David's girlfriend again. @David girlfriend, please marry me. And that is a new message. It's not the same one because she says that a little bit before that, and then she does it again. Why is she obsessed with her? Is it because, okay, so didn't Kylie have a thing? Her and David kind of had a thing at one point. So I wonder if she's just pretending because you know how sometimes girls could be like, okay, she sees that David has a girlfriend, maybe a little jealous. So she wants to try to get Celeste away from him by like trying to, I guess, flirt with her, get on her good side. I guess that doesn't make much sense. I mean, if this is Kylie, which now I think it is because of Zerk's comment, why is she so obsessed with Celeste? What the heck? What do you guys think of it? I think it's kind of odd how obsessed. And it sucks because there's no more messages. I was hoping that there'd be more and they'd talk more about it to see what the heck. Okay, we're going to jump a few hours ahead. So now we're still December 12th, 23, but we're at 9:20 p.m. There's that shadow picture of David and Celeste. You could see her Nike flip-flops that you see in the other one where they're holding hands sitting down. It's definitely Celeste. I had played that other video where you see her wearing those, holding her, I don't know, the little girl, I don't know if it's her little sister or whatever. So it's definitely Celeste with them. So yeah, somebody posts that, right? And it says, buddy in love. Then deleted user says, aw. And Micah says, jumps off bridge. And deleted says, never. I love romance. And Dana says, Kylie trying to act like that ain't her on that pic. So they're trying to say, like, thinking that that's Kylie on the pic. Because Kylie and David had a thing. I don't know if they ever met physically, but they talked about in Discord, like maybe e-sex or something. They joked about them having e-sex, but maybe it was like a virtual thing that they talked a little bit. I don't know. Anyway, deleted, which I think is Kylie, says, I don't want that N-word. That's my son. I'm not sure why she calls him her son. I don't get that. Anyway, and then Snowden says, nah, I sense black when I see one. That isn't that black. So Snowden has responded to Dana saying that Kylie's trying to act like that ain't here in the pic. That pic of Celeste and David, you can see the shadow. So Snowden's trying to say that he could tell from that picture that girl, which would be Celeste, that isn't that black in the picture. And I guess Kylie is. Anyway, deleted user, which like I said, I think is Kylie, says, she part black at least. Snowden says, yeah, I said that isn't that black. You're black as hell. And deleted user puts the blue hat again and says, y'all confusing me with Carp. I'm not that black. And Sophia says, guys, I think he's dating Asia. And deleted says, no, that's not Asia. And Sophia says, And deleted says, Asia is older. And Sophia says, but. And Micah says, she looks 12. Talking about Celeste. Basically talking about the girl that's did the stream with David. This Micah saying, she looks 12. Sophia says, I'm sure it's her. And Snowden says, who's Asia? Deleted says, that's someone else. Sophia answers Snowden, asking who Asia is. Sophia says, the girl on Sleep Well. And Snowden says, who's the girl on Sleep Well? Deleted says, Asia's like 20-something. Benji answers Snowden's question, who's the girl on Sleep Well? Benji says, Asia. And Dana says, the girl on his music video thing? And then Micah posts this, I guess, previous post where somebody says, she literally looks 12. I cannot. And Kylie, so that is Kylie, right here, Kylie, because they screenshot this back when the conversation was going on where Kylie wasn't a deleted user at the point. Kylie says, she's still going to be my wife. Wow. And then in response to Kylie saying that someone else, Sophia says, or maybe that girl he's with on stream, not his cousin. So Sophia, you'll see she's confused and thinks that, so there's two streams and she's thinking one of them is his cousin and then the other is his girlfriend. And not realizing that he was joking about the cousin thing and it's the same girl on both streams. I don't know why she's so confused. Micah says, it wasn't his cousin, LMAO. And Sophia says, not the second stream, the first one. And Deleted says, yeah, it's the girl on stream with him. He posted her on his CFS's, which is close friend story, which I'm learning that Instagram has this section that's called a close friend stories, where you could post just to your close friends. And that's where he was posting a lot of his pictures with Celeste. The post of him and Celeste, he posted to his close friends. So anybody that was his close friend on there saw these posts with him and Celeste. Okay, back to the Discord messages. And Deleted answers Sophia. Sophia saying, not the second stream, the first one. Deleted says, it's the same girl. And Sophia asks, what does CFS mean? What do you mean? And Deleted said, close friend story. And Dana says, who's on stream? And in response to Deleted saying it's the same girl, Sophia says, wait, really? And then Benji answers Sophia asking about what CFS stands for. So he answers her too, and he says, close friends. Sophia says, oh. And Deleted says yes to Sophia saying, wait, really? Dana says, Kylie, he have you on CFS, close friend story? And Deleted says, she kissed him in the beginning of the second stream. Sophia says, that's cute. And Deleted, aka Kylie, says yes to the question of her being on David's close friend story. So she is a close friend on David's Instagram as far as like getting the close friend story stuff. So yeah, so she's seeing the post that he's posting with him and Celeste. And then Benji says, okay, I'm supposed to be showering, bye. And in response to Deleted saying that she kissed him in the beginning of the second stream, Sophia says, with David? Deleted says, it was so cute, bro. And Deleted says, real. Or real with a bunch of, is that mouths shouting or kissing? I don't know. Dana says, can someone show pic of her? Me see. And Deleted says, check his Twitch. And Deleted says, the VOD. And Sophia says, Asian delete the VOD, because he said the N-word with R. And Deleted says, what? When? And Sophia says, second stream. Someone clipped it. And Dana says, I can't see her face. And Deleted says, I ain't even hear him say it. And Sophia says, so he had to delete it. And Dana says, they say who's the girl? I don't know. Deleted says LMFAO to the screenshot she posts of them talking about it, where Benjo says, I'm so pissed, it should have been me with David. And Kylie LMAO, and Benjo says, this can't go on. And Micah says, David, so you aren't gay? And Deleted does two crying faces, and Dana says, he is, he just told me that. Dana's just messing with the chat because she goes on to say, like, oh, David's with me, so she's just trolling. Benji says, AFK, it should have been me with him, not her. Please wake up one day, David. And Derek 1900 says, David got a girlfriend? Question mark with a, scared face, I guess that would be. And then Derek says, for the first time, with another one of those scared faces. And Deleted says, yes. And Derek says, wait, for real? And Deleted says, she's so pretty. And Derek says, holy moly. And Dana says, I want to see her face, but I can't see. And Derek says, so that was her on stream? And Dana says, it. And Derek has the thinking face with the hand on the chin. And in response to Derek asking, so that was her on stream? Deleted says, yes. Derek says, oh, ooh, ooh, ooh. And Deleted says, she kissed him in the beginning of the second stream. And Derek says, oh, snap. And Deleted says, it was so cute, with two crying faces. Dana says, is it the music video girl or another? And then Derek says, I'm gonna have to watch it. I only watched like a couple seconds because I was getting ready for school. And Deleted answers Dana saying, no, the music video girl is Asia. And she's like 20 something. And then Deleted tells Derek, Asian deleted the VOD because David said the hard R, apparently. So in response to them telling the Asian deleted it, Derek says, L Asian, with like a mad face, kind of like a glaring face. And Malik says, what's the new girl at? Ian Sear. Ian Sear? Maybe he's saying, I didn't even see her, so what's her at? Deleted says, I don't know. And Micah says, anyone know any women that live in Australia that are around 17 or 18 years old and aren't ugly? DM me. Malik says, you said you seen her? And Deleted says, barely on the stream. So wait, Deleted, why are you obsessed with her if you barely seen her? And Deleted says, I just want to ask her to be my wife because it is now tradition for every of-age woman in the server to marry me. And Delilah posts this screenshot of, I guess it's her and David. I mean, her basically commenting on his Instagram story saying, oh, you all the same height. I had went over this before. Somebody like, joking about their height. And David said, so if I KMS right now, whose fault is it? So yeah, I'm not sure if it's Delilah, the one commenting, or she just screenshot somebody commenting on the story. But I'm guessing it's her because that's like a DM, right? Like a private thing. Unless if somebody else posted it and she's reposting it. Bro, I saw David repost a TikTok about love. I had a feeling, bro. And Deleted says, been suspected. I'm so happy for him. And Maddie says, what does that stand for? Sophia says, don't trust bitches. Boys for life. Zerk says, I hate girls. And Sophia says, so you hate me as your friend? And Zerk says, we're friends? Question mark. And Sophia says, oh, damn. And Zerk says, David never responds to my Instagram. Every story I ask him something. And Sophia says, I hate you, Zerks. Bye. And Zerk says, no reply. And Sophia says, we're done. Friendship is over. And Zerk says, damn, GG. Maybe gotta go, or I don't know what GG stands for. Anyway, and Zerk says, cuz this girl keeps using it. And Deleted says, ask David what it means because I don't know. And Zerk says, tell him to answer me on Instagram. And Zerk says, every story I ask him something. And then Zerk tags Deleted user, which I think is Kylie. And Deleted says, he stopped answering me. The crying faced and a praying because Zerk is telling her to tell him to answer me on Instagram. And Deleted's just saying, you know, he stopped answering me too, basically, because Zerk was saying he hasn't answered me lately. And Zerk says, never got an answer. It's because he has a girl now. And Deleted says, yeah. And Zerk says, too cool for us. So Zerk says, did you guys hear what David said at the end of his live stream last night? And Snowden says, what he said? Like, what'd he say? And Maddie says, N-word, hard R, blood. And Zerk responds with a skeleton face or whatever you call that. And then he says, I guess it slipped out. And then this Moneybags person does LMAO and they post this picture. And I guess this person responds to their story saying, it's for real coffin size. I think it's supposed to be coffin size or coffin size. I don't even know what that means. Okay, I learned that. Sorry, I didn't know what that meant. Some people, there's a couple people that nicely explained it, but then there was some brat that like, oh, I can't believe you don't know what it means. I'm an idiot. Sorry, it's cuffing season, which is like when you kind of like hook up with people, right? Because wait, now I forget the explanation. Hold on, let me look that up. Oh, hey, I'm old. You could, I don't know. And then somebody, it doesn't matter if you're old, you should know. No, I'm sorry. If I never heard it, how would I know? It's a slang term for the fall and winter months, typically to October to March, when single people seek short-term committed relationships to stay warm, combat loneliness, and navigate the holiday season. It is driven by colder weather and social pressures, with many relationships starting in the fall and ending by the spring. And then David comes out at 11:51. No. I take that back. This person went and found one of his old posts. I'm not sure when it was from. I'll have to click on it. I'll go back to the Discord and see. But the one post where he says, I've been single all my life and plan to die single. So Deleted user finds that and responds to it and says, this didn't age well, huh, buddy? Okay, so I found the original post that when David said that. So that was July 18th, 2023. So it would have been about 5 months prior. So that person found his comment saying that and commented on it. So it brought it back into the current chat there. It just basically calling him out like, oh yeah, look, you have a girlfriend now, but you said you plan on dying single. Like you're going to be single your whole life. Anyway, okay, so let's continue here. And then at 12:12 a.m., David comes into Discord and says, my Discord children. Okay, so now I'm going to play some recordings of Zerk's talking in the Discord chat. So oh my god, I'm over here looking for that video. Looking for like if I could figure out where it is, where Zerk's audio, and it's on this video. How awesome. Because like I had to put in the title or something. I was hoping so I could try to find it. I don't have to go through all these videos finding where Zerk's audio. And no, I didn't put in the title. But here we go. Here you go. Now you can hear Zerk's voice. Usually it does not work out like that for me, but okay. Some audios. They're really short, but there's multiple ones. Like I said, you know, I was very clear in my video. I will timestamp it and put the link in the description of how clear I was about that. Okay, that's the Zerk's issue. I'm not gonna, sorry, I'll skip it. But this is them on the tour bus. Remember, somebody moved the video. So I am anxious to see who moved the car. SF investigates, or is that going to be like a part of the case? Are we going to find out? Who was it? Who was it? Sure, that's Zerk's. And she said, so yeah, here's that other one, which I think it's the person I'm not. the person it's in this picture that I figured out who it was, which I was right who the person is. It makes sense that that's his account because of what his name is. I feel like, yeah, it's probably, but then Zerks just freaking reposts it for some reason. Pretends it's him almost. So, okay, so remember, KZWLA is Zerks, right? So let's hear. He's talking to this other girl because you can leave voice messages and you'll be able to hear his voice. Okay, here we go. Say that. All I said is if this, oh, sorry. I'm just playing stuff as I'm, for visuals as I talk in this community. Not everybody. Okay, so here's some pictures of Asia. And so this, and there's another thing, some of the people that are new weren't really familiar with the whole old Celeste, new Celeste. The person that was interviewing SF Investigates was like, is there really another Celeste? Yeah, so this is the old Celeste Herrera. So she was, we call her old Celeste because she's older. She's probably more David's age. I don't know exactly how old she is, but she's not a minor. I think she's about David's age. So we just call her old Celeste, which I don't think her and David ever dated. And then this is Asia, but they're good friends. I mean, it was always Asia, Celeste, Neo, David. Those four were all like together a lot. Okay, here we go. Oh, and that Vanessa was with him too. Just trolling. All I know is the person in the, oh, so let me fast forward to the audio. Okay, here we go. On September 30th, okay, September 30th, where he claims it's his birthday. So that could be another identifier, which Zabian's birthday is not September 30th. So that's another thing that maybe, he was trolling and he posted a picture of somebody else and David and said, oh, act like it was him. Which I don't know why people do that. But like I said, if his birthday is really September 30th, like he said in the Discord chat, which he also led people on thinking that picture was him, which is crazy. So who knows if that really was his birthday. But like I said, if it is September 30th, then we do know that he's not Zabian because that's not Zabian's birthday. The voice is hard to tell. The voice sounds like it could be the person on Zabian's YouTube, but also might not be. I do think he could have been trolling and it's not the pit plugger clip where Hag. So, dang it. Sorry, I'm still talking about that. But wait, what were these? I'm trying to read like if there's anything. Oh, we're talking about his birthday. That's why. Okay, so come on, I want to do the audio. Some other guy says to Zerks, "Yo, twin, you wasn't gonna tell me it was your birthday just because we were talking about it being his birthday that day." So it starts off with some back and forth between him and Hag, which I'm gonna skip a lot of that except when Zerks talks, but Hag talks a lot. And then, I mean, there's nothing important. I guess the important thing is just to kind of hear what Zerk sounds like. So I'm gonna skip a lot of the Hag talking, and then it'll cut in with Zerks talking, and then he starts talking to Layla. Okay, so here we go.
Yo, twin, you wasn't gonna tell me it was your birthday, bro? Happy fucking birthday, Zerk.
Yabba da yabba da.
That first one was Hag. This is Zerks. Yo, bada baba.
Abish da da yabba yabba da. God, dude.
He just
Oh, word.
silly.
Say walla, bruh.
Voila.
Type shit. On the car.
Yo, what the dog doing?
Man, what the fuck, man?
The cat. I could not find the cat.
The cat killed itself, probably. Probably. My guess, probably.
Bro, I was ready to feed that man pepperonis.
Man, I'm so tired right now.
Take your ass on the bed.
Pepperoni? What the?
Yeah, I just had some pepperonis in the fridge.
I'm trying to get some head before I go to bed. Yo, that rhymed. Yo, I'm a rhymer.
Actually... actually... What is this? I can't see this. I'm on mobile. Yo, I'm trying to get my yonker slurped.
I can't see this. I'm on mobile. Broke ass. Can't afford a PC.
I'm in bed, like, holy, I could buy you. I could buy you and your entire family.
Racism?
Wait, wait, I'm goated. He is a little bit, stupid.
Yeah. Wow. God did.
Yeah, I'm pretty goated. Yo, hop on Fort BZ on the XBZ.
Xbox sucks ass. PS4 on top. Type shit.
I will literally piece you up, dude. I will carry you to that goddamn Vic Roy. Dude, everyone be like, yo, buy a PlayStation. But like, I don't know.
That is such cap. What rank are you?
Look,
And get that PlayStation. PS5.
I'm gonna spank you.
Ha 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 ha.
I will literally bend you over the counter and spank you manually in fucking Fortnite. I will put you on my back and fucking carry you across the damn fucking world.
Alrighty, let me know what you guys think. That's all I have for you. Right there, you go. That's Zerk's audio, or his face, or his vocals. Okay, so we finished that. Let's go to another one, another one, another one, another one. All right, so let's play. Hold on. So let's read this time with David with picks. Oh, so since we're talking about Celeste, I'm going to skip through this a little bit. But the reason I want to play this because it shows some of the pictures of them too. I'm going to definitely skip through some of this though, because I forget actually what's all in this. Let's see. Oh, hold on. We're going to be covering the Celeste. Okay. Into parts. So this how David uploaded a song on October 27th on BandLab and then took it right down for some reason. It says Rush, which is the name of the new song, is a new David song that was uploaded to the artist BandLab for a total of 2 minutes on October 27th, 2025, during the ongoing investigation with Celeste. The song was supposedly made October 1st, according to the date on BandLab. It's like, I wonder if he's doing the stuff and then like his lawyer like sees it and's like, take it down and like gets a hold of him. But 2 minutes, it could also be him just like messing with people. I don't know. Remember that one thing that he uploaded on his YouTube that if you Google it, you could find it. But if you go to his YouTube page, you can't find it. It was that one where their intro where him and her talk, like a part of his song, the interlude or whatever, he re-uploaded that, just the interlude. I forget the date now, but it was after all this happened. And then I've never seen anything like this where it links to his page, but yet when you go to his YouTube page, you can't find it on his page. So now that's not it. I wonder if it was something else. I remember at the time, hold on. Oh, because it's a re-upload. Because the one, the interlude that is on there now, it's from April, or it was uploaded sometime at the end of April, I think, or beginning of May. It was like right after, I think it was April, like 24th, 25th or something. So, no, there was another one that it was after that sometime. It was weird. I got to figure, I'll try to find what I'm talking about. I have no idea. So I wrote this. Just now, David and Zerks. Zerks was the name of his mod that did the big wipeout. And this is before I really dug into learning who Zerks was. So remember that this I made this video 5 months ago, November. Okay, so he put this out, Rush, and then took it off. It's I put it on BandLab, I think, is what it was, and then took it off or something. I don't know. Right? Was deleting everything. It was in a Zerk something. I don't want to take a chance and play that, but if you go to my Who's Zerk Celeste Rivas Hernandez, you you could play it. Oh, I guess I don't play it anyway. But this is what it was. You love me, then you say goodbye. Had a feeling you would leave my side. I think about you day and night, the simple things that always made me cry. Do I miss you? I can't decide. If I have issues or am I all right? If you love me, then please don't lie. Don't lie. Baby, you're supposed to be mine. If something changed, can I at least know why? Because I don't ever want to waste your time. No, I don't want to waste your time. I don't want to never waste your time. I thought we were taking it slow, but you don't want to, you don't want to, you don't want to wait. Don't want to, don't want to wait on me. I just need you to know, no, no, no. There's so many, so many, so many things, so many, so many, so many things I need. You get mad, it didn't go your way, and you don't listen to a thing I say. The way I feel is written on my face because you want somebody to take my place. You did to take my place. You did to take my place. You did, no, no, no. Thought we were taking it slow, but you don't wanna, don't wanna wait. Don't wanna wait on me. I just need you to know, no, 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 no. There is so many, so many, so many things. So many, so many, so many things I need. I need, of course. So he posted this on October 25th, 2025. So this was after they found her, you know, a couple months after. Or I guess 1 month. And it says producers, it has David and Zerks, right? And then he took it down. Okay, so let's skip. Or wherever he posted it originally. He took it down. Okay. So I don't know. Here's the weird thing. Who Oh no, that's somebody else. Never mind. That's something else. Never mind. Okay. So then, now remember, this is before I dug into who Zerks was. The first thing I came to about to Zerks is how he was deleting all these person. Remember, he's like, we're doing I forget what he called it, but he was gonna wipe everybody out. But look, he was deleting everything on his Discord. Look, especially you, Kylie. Let's see, Zerks. Yeah, look at Zerks. Oh man. Like I said, this is before I figured out more about him. Okay. So Zerks right here. So Zerks, let's see if he's in here when just drop there. Zerks is right there. He's me and Dave producing. Well, he probably always was helping him. Me and David said goodnight, guys. Bye. And Zerks is right there. He's right above that. And and you'll see, I don't know if I went over these already in if I played the video where I go over this, where I think I did, yeah. Where Zerks is like, good night. He's telling them good night. And so he's talking to Celeste. Think around the time. So he knows who she is. Okay, so oh look, good night, yay, woohoo. Which is Celeste. Okay, so let me skip forward. Okay, so this is before I really dug in it. Okay, so I wanted to skip to the pictures real quick. Because the title is the picture of Celeste. And so somebody's asking way back, not way back, but right after, like, they found Celeste's remains, and he's deleting a bunch of stuff. Somebody, Maymina, says, "Who is this Xerxify?" And Moji, which is the guy that started David's Discord, said, "Guy who manages the server." Which is weird because I thought it was Moji, then he changed it to M, I think, after all this happened. They said Moji's the one that started the server, but now Zerx is the one that manages it, right? And somebody says, "Is he close to David?" And Moji says, "Yeah, closer than me." And the person says, "In real life?" And Moji says, "I don't know, man. Probably nah," but he doesn't know. Says, Mamina says, "LMAO, how old is this guy even? Is he a kid?" Moji says, "Probably." Doesn't sound like Moji knows exactly. I don't know why I'm bringing this up. Okay. He posts, "Why isn't nobody talking about this? Does anyone have any tips on how to not be literally the worst person in the world? TikTok is back. I don't have to blast this song on repeat anymore." I don't know why I'm showing this. Okay, I'm not sure where I go with this. This was such a long time ago. It's before one of my earlier videos. On March 31st, 2023, Discord username Jane's Buttergun tells another Discord username Inglesi he only adds underage girls, him meaning David. Inglesi replies, "I know, right?" And James responds, "I'm not joking either." 410, he introduces it Tommy on TikTok. So this is me going over some of the timeline. So if you guys want to check it out, like, check out my videos. I'm not gonna be able to replay all of them. I just mainly wanted to replay the Discord stuff. But this is his first interview with Zach Sang. Let's see which part I
That has the
play here.
ability to portray whatever emotion they can.
So romantic homicide, dark but also light at the same time, correct? Where does that come from? Because you're 17.
Word.
Have you been in love?
I don't know. I'm still trying to figure that out, to be honest.
What do you think love is from the music you've made? Like, what's your idea of it? How do you define it?
Something that doesn't fade. True love is something that doesn't fade, for sure. There's no way you can really love someone and then it doesn't work out. You know? Infatuation. There's a lot of infatuation. But I feel like love doesn't fade.
I get that.
Yeah.
Love is worth, like, working through and fighting for, yeah?
Exactly. Thank you. Yeah, exactly.
It's true. Because sometimes I want to fucking run, but, you know?
You can't, bro. You gotta work it out. Work it out, bro. Come on.
Love keeps you there.
Exactly.
Where do you acquire that? Is that just from songs and like putting yourself in other people's shoes? Is it, what is it? Like,
I think it's a mixture of like trying to figure it out myself and then looking at other people's experiences. I mean, because I've never experienced like true heartbreak either. So I write all these songs in preparation for it. So I'm not devastated, you know? So I know what to expect.
Do you look forward to the day you experience it yourself?
I do. Bro, they're gonna get the best album ever.
Yeah.
You're gonna get the best album ever after that.
Does the same thing go with love? Like, do you look forward to having all of these emotions firsthand for you so that you can capture it again?
I don't know. Love is scary, bro.
Oh, yeah.
It's scary.
Makes you do
'cause,
stupid
like,
fucking things.
Bro, literally, I mean, like, I look forward to the heartbreak. I don't know about the love, bro, because it'll make me, like, soft. I don't know. I don't know, bro. It's weird, but
I get it.
Artistry, right?
Dude, well, I mean, love is rough.
Well, why do you think Romantic Homicide connected with so many people? And why do you think that song blew up?
The lyrics.
Lyrics?
And how potent it was and how simple it was, too. I mean, I'm not oversaturating anybody with any crazy sounds. It was just like one vocal track.
There is something to, like, the simplicity of the records.
Right.
What about Placebo Effect? Where does that even come from?
Ooh, Placebo Effect. That, you know what? That is me. That's like, because I'm like a chronic overthinker. So it's like, I'll think I have stuff that I don't have at all. Right. And it happens so often. It's like things that I think I've attained and stuff like.
Okay, so we hear him say that. Now, March 28th, he makes a reference to Bay. So not even 2 weeks after he goes on the Zach Sang show, talking about how he's never been in love. But then he says something like, it's kind of contradicting because he talks about, well, you know, I feel like you would if you had real love, basically it would last forever. But then when he asks him, have you ever been in love? And he said he's not sure. And then he goes on to say like he's never had a girlfriend. So I'm a little bit confused and he doesn't think he's been in love. But if he's really serious that love doesn't fade, then you would know if you were in love. If you look at love like that, like it wouldn't go away, then how don't you know if you've been in love? That makes no sense. I just feel like a lot of this stuff that he's saying in here, I listened to that interview, it's a lot like it's lies in a way. Like you catch like all these contradictions and all these things where he answered it one way once and then he says something else and it's like, wait, that don't even make sense. You're not even answering it honestly.
Have you been in love?
I don't know. I'm still trying to figure that out, to be honest.
What do you think love is from the music you've made? Like, what's your idea of it? How do you define it?
Something that doesn't fade. True love is something that doesn't fade, for sure. There's no way you can really love someone and then it doesn't work out.
Okay, so I want to play a couple more clips from this interview that I found really to handle these situations. So now we're still in October. Wait, no, hold on. He posted October. Never mind. I want to see when this. I forget the date of this. April 21st. This would have been a year before. Well, I'm gonna just stick to the Discord stuff right now because that's what I have so much of that still left that, like I said, I can't replay all of mine. But hey, maybe after that we could go through some of my other ones. Okay. We already did that one. So let me play this one here. So this one is his ex-girlfriend, all the DMs and stuff from one of his ex-girlfriends that he only met a couple times, but still it's interesting. You see their communication. So let me play this. Hey guys, so I can't believe I forgot to add in the timeline the stuff with Asia, like that big thing with Asia, which is this. If you guys are not familiar, I'm going to go over it right now. Okay, so here's what I'm talking about. On the left side is the full screenshot, and then I zoomed in so you guys could see it better. So February 16th, 2024, somebody replied to her Instagram story with the missing poster of Celeste. Okay. She then proceeds to respond saying, bro, this is my friend's girlfriend with a bunch of question marks. Then this person responds back and says, is there a way you could confirm question mark? She's 13. And then Asia responds, what the F? You're lying. And that's the end of it. But what I don't think is a coincidence is that email comes February 19th, 3 days after this, which I think it's probably the same person that reached out to Asia on her Instagram. And then after seeing her say, bro, this is my friend's girlfriend, it gave this person probably confirmation, like, shoot, maybe she was hearing like rumors or gossip that, or she knew something. Oh, I think she's with us, David. So she posts this on David's friend's page. And she basically confirms it, said, bro, this is my friend's girlfriend. So I think it gave her confirmation enough to be like, oh, she is with David for sure. And then she emails David's management company 3 days later. I don't think that's a coincidence. I think it's the same person. And I'm saying she, I don't know, it could be a she or a he, whoever posted on Asia's story, and then whoever emailed David's management company. I think it's the same person. And just to remind you of the email, so it was February 19th, 2024. Like I said, 3 days after that person posted on Asia's Instagram story. 3 days after, David's management gets an email and it says, there's been talk that the artist David possibly has something to do with the disappearance of 13-year-old Celeste Rivas. If that statement holds any merit, please do the right thing and take her home. Her parents are very worried. And then you could see they post the missing person flyer, the same one that was posted on Asia's Instagram story. Not a coincidence in my opinion. Okay, so let's move on. And I also forgot to put Kira's messages in the proper timeline of when her and David had those messages, their text messages together. I wanted to put them in the actual timeline of when it happened, but I forgot that too. So we're going to go over it today. Can't go back and do it now. I already have them out. So I'm going to add them here. Kira was an ex of his. I mean, I don't know
how close they actually were. I mean, they talked, but I mean, so here's Kira. So here's some pictures of her so you have a visual of what she looked like, or what she looks like, I should say. So first I'm going to read a post that she made after the news came out about Celeste. It says, prayers to our family. I used to be close friends with David, and we dated when I was 16 and he was 18. We've seen each other in real life 2 times max, and there's so much more, but he introduced me to religion and whatnot, so I'm so shaken up by the fact that he could have done this. I remember a Celeste, and I have a pic of them together that I've seen in the past. Okay, so these are under her post where they posted her text messages with David. She released them. So these are the comments underneath where she's talking to somebody from RIA. I'm going to read these and kind of intermix them with the text messages between her and David. Okay, so somebody from RIA says, I'll just slide on in here. Hi, RIA member, LOL. You and David were a thing, question mark. Do you feel comfortable talking about this with RIA members? And Kira says, what's RIA mean? Yeah, we dated summer 2023, but realized it was a mistake. I knew him since he was 17 in 2022. We used to be close when he was on tour. LOL. I might delete my comments low key. It always gets me attacked, and I don't know if I'll face legal stuff, even if it's facts. And this person from RIA says, okay, to answer your first question, no, you can't get in trouble for anything. RIA just means Reddit Intelligence Agency. It's the group of us who've been organizing the timeline, confirming screenshots, and trying to keep everything factual and safely handled. And thank you for sharing what you did. You're not going to get attacked here, and you're not doing anything illegal by talking about your own relationship or experiences. That's not NDA territory, and you're allowed to speak about what you live through. If you ever feel uncomfortable or want something deleted, you can absolutely say so. No pressure at all. I'm just listening, not judging, and definitely not trying to put you in any legal risk. Are you under an NDA from David? A lot of people allege they are. If you aren't, you absolutely won't get in any trouble. Even if you are under an NDA, chances are that they pulled you in without explaining what is and isn't covered by NDA. And then Kira says, thank you. No, he's never brought up NDA with me, LMAO. The only way someone would be under one is like if they have to do with his label, because it's a company and like they're probably careful. And then this person says, wait, are you the girl that went to prom with David? Your dress was gorgeous, if so. And Kira says, no, that was David's good friend's sister, LOL. They all knew each other, and he had been helping their family through divorce. I don't know. He went to her prom because he didn't go to high school in person. And this person says, oh, okay, that's cool. Her dress was really pretty, LOL. I'm sorry that someone who you knew has all this controversy surrounding them. I hope you're okay. I know that it can't be easy, especially watching us all talking shit, LOL. And here's that prom picture I just wanted to share that they were talking about. And Kira says, thank you so much. Yeah, it's hard. And I tried to say how he personally was to me, and people took it as me defending him. And the person says, I totally get that. People forget that someone can be 2 things at once. He could have been kind, funny, or supportive to you, and still have had a darker side you never saw. That doesn't make your experience invalid or mean you were defending him. You just knew the version of him he showed you. None of this is your fault. I'm really sorry you're stuck in that position. That has to be emotionally heavy. If you ever want to talk about what he was like when he was good, I'm not going to judge you for it. I know relationships are complicated. And Kira says, yeah, and of course evil acts overpower the good in people. He wasn't an evil person. People are trying to make it seem like he was a full-fledged psychopath and they're over-analyzing lyrics, etc., even though he personally told me he uses deep TikToks for inspo and movies, etc. But if he did all this, it ruins everyone's perspective on him. And this person says, honestly, that makes total sense. And yeah, the lyrics thing confuses me too. There are always multiple writers involved, so it's hard to know what actually came from him versus what was just part of the creative process. He definitely seems like someone who pulls inspiration from things he likes, though, whether it's movies, TikToks, or whatever he was into at the time.
Did he ever talk about his favorite movies or shows or anything he really connected with? I'm just curious what kind of stuff he gravitated toward creatively. And Kira says he liked more relatable movies and stuff that had depth. I don't know. He loved anime though because the storylines. Dude sent me a sheet with animes he's watched on it, and it's like all the popular ones and like over 50. And this person says, I've never really been into anime, but my kids adore that K-pop Demon Hunters, lol. And then Kira says, yeah, a lot of the songs people are saying could be about Celeste have been demos for a while. They seemingly got closer end of 2023, allegedly, and someone speculated Notes from a Wrist was about her. But fun fact, I was background vocals at one point, and he made the demo in 2022. So it is not. Also, his character was just like an edgy ass thing for his image, not about her. And this person says, oh, yeah, I read that comment about being background vocals. That's pretty cool, honestly. He's famous for using his iPhone. So I've got to ask, lol, did you use iPhone too? And then Kira says, if he for real went crazy or romanticized that, it was from being so exposed to that image. Yeah, I use my iPhone 2 on it. He uses like a higher quality mic now, though, plugged into his phone, etc., etc., etc. And this person says, wow, that's actually really awesome. And Kira says, but when at hotels, it's just his earbuds, I think. Yeah, it's all about sound engineering. His staff joins the projects and mixes them for him. And this person says, damn, he's got the voice of an angel. That's for sure. Can't dispute that. And Kira says, on another program, I think, yeah, his demos he'd send me were insane. Like the amount of vocal layers made this one song he sent me so good. I wish I could sing, LMAO. No wonder I wasn't in the final cut of the demo with him. And then this person says, oh, I was just about to ask you if you ever had the opportunity again, LOL. And Kira says, I wish I could sing like him, for real. I'd be in the studio all day. I used to write a lot. Knowing him was so inspiring, LMFAO, rare talent. Hate how everything is now. And this person says, well, we don't know what's going to happen. Did he ever use any of your lyrics in his songs? That'd be mega bragging rights, haha. How did you guys meet, too? Did you grow up nearby him or something? You don't have to be too specific. I'm just curious. And Kira says, no, he never did. I met him because I DM'd him before he got famous for his music. And I was like, you're going to be so big one day. And we became friends. And this person says, I'm 33, so old, LOL. And I'm like, dang, kids don't meet in person anymore. That's awesome, though. You believed in him from the beginning. I definitely know this isn't easy on you. I'm sorry all of this is happening. And Kira says, I wonder what songs he's written reference what him and I had. I've never looked into unreleased ones, etc., though, because it'd be an odd feeling. And this person says, do you get the feeling that any of them are a reference to you? And Kira says, yeah, I wouldn't have met him in real life ever because he did homeschool, etc. And this person says, he has quite a big catalog. And Kira says, I knew him before fame. And during then, when he hung out with influencers more, we lost contact. 2 crying faces. And she says, feels like I knew him during the shift of his life changing. And this person says, so did you talk to him before he moved to California? Or is this after he's already there? And Kira says, when he still lived in Texas, he didn't really move to LA. His label has him go there to make music, work on albums, etc. So he like rents a house or something with his manager, I guess. Like December 2023 to like February 2024, he was in LA to work on an album. Then before tour, he was in LA. And the person says, oh, that makes sense. Texas has the closest studio anyways, LOL. So you guys were like a thing then, right? More than just friends? Yet not in person? Question mark. And Kira says, yeah, we would call often and plan hangouts, but he ended up being busy with interviews, etc. I saw him in real life 2 times. My friends saw him at a LA bar this year, 2 separate times that influencers go to, sitting down at the bar, I guess at a club. I don't know. And then this person says, oh, that had to suck. Trying to plan a hangout with him and then not really being able to do it. That guy had to be super busy. 5 billion Spotify dreams is absolutely craziness, lol. I'll never understand how people find the time to even breathe when they have so much to do like David did. But then again, he's young, lol. He probably runs off air. I hope this joke makes sense, lol. So what would you say is your favorite David song? Then Kira says, yeah, he would call me some while being on tour and so busy, lol. I don't know how he did it. That's why I never believe influencers now when they try to tell me they're busy. Like, okay, buddy, you're not as busy as he was, and he still called me. For crying faces. I didn't listen to his music, to be honest, lol. Like I would once, then never again. I thought he was talented, but I wasn't really a fan. And then this person said, yeah, fully agree with you about the busy thing, lol. It goes with the classic saying of if they wanted to, they would. And yeah, the guy is extremely talented. He has a feature on a song I really like called Tangerine with Demonio David. And when I listen to it on YouTube, it's like hearing two angels, LMFAO. And Kiera says, exactly. And yeah, he's so talented. I agree. And this person says, sorry, I got sidetracked, haha. Okay, let me ask you this. Is there anything you wish people knew about David? And Kiera says, anything I say will be people thinking I'm defending him, LMAO. So this next screenshot cuts into a conversation, but it's still with Kira and somebody from Reddit. So Kira says, no, I haven't heard, but I'm pretty sure David has the same team as Billie Eilish. Who's Oliver? When he first blew up, labels would contact him, and he chose Interscope. He has different teams for marketing, etc. And this person says, do you have a Discord or anything? Would you want to talk to me on there? I have Reddit on dark mode right now, and this black and white is killing my eyes. I don't know how people can function with this on all day, lol. Oh my god, okay, I got it switched. Jesus, my eyes. I'll have to check that out about Billie Eilish. Fun fact, did you know that only 3 people from the streamer era have only ever achieved such a level of fame as David in such a short period of time? 1, Billie Eilish, 2, Little Nas X, and 3, David. Oliver is allegedly the 3rd manager. I forget what his last name was, but I'm pretty sure he's also working for Hannah now. I wonder what made him choose Interscope. Well, probably Billie Eilish, lol. I listen to Spotify all the time, and I remember back in the COVID days hearing Here With You on the new music playlist. It was very beautiful. And this person says, so you said he got you into religion? That's beautiful too. But you said Christianity, right? And Kira says, Interscope has crazy good marketing. David chose the right label. Yeah, Billy is his favorite artist. Yeah, Christianity. And this person said, did he ever talk about Pentecostal things? That's the religion of his church, Pentecostal. I did quick research, and I think that just means that they interpret the Bible as it is written. And Kira says, no. His parents are super religious. He's religious too, but not really the type to be that type. LOL, I don't know. And this person says, interesting. I don't think he actually enjoys that religion anyways. Just based on the things he posts, LOL. And Kira says, I mean, he's very faithful, LMAO. And this person says, he said he was like borderline nihilistic, which totally contradicts his religion. And Kira says, he prays when in hardship. He would help me with prayer and teach me about stuff I asked about. Very knowledgeable on it. He said he uses religion to heal and nihilism to cope. Well, yeah, but it depends what kind of nihilism. Like, nihilism is just to cope. Like, oh, we're all on a floating rock, so who cares, for example. And this person says, well, now that is an interesting thing for him to say. Thank you for sharing that. And Kira says, yeah. And this person says, aside from talking about religion, did you play video games with him? And Kira says, it's okay. Don't worry. I'm 18. And then there's some stuff redacted. I played Roblox with him once. And then this person says, LOL. Okay, good. Makes me feel better. LMAO. And then it says, information I personally know about Celeste. They post this song, which I'll read in a minute, called Ropes. And it says, his close friend's story from June 10th, 2023 on Instagram. My name is spelt with the first letter of every line. And I'm confused. Why did his friend post it? Did David write it or did his friend? Because she says his close friend's story. But isn't he the one that wrote it for Kira? I don't know. That part confuses me. Let me know what you make out of that. But here, let's read it. So you see how each beginning of each sentence spells her name over 4 different times. So it's called Ropes, and you can see it's June 10th, 2023. It says, keeping my heart tethered to another, etching my blood along this rope. In everything I do, I will not let it break. Right alongside me, she opens a wound and pours her blood out on it as well, knowing this rope is paper thin, effervescently tugging, pulling, longing. Inch by inch, I am held closer, all of me being held by this rope, nodding away at the end, my heart again, eager to conjoin with hers. But I must remember I am being held. Remember I am being pulled upwards, able to drop at any second, keen to feel everything she has to offer, internal and external, reaching for her now. Are we in love? Because the love is definitely in us. And this person responds and says, that's so bizarre. He's always talking about blood in everything he writes. So sick. Okay, so Kira says, she says, people are getting the timeline of David allegedly being close with Celeste wrong, I believe. When David and I were together, he sent me a screenshot of his TikTok DMs in April 2023. The user 0907, speculated to be Celeste, wasn't on it. Around June or July, he sent a screenshot of them again, and I asked who everyone is. Honestly, out of jealousy. He explained his best friend Davian, his other friend Carolyn, he went to the prom with at the time, who's Davian's sister, and another good friend of his. But he didn't explain the 0907 username. I believe they got closer than just friends around this time if they dated, and if that was her username. I believe they got closer than just friends around this time if they dated. These DMs were on his old TikTok burner account, Fetch Me Their Souls, which that's kind of a disturbing name now after the fact, knowing what we know now about David. Anyway, which he later changed to Grade A Trey before deleting it early 2024. He also got a new number early 2024 around March or April too, presumably because he had the same one before fame. I had a comment that was spread around saying how we dated, and the reason why it's in quotes is because he was touring in Europe for most of it. We would call, but the only time I spoke to him in person was when I was taken behind the gates by a staff member after his June 28th, 2023 Dallas concert. Correct me if I'm wrong on the day. It might have been the 27th. Anyone who was there might remember me. But I handed him art that I had made when we had first met around August or September 2022, and he pretended to not know me and asked for my name. Even my dad, who attended with me, was confused. I was driving 2 or 3 hours to go to Dallas just to see his concert, and I was on guest list last minute because my mom accidentally got a balcony ticket. So here's the photo that she took at the concert where he held up her art and then pretended he didn't even know her. What a jerk. However, he especially lied to people in his Discord when I'd pop and chat with him because he told me they dox people, etc., etc. He seemed to have very caring and strong values, even in general. It's called manipulation. They know what type of people that fall for it most because they practiced their whole life, and he knows what type of people that he could get under his finger or whatever. And it doesn't make you, Kira, a weak one, not weak at all. There's just certain types that have these characteristics, like a lot of empathy, a lot, like not bad characteristics, not bad traits at all, but they know what to look for. And those are the ones that he's learned to go after because he's able to get them to do what he wants. You know what I'm saying? Like that he has control over them. I think that's also why he goes for younger, less powerful. He wants that as much power. And I mean, you got the age thing that brings power. Plus, you have the fame thing that brings power, his talent, which, I mean, not my style, but obviously he's got some kind of talent because there's people that he had thousands of fans that loved his music. So, okay, back to the post. In 2023, there was this one girl on his server that he even told me was 15. and people prey on her a ton. So he tried to protect her a lot. The second time I saw him was at LAX, which is the airport in LA, in January of 2024. He coincidentally turned directly in front of me. He didn't know I was there before any theories happened. And it felt like something that only happens in a movie. I texted him asking if he's at LAX, etc., etc. He replied saying yes and whatnot. Then I asked if I could say hi, and he didn't reply. I confronted him later on, and he apologized and said he was listening to a band's album and gets distracted easily. Okay, so first I'm going to read the text where he's talking about that girl getting preyed upon. Okay, so I'm going to, oh shoot, I didn't mean to do that. Hold on. Hold on one second. I'm just kidding. Okay. So I'm gonna go brush my teeth and kind of get ready. But I want to try to finish this because this whole video is that his I think it all is, right? Yeah, his conversation with that other girl. And I think it's very interesting because she talks about Celeste, she talks about David and what she knows about him and stuff. So it's like very in depth, 51 minutes all about her, as you see. So I'm gonna go get ready. I'm gonna let it play through. I won't end it till it's done, but I'm gonna brush my teeth and get ready. Look at my Zeekster. Hold on. Don't leave. I just want to show you something. Hold on. Is that not the cutest? I love when he even hangs off more sometimes. He's so cute. He's so cute. Now watch him jump up when he sees me getting ready for bed. Okay. Let me do this real quick. Okay. Hey Zeke, I'm gonna get ready for bed. Hold on, let me do this. You get ready for bed, Bubby? You wanna go to sleepy? You wanna go to sleepy? Well, I guess I have. Well, I could turn it off. I got 39. And then once that ends, I just gotta be careful though. So, wonder what will play after that. Oh, it'll probably just be another one of my videos, and I could turn it off. I just worry about the copyright as long as it goes off in time. Yeah, that's Zeke. I've been having a Zeke cam. He's so little, he sinks in. But like normally that rug's not there. This was a rug I used when I if my air conditioner will leak, I use it to change out the pan or whatever, and I haven't used it in a year because my air conditioner hasn't had to be changed. But anyway, I took it out to take apart the air conditioner because we got new carpet, and I just wanted to put it underneath, so just in case if it dripped or anything. Well, Zeke just took ownership to it, and he laid on it, and it was over there, and he wouldn't get off of it. So I was like, "Ugh, I feel bad like rolling it up and put it away. So I moved it here. So now he has two little things. But originally I just bought that bed for him. He's right over here to my right. Isn't he so cute? That's my boy. Okay. His name is Zeke. You can see we got the stepbrothers picture my friend got me for Christmas a while ago. Uh, all right, guys, I'm gonna finish this video, get ready, and then I'll call it a night. So are you guys interested? I would say I probably have two more live streams that, like, two more times I could play to finish up the Discord, which I think I don't know. I think there's some important stuff in it, but I have a lot more of those Discord videos, so hopefully I'll be able to. You guys will still be interested for a couple more lives, but I'm gonna finish it off on this. But before, hold on, Zeke, I come in. Before, real quick, I just want to play this so I could take this off my list. Hold on. Let me add this. It's just a quick little thing. I just thought this was, look, I don't remember what the audio is that I have playing at the time. I might be talking, but look, it's just with him making the blood shirts.
Two more clips. The one is a thing I actually had played on a live. It's from his Discord. Somebody posted it. He calls David, and David answers, and he gets to ask him a question. So I just
hold on, baby. When he's making those bloody t-shirts. Now this just takes on a whole new meaning. Like, I mean, did he make one for with Celeste blood? Maybe not with the fan, but make one for like a trophy for himself, do you think? I don't know what it would turn to. Hi, blah blah. And I heard somebody say, Somebody said that it would turn brown or something, but that's not true necessarily because one time when I was still getting high and I was not sober at the time and I was staying up all night doing my art because I used to be pretty good at art. And I was making these canvases where I was using these gel pens and I was out of red and I used my blood and it turned out good. It never faded. It looked actually red. So I don't know if that's necessarily if it would. Because somebody had said that. And I was like, wait a minute. No, what about when you see like from crime scenes and shirts and stuff? I mean, I guess to a degree it does in a way, but it would like a lot. Yeah, it probably wouldn't be that bright. It wouldn't stay that bright. You're right. But I just wonder if he kept a trophy for himself. You think he did? I bet you he did. Well, I don't know where he would have put it because it would have been evidence. So maybe he hid it somewhere, buried it. I don't know. Because where is it? They probably would have found it. But I don't know. I mean, maybe not. Or maybe he kept it for a minute or who knows. But okay. Let's finish this Kira. Her name was Kira, like I said. So let's finish her stuff, which like I said is pretty interesting. All right. And then I'm gonna go get ready. Hold on, I'm coming, Bubba. Oh wait, where's the play? Oh, there we go. Okay, so first I'm gonna read the text where he's talking about that girl getting preyed upon in chat. Okay, so David is the one in the gray and Kira is the one in the blue. So it cuts into the conversation. So Kira says, "Who's Kirsten? And saying they know you so well. This is entertaining as hell. By the way, if you want a Spotify den, let me know." And David says, "Girl who been in the server since it dropped." And she says, "Oh." And David says, "She's 15 and gets preyed upon. Hella. I'm trying to protect her from this shit. But these these bros are sick." And Kier says, "Oh." So I don't know if this is the same day, but they're talking about, the danger of getting preyed upon in Discord. So it's kind of the same type of conversation. So I don't know if it's that same time where he was just talking about the Kristen getting preyed upon. I'm guessing it's probably the same combo. Okay, so Kira says, "Nothing. Things don't have to be answered. It's whatever. I don't care." And David says, "Kira, I don't think you know how crazy this Discord shit gets. People have legit been doxxed and killed over this shit. You almost leaked where you live. This ain't some to play with." And Kira says, "Oh." And David said, "You need to watch what you say and be careful. Discord is literally the dark web. Who knows what other servers my members are in?" And then back to the post, it says, "I had also confronted him because on Snapchat, I had opened up that I felt depressed again in around October of 2023. He replied saying along the lines of, 'I'm a realist, so this might not align with your opinions.' Then said I was just comfortable in my depression. People have it worse, that I shouldn't be grieving my friend anymore who committed unaliving June 30th, 2023. He broke up with me a few weeks later. I was sent in a depressive episode 100% from feeling like I was losing the two most caring people I knew. Before anyone says it was wrong of him to, I think reality hit for him how love bomby we were, etc. when someone close to me passed. When I confronted him about this along with the LAX thing though, he apologized a few times and told me it was probably when he was in a depressive episode. Below, I will attach screenshots. This is not to be used for speculation, but rather to help organize timelines, etc. I do not think investigators will want information from me. It is pretty lackluster, considering I was not close with him while he was allegedly close with Celeste." Okay, so here's some text messages. Kira says, "I literally can't process this. Someone I was close friends with for months just passed by self-delete. This can't be real. Wait, my apologies for texting you about this. I hope you have a good rest of your day. Thank you for being in my life always." And like, if you ever have anything like wrong ever that's on your mind, I can always be an outlet, just saying this in general right now. And David said, thank you. My bad. I've been dealing with this airport situation all day, LMAO. Flight got canceled. And Kira says, "Oh, that sucks." And you notice this is dated July 4th, 2023 at 3:56 p.m. And you could catch the message right there that David says, there's probably a do, and then it says, your parents know about it. And Kira says, they don't. David said, ah. Kira says, only my oldest sister knows. And David said, please just make sure you're still taking care of yourself, though. You were doing really well. I know your emotions are everywhere and can make you not want to eat or even get out of bed, but you gotta be strong. And Kira says, I'm trying, but I have not been able to eat or anything since I found out, lol. I'm talking to his friend about everything, which is nice for reassurance and to cope together, I guess. So you can see the last part of what Kira wrote that David was responding to, and it says, why do you get to just move on and know a lot of cool, better people and do amazing things while I'm just left behind with nobody who will ever be like you? And David said, because the reality of it is, this is life. The same thing has happened to me multiple times. People have walked out of my life at the worst times, died at the worst times. Friends kill themselves, watching someone you're close to cut themselves day after day, and you can't do anything about it. And I'm not saying this to invalidate your feelings at all, but there are 8 billion people in this world. We are all human. We are all flawed. But the biggest, most important trait you can have as a human amongst this society is to simply accept. Accept what is and accept what isn't. Accept what comes and accept what goes. And then Kira, you could read a little bit of her next message. It says, but why don't you care, dude? Why? Okay, the next one, catch the end of Kira's message. It says, where this always happens to me, where I never find happiness. And then David's responding to Kira's message. It says, but why don't you care, dude? Why does everything mean nothing to you about me? And David said, I'm going to need you to read this very carefully. I care about you. I sympathize with you. You have been the person to get the most empathy out of me in a long time. All I want is to see you happy, and I love to help people in any way that I can. But what I cannot do is be the source of someone's happiness. And Kira says, I really don't get any of this. And in response to Kira's saying, it's easy for you to give advice when you aren't me. David says, that's exactly my point with the, and it cuts off. Okay, so this is a different conversation about him basically walking past her at the airport and then her texting him like, hello, I'm at the airport, I just saw you, and him not going to say hi and saying that he was watching something on his phone. Okay, so she responds, she has 5 crying faces, and David says, yeah, LMFAOOOO. Kira says, bro, I'm near you. You walked in front of me. 4 more crying faces. And then she says, I was like, WTF. And then she says, I'm literally by where you are with a skeleton face. And David says, oh, word, no way, with a crying face. And then he says, there's a flight to Austin right here, LMAOO. And Kira says, I know, that's me. Can I say hi? Or should I not bother? And you can see he doesn't answer. She says, help. He doesn't answer. Then she says, that's cray cray. So here's a list of his contacts. You have Kira, and you can see Kira is typing. I don't know why he has it spelled like that, but anyway, she's typing because, I mean, he sends her these screenshots so he's obviously in a current conversation with her, right? Is what I'm guessing. Or is that, why does it say Gwen though? Is that you think that is the Kira just spelled different, or Kara? Maybe that isn't. Because I mean, why would it be spelled wrong? So maybe that's just another person named Kara. Because in his other contacts, he does have her spelled right. So yeah, maybe he's talking to somebody else in that moment that's typing. Either or, no biggie. Rob, Mogulvision, Mecky Reese. So you can see a part of their last text message too. So Mecky Reese says, there's some freaky shit I'm tagged in and I'm trying to report, LMAO. Now remember, this is from 2023, David's phone. Rob says, bet. Taylor loved his thank you. David full tour chat. Somebody loved the dinner started. Kirsten says, brew. Martin says, what time? Grandma Renee said, hi, David, miss you guys. Hug Emily for me. Tell her I love. And then that's all you could see of it. Pedals content. Chat says no prob. Nina says just got my phone. How? Probably supposed to be now. And then we have new followers started following you. Activities tank linked your comment. Carolyn, it says you shared a video. 07KHR, you shared a video, so he shared a video to her. And then there's Kira. See, he spells Kira right here on this contact list. But this is a different list, right? The other one looked like his text messages, right? And then these are like DMs. I don't know if this is what platform, Instagram or something. I don't know. I don't use these that relate to message, so I'm not familiar with how they look. Plus, people have their different phones or set up different. But anyway, so he has her name spelled right here. So I'm not sure if that other Kara was even Kira. But whoever that was when he was screenshotting, that person was currently sending a message. They were currently typing something, you know, when that bubble comes up. So that's why I thought it was Kira. But sorry, spending too much time on this. Let's move on. So Kira here, it says, or with a little color. So that was the last message she had sent. Davy and Strata 907 shared a video. The N-word made a Earth edit. Zetra. So the person that sent these to me is the one that circled this. So they circled the Carolyn where it says you shared a video at 5:05 a.m. The other one was 2:29 a.m. that he shared a video. And then the N-word made a Earth edit is changed to I didn't know she was a Christian. Huh. I guess that's the message. It doesn't have a name for that. That's why I was confused. All the other ones has a name like Davy and Strata 097, Carolyn. This one just has a picture. Anyway, you have Josh here shared a video. And there's Zetra. And then reminders, you got poem. Remember to write, Dear Lisa, I cried today poem. Then it says 2, domestic. I don't know. I can't even see what that says. Mike Harrison payment. Tell Josh about Mike's wire info, Interscope, etc. 12323. Ask Rob if car service does limos. What is it? Buy a Kroger, shut down Starbucks, maybe? Build. Oh, it's probably on his game. What, Fortnite or whatever, where you build the cities? It's probably what that is. Because these are all reminders that he made for himself. The move, summer of 2025, moved to Cali with KK or Kiki. Huh. Who is Kiki? And we know he moved there before the summer of 2025. He moved there what, in 2023? That spring? I think it was April 2023 is when he moved to LA. But maybe he didn't consider himself living there because how Kira worded it. Oh, he wasn't like living there. He just renting a house to do his music or whatever. So maybe that's how he looked at it. And maybe that's why he wasn't on the lease too. I don't know. But maybe that's why he ended up getting that second place. Maybe he was renting out the Doheny house. That was his intention. But then he rents out the mansion because then now he's with Celeste. He wants to be able to be with her. She lives in California. So he ends up staying there more permanently, getting the second house maybe. This is all just possible theories. I'm not saying this as facts. So I'm just kind of brainstorming. Okay, so more text messages. I don't know what this in reference to, but David said, Greg jacket, so fine. Gray, KMS. And Kira says, the F, that's blue. And then David said, this is gray as F. Kira says, which one? David said, silver even. Silver. She says, I look like a box in this. And then he says, I love Minecraft. And she says, the F. Question mark. He sends her a Minecraft little person or whatever. I'm not sure. I don't play. But I think he sent her that in reference to her saying, I look like a box in this. And David has a L Kira and she says LMAO. I asked when the stream was ending because I was slowly self-deleting. And then she says drawing Billy part 7 and it has a OK or 07KH with the little, oh, that's the David emoji, except like a girl version with the blindfold and the it looks like a red tie with the suit jacket or whatever. I don't know. Maybe it's not his emoji. I mean, the blindfold reminds me of the Tommy, so I don't know. I mean, I know it's not David, but I didn't know if it was some kind of emoji he created, like custom emoji, or I guess it's just a screenshot of something. Okay, moving on. So Kira says, how the F is a Tommy here? Or not a Tommy? WTF? In response to Kira saying, I asked when the stream was ending because I was slowly self-deleting, David says, real you as a chat member is self-deleting. Not gonna lie. And she says, LMAO. In response to her saying, how the F is a Tommy there? David said, imagine getting hacked by my alter ego, crying face. And she says, I don't know how I have that character. I would definitely win in a Tommy fight off. And David said, no, you would not. And she says, proof. And David said, you not winning against me. You def not winning against a Tommy. Kira says, I would karate chop that bee. How would I not win against you? Let's be real. And there's this streamer's face. And David said, you, after me and a Tommy, cut both of your arms off, which is really creepy now after the fact of what happened to Celeste, because he literally, allegedly did that to her. I mean, dismembered her. Anyway, she puts a bunch of commas, which I can't see what picture is that. It looks like blood, though, but it's cut off. So it looks like she's sending a picture of him with his thumbs up and saying, no, don't self-delete. We haven't kissed yet. And then he responds and says, no, don't self-delete. That's my job with the heart face. But self-deleting is his job? Because isn't that what KYS stands for? And KMS? I don't get it. Help me out, guys. Why would he say it was his job? Okay, moving on. So she posts a picture of a guitar in her mouth and says, bro. David said, WTF with 3 fires. Need. And then puts a person with a guy like kneeling and a guitar. And she says, bro, what? What? What are you talking about? And he says, tell me I'm not being real right now. And we catch an end of him saying, anybody else? She says, sorry, I have trust issues maybe. I overthink easily, with 2 smile faces. In response to David saying, I'm no longer sending TikToks to anybody else, she says, I'm not going to force you not to. And she says, it depends on the subject of them. And David said, nah, I'm creating a hyperfixation on you. I literally don't need to send to anyone. I don't even watch what they send. Currently removing all my Twitter followers too, so I can tweet in peace. And then she says, isn't that bad to do before we hang out though? Maybe I'm really stupid, but I feel like, isn't that unhealthy for like, yeah, I don't know what I'm saying. And she says, bro, just make a new account. Don't go through all that trouble. And David said, but my timeline not going to be the same. And she says, bro. And then there's a screenshot. It says, my followers, what's happening, question mark. So then Kira sends this person in the comments this screenshot of a conversation that David was having with Rob that David sent Kira for some reason. And I'm missing the screenshot where it explains this a little bit more. I think the person asks her something about Rob, if he ever talks about him or something. And she sends this screenshot that David had sent her of David and Rob's conversation. Okay, so let's read what that says. First, let's read the description that she wrote under this screenshot. She says, this is a screenshot he sent me complaining about a thing that happened at a prom he went to. Not relevant story. So he definitely would, at least in 2023, talk about his personal life to him. Talking about to Rob. And this is in 2023. Imagine after a couple years how close they got. They were freaking living together, for crying out loud. I'm not talking about Josh. This is Rob. Josh is the one that he had his mansion under Josh's name. Rob is the other manager that he actually lived with. So first, here's this screenshot of David and Kira's text. It's June 5th, 2023 at 1:38 a.m. Kira says glorified Ohio. And then that's when David sends her the screenshot of his and Rob's text for some reason. There's a bunch of skeletons under it. Okay, so let's read what Rob and David were saying to each other. So here it is. Now let me zoom in. So David's the blue and Rob is the gray. So we could catch the bottom of that first message. It says, I'm knocked out in bed. So that's David saying, I'm knocked out in bed. Come to find out, she had someone take her back, 2 laughing faces, drinking and all that. Then she tried to get Davian to lie to me about it, LMAO. And Rob says, nah, huge L. You did the right thing. More fish in the sea. So I'm guessing that's about Carolyn, right? Because remember, Kira said Carolyn is Davian's sister. So maybe that's about her. And she's lying to him. That's what it sounds like. Maybe she had somebody else take her back from prom. Because remember, he went to prom with her. And maybe she was drinking and stuff. Hence why he said drinking and a lot. And that part where it says she tried to get Davian to lie to me about it, it's probably referring to that Carolyn tried to get Damien, her brother, to lie to David about it. Maybe she told Davian, oh, just tell him that, I just went home and I wasn't feeling good or whatever. And then in reality, she was out drinking and whatever, maybe with some guy or something. So maybe David did kind of like her. Okay, so then David said, as F, need me a white chick from Ohio for real. And Rob says, I know some. And then this is dated Saturday, May 20th at 11:19 p.m. And look at the date on that picture, May 20th. So it's around the same time. It is the same time. So he's got to be talking about Carolyn as the one that lied. And, well, wanted Davian to lie because Davian is her brother. I just think it's interesting because he told Kira that, oh, it's just a friend. I'm friends with her brother. But it seems like his intention was a little bit different. He was hoping it would be a little bit more. Like it seems like he wanted it to be more. I don't know. I could be wrong. I mean, maybe that's not even what he meant. Maybe he was just upset because she had her brother lie to him. Who knows? I'm reading way too much into it probably, but let's move on. Okay, so I'll read this over. It says, as F, need me a white chick from Ohio for real. And Rob says, I know some. So we're Saturday, May 20th at 1:13 p.m. So now Rob is sending a screenshot to David of his text with Oliver Darkroom. And he says, when he has a second, can you please ask him to pin Defam to the top of his playlist? So it looks like Oliver's asking Rob to pass a message to David. So Rob just took a screenshot to send to David so he could see. So that's that Oliver that Kira was talking about. The one Kira saying was his third manager, and I guess was Billie Eilish's manager too. So June 5th, 2023, she shares a playlist off Spotify. It's called Kira Rose. Then it looks like June 7th, she shares another playlist. You can just see the very top. And then this was posted. It says Wednesday, June 7th, 2023. This is your sign to cover this song. So I don't know who is writing it. I'm not sure if this is still Kira. But he says, if you can find the acoustic version in that key on YouTube, I will. I think that actually fits my range. This person says, this is your sign to cover this song. In response to this is your sign to cover this song, David says, you're acting as if I can sing though. And it's that notes from a wrist. I've seen people analyze that. She mentioned that where she said a lot of people were saying it's about Celeste, but he had written it in 2022 or something about a demo in 2022. So it really can't be about Celeste. That's what Kira was saying. Okay, so then David writes to her. It cuts into this middle of this text. It says, anyone, I would love to have a public relationship with someone, but the way this is going, we have to be a secret or something. I want you to be happy, but you still have so much left to do in these last 2 years of high school, and it may change your view on this entirely. And I would gladly wait for you if we are both in the right headspace when that time comes. I want to still be here for you, though, and talk like we did before it got complicated, LMAO.
I love and care about you and need to make sure you're not alone. We are still interlinked. Please express yourself thoroughly, please. No Okie or KK. I want to know everything going through your head. So this is dated June 14th, 2023 at 1:13 a.m. This is from David to Kira. He says, Hola, okay, so I've been up all night thinking logically about you, work, life, relationships, and realize something that you'd agree with if you see it the way I do. Straight from my heart, I really, really, really love you, but I have been checking my schedule for the rest of this year and next year, and I'm barely in Texas. I believe long distance relationships work under the right conditions, like you being able to travel with me, etc. But you're still in school. With that also being said, I don't like hiding anything from anyone. I would love to have a public relationship with someone, but the way this is going, it's we have to be a secret or something. I want you to be happy, but you still have so much left to do in these last 2 years of high school, and it cuts off and it cuts off. I hate when people share like a conversation and they cut it off, like not sending like a whole thought, like the whole conversation. Yeah, you don't have to send every single text, but if you're sending like a conversation in text, complete that. Don't just stop at the middle of a text time. And just June 28th, 2023. And then it looks like July 8th, 2023. She's shared. Okay, I just want to say bye. I am going to finish it. There's a couple minutes left, but as soon as it ends, I'm going to end the stream. Hopefully, maybe I'll see you tomorrow. I'm going to be doing, I think next time I'm going to do the hookers. It'll be a quick video. So if you're following the Lynette Hooker case, you might want to check it out. I'm going to be reading the full report on what happened with the whole daughter in 2010. I haven't even got to read it yet. I got it yesterday. So I don't know if anybody's ever I don't know if anybody read the whole thing yet, but that should be interesting. And then like I said, I got to finish the Wade kiosk, but I have a dentist cleaning tomorrow. Are you guys I know, I wish I wouldn't have skipped over when I the Goonie video yesterday. I didn't play. Didn't stress that. Remind me to, well, I have a short on that, I think. Anyway, what am I? I'm rambling. Okay, so thanks for being here. There's something with him. It's kind of a creepy thumbnail for that. Looks like a bunch of hands. I almost see a face in that. So who makes, like, I've never, well, actually, I have shared on Spotify. I can't remember how it shows up, but who chooses the picture? Is that like something he chose? Okay, this cuts into a conversation. Says, okay, I was just worried because a repost came up on my For You page. If you ever need someone to talk to, even just in general, I'm always here. And in response to her saying, okay, I was just worried because a repost came up on my For You page, he responds and says, LMAO, my reposts are just for the plot, LMAO. I just love those videos for writing inspo. And she does the crying face and says, it doesn't get depressing. And then David said, not in my work field, nah, with a skeleton face. And she says, I see. And then September 29th, 2023 at 1:04 p.m., she says, hi. So another one that just cuts right in here. We don't even have the whole text for just this specific text, but David said, thing I want is to drag things out. That's why when I came back to the US, I immediately sent you the paragraph I did, because the longer it went on, the worse it was going to get. These things happen in life, and I take it as a learning experience for both of us. You absolutely need to guard your heart. I've experienced a lot of things in my 18 years of living that most people couldn't even fathom. Things that shaped me into the person I am, good and bad. And that's not demeaning any of the events in your life, but the difference in maturity would undoubtedly push us apart in the long run. I sincerely apologize for the messages that were sent and the conversations that were had between us, a lot of which reflect terribly on myself as a Christian. More than anything else, it was and guess what? It cuts off right there, so we don't have the rest of that thought. Okay, moving on.
So I'm not sure if this one is with Kira, but I'll just read it. It's text with David and somebody. This person says, do you know a Cali beach I can do a bonfire at? I know you posted one on your CF before, if I'm not mistaken, so thought I'd ask. And he says, yeah, of course. Santa Monica Beach or Long Beach is good. And then this is November 15th at 4 p.m. This person says, hey, it's been a while since we last spoke. How you been? And he doesn't respond. Over a month later, December 23rd at 2:17 a.m., he says, wishing you well always, and I hope one day we can reconnect. So it may be Kira. And here's another one. I think this is Kira that was talking about seeing David at the bar or club. Someone asks her, what month did you see David at the bar/club? And she says, like July 3rd around 12 a.m. And I guess this is a picture of the bar she's seen him at. Okay, so that's the end of this video. Thank you guys for watching, and I'll see you in the next one. Bye.